And we are back here at the Hackers Congress 2020, being Digital Totality, and we are here at the HCPP TV, a 58-hour non-stop live stream. 26 are done, which means we're almost halfway. Not yet, but almost.
Wow.
It's going to be crazy. It is. It is. But we finished up the last live stream with the Novel crew, talking about the hardware that entrepreneurs use to verify the Bitcoin that they receive in exchange, right? And now we're gonna talk about how entrepreneurs can actually get their clients, their customers, to have Bitcoin in the very first place.
Right.
The
both sides.
Exactly. And this is why I very much love the Bleskomat. And we have here the crew of, how about everyone introduce yourself just quickly, Carlos?
Yes, so I am Carlos. I'm part of the Bleskomat team. Yes.
I'm Thomas. I have started to contribute to this project because I think it's really exciting, and we will tell you more about it.
Yeah, so basically we started with this project like 1 year ago, I think. We started exactly, I would say, here in this basement where we are recording now.
Yeah, right over there.
Right in the bordel. Tell us.
No, actually, next door.
Next door.
Here.
Oh, okay.
So I'm not sure if this Windows place
Was even here.
was even here yet. So yes, the setup was a bit different, but it was the same location.
Yeah.
So yes, we wanted to do an ATM that was using Lightning Network because at the moment we didn't see anyone doing this yet of the ATMs that were available. And we said, okay, so let's do it. And we bought one of these banknote acceptors and we put him in middle of the table, and we were a crew here of 5, 6 people that we used to come to this place, which is usually a hacker space. And we said, okay, let's communicate with this machine and let's try to do what we want to do. And it took like 3 or 4 months to get something working.
Yeah.
Like the first prototype. And then this small prototype, and we put in a cardboard box, and we brought it to this Congress last year. We sold to people. We got feedback from people, and we were learning from how people were using it.
Yeah.
And then we took it to Berlin, to the Lightning conference, right?
Yep.
And the same first prototype. And we also were getting feedback from there, from all the people, and learning from what other people were doing and so on. So after that, because this first prototype, we were having a big screen with touchable, very nice UI, but it was making the whole thing much more expensive because it was very nice because you have a touch screen and so on, but we were missing a bit something that was more affordable, something that people could, something that people buy or build themselves very cheap, and so we have more onboarding. So we changed totally the design. We changed the pieces, we changed all the components, and we redesigned it for the second prototype. And we also came with the idea that, hey, there is this LNURL thing going, and we can use it to improve the user experience, and we can even do it offline. Why don't we do it offline? So the machine is offline.
Yep.
And this is what we did. So.
Okay, so
to add something?
So now let's first. I think that offline part is so important. So please explain what exactly is offline and where the online parts are in the whole setup.
Yeah. So the machine itself is offline. Okay, we have here one. There are many cables here.
There are many cables.
So yes, this is one of the last ones that we have built. I mean, we call it the baby Bleskomat because
Because it's your baby.
Yeah, the mama Bleskomat is bigger. This
is the first mama
Bleskomat. We will show later, mama.
Yeah, we'll show later.
Yeah, so basically this is offline all the time. It's never connected to the internet. And the way it works is like it has a key and an ID, and it's creating a digital signature. So when the user scan it with a wallet that supports LNURL, it's communicated with a server. That, of course, our server is online, right? And the server validates that the signature is right and it generates the actual payment.
Yeah.
So the server and the user needs to be online.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the crucial thing, that the user has a smartphone that can be connected to the internet. So sometimes we provide the cafe would provide the internet, and then the user can install the wallet and scan the QR code and get their Satoshi.
Well, there's no sound coming through because nobody's speaking. But Max, do you have some questions actually? Oh, well, actually, no, the sound is not coming through because it's plugged out.
Okay.
So, sorry, we did not hear you.
I
How
don't hear
about now?
anything.
Max, can you say something? The video is lag. BTC Chap, what's up?
Can anyone out there hear us? That's
important.
I see audio coming through, but Rafi, can you confirm? Do you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I can't hear Max or BTC Chap.
Yes. Well, Max seems to have bad internet connection and his video is down. So maybe we start the browser. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Okay, there is a server infrastructure which is online. The user is online, but this little device is offline.
yes.
Right? So what are the benefits of this? Why is this a useful feature?
For example, you could deploy these. Even this one now is battery powered,
Oh,
so you could deploy them.
That's new.
Many of them into a festival, for example. So you don't have to worry about things like Wi-Fi or even power potentially. You can just take 10 of them and distribute them around your venue, and then you're good to go.
Yeah.
That's it.
Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, for sure. And does it reduce the complexity but from the hardware itself? Right? Or would it be easy to get everything in?
In my opinion, I mean, the hardware is possible to connect to the internet, the hardware setup we have. But it's not that reduce the complexity, but it creates some other potential errors. So you need to find other solutions for other things that it happens when you are offline. Because when you are online, you have always connected the device, so you can tell information to the device. But when you are offline, no.
Yeah, and also it greatly reduces the attack surface on the
That's
APM,
true.
because if no one can connect to it,
Right.
then they cannot find a hole in the system.
Yeah, so how does the operator communicate with this?
The operator.
Yes.
Okay. So we have this this baby version that we were doing yesterday in the workshop. There is the server that the operator can run by themselves if they want. Or otherwise, we have a server online, one for the big one that we are planning to create a product that we want to share. And this server allows you to set up and integrate the device in a very easy and smooth way. So you can configure it. You can configure it to your node. If you want to, if you have LND or C-Lightning or Eclair, or you can configure it to some other. If you don't have a node or you don't want to care about it, you can connect it to some other some providers that give
LN
you
bits, for example.
bits, or that gives
There's
you
something
all the
now.
infrastructure.
So you can create your own custom backend for the server to communicate to an API that's running LN as a service for you.
Yeah.
For example.
Yeah, that's super fascinating, right? And so one of the reasons why I absolutely love the Pleskomat and why I call it a Bitcoin onboarding machine gun is because of, first of all, the UX is ridiculously easy and simple. And second, it's just lightning fast, literally.
Yes.
So what makes that happen?
Okay, so with the device itself, it's very simple. So on the, can we turn a little bit? So on the screen, I guess you can see it because it's, it's too bright.
Let me carry the baby.
Yes.
We'll take great care of it. So as you see, the Pleskomat has a screen.
Yes. Does anyone have any fiat coins? That they
Who
want
has
to
some
have?
shit coins?
Shit coins,
I
please.
think I have some.
Yes, we want some shit coins. So there are two slots in here, the top and the bottom. What does each do?
The top is the insert for coins. The bottom is the output. So if a coin is rejected for whatever reason by the machine, like it's not the right currency, or it's not configured, or it's just a bad weight or size, it will spit out the coin. Here, there's no coin catch, so it will just fall on the floor. But ideally, there would be a small little thing to stop that.
So, and right now, this screen here is empty, right? It says 0 Czech crowns, and you can configure it to whatever shitcoin you want.
Exactly.
Right?
Any kind of coin, physical coin.
Even like tokens or anything that you want to
So then throw in some shitcoins.
Yep. Okay.
Now,
And
yes. I don't
now,
know if it's possible to see on the video.
now what we have here, it says, still no QR code, but it says one Czech crown, because 1 Czech crown entered here.
Yeah.
What do I do next?
Yes, in this version, you just have to wait.
Yes.
Once you stop and you wait, because we wanted to make it like super simple. Just no.
So there's no button here. The Mama Bleskomat has a button.
The
Yes.
Mama Bleskomat has a-
But after a while, when you stop throwing in coins, this QR code displays. What does the QR code show?
Yes, this QR code is an LN URL that is basically LN URL, if you don't know the protocol. It's an open source side channel communication protocol to facilitate the, let's say, nice UX flow that we're using on Lightning Network. So this machine shows you the amount of fiat coin that you inserted, and it also has some random stuff and a signature, a cryptographic signature that is used to verify that that URL was created by this machine. So it can be trusted by the server to send the relevant amount of Satoshi equal to that fiat amount, basically. So that's how the server knows that this URL is good and it can actually send the money.
Okay, so basically the UX flow from now on is give the user first he throws in the shitcoins, then he scans the QR code, and that aspect of scanning the QR codes is the URL pay.
You need to use a wallet as support.
Which wallets are that?
Okay, so it depends on your platform. For Android, Phoenix from async, which is very thin, facilitates immediate Lightning payments. That's the one that we recommend the most. And it's a very smooth. The other one that we recommend would be Wallet of Satoshi, because it is custodial, but generally they're doing a good job. We like the app functions well. They provide a backup solution for the noob. So if their wallet gets deleted or they drop it and break their phone, they can still get their Bitcoin. So that the experience for a total newbie entering is nice when they use Wallet of Satoshi. What's another one that we recommend?
Phoenix.
Yeah.
Phoenix is
Phoenix
number
is
one.
the best.
Yeah.
So we're talking for Android.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Phoenix is only for Android. Wallet of
Breeze,
Satoshi is both
Breeze.
iOS and Android and F-Droid.
Breeze is good.
Breeze? Yes, okay.
The Eclair wallet from the Sega who built Phoenix, I think it has LN URL support too.
Yes.
Really?
I'm not sure.
I don't know about that.
Okay, then I might be mistaken. but I
Okay,
think
we
it
can
has.
check.
I
But
mean,
that's a more advanced wallet.
Phoenix
yeah.
is Eclair, but
Yes.
like built on top,
Yes.
like more easy to use.
Yeah, we recommend Phoenix because
Awesome.
it's better for newbie people.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to
Bitcoin
manage the
Lightning
channels and so
wallet
on.
that support it as well.
Which one?
Bitcoin Lightning wallet.
Yes, DLW, Bitcoin Lightning Wallet,
Yes.
but it's Android and F-Droid, no iOS. It's very nice, but it uses a different solution that they call hosted channels. So it's not turbo channels. And I think they're the only ones that actually have implemented hosted channels, because the idea of hosted channels was also created by the author of DLW.
Yeah, and then I think Seals as well. Seals.
They
But
added
you need to
LN
have your node. Yeah.
Okay, so it's a more advanced
More
one.
advanced one.
See, we're trying to recommend wallets that are more newbie friendly, let's say. So you can go from zero to actually using and experience Bitcoin.
Yeah, basically because most of the people, they have not been introduced to Bitcoin, so this is what we
And this is again why they say Bleskomat is onboarding machine gun, specifically that trinity of Bleskomat, Phoenix Wallet and BTC Pay Server. We've used that with the decentralized Polis for multiple events to onboard, and it literally scales to onboard hundreds of users with literally one machine and one tablet for your point of sale, and that's it.
Yes.
It's incredible. It's really incredible. So I think we've done enough talking. Let's show it.
Okay.
Let's show how the magic works.
Okay, so I'm going to introduce now 5 crowns.
You throw it in.
It says 5 crowns. I don't think the guys from there can see.
Yes, but that's all right. So you wait a while till the QR code shows
Yes.
up.
If you can keep inserting.
Show
You can
like
keep
a
inserting.
little bit, not fully QR code, so they can't scan it, but probably.
If they are faster than me,
Yeah.
5 crowns.
Then I go
And
to
in
my-
Phoenix, you click on scan, right? So
yes, you click to receive.
yes.
Press receive, and then it tells you use your LN URL.
Yes.
Use LN URL, which is I don't really like that, but
You can just click on send, by the way.
you can just click on send. And then it tells you the amount of sats that you are going to receive.
Yes.
So in this case,
2,027
2027 sats, which is 19 euros, right?
So the server did the exchange rate
Yes.
from fiat to satoshis, and it told the wallet how many satoshis the server can send.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So now there was the first communication with our server.
Mhm.
Now when we say like withdraw,
Now there's another communication
Yes.
where the wallet app sends an invoice for the exact amount of satoshi,
it's done.
and the server pays it.
Yeah.
So I already have the 19 cents,
Yes. Awesome. Awesome. So you
and I
see,
can use them already
Yeah.
to pay
yeah, and that's the awesome
straight
thing.
away.
With Phoenix specifically, it does not matter if the user has a channel open or not, right? Because the async client or async node will open a turbo channel to any new user who receives a payment. He receives that instantly, and therefore he can instantly spend it.
It's amazing.
So you can come to the BTC Pay server basically, and directly scan and directly make a donation or a payment.
Yeah.
Instantly.
With any, because the problem with on-chain payments, unconfirmed can be double spent.
Yes.
So for meat-based transactions, that is not ideal, to say the least, because
Yes.
then you have to wait a long time for your transaction to be confirmed. In this case, no. Immediate spending ability with no double spending for the
Yes.
merchant to worry about.
Yes. Exactly.
So yes, I think it's very it's nice to see the whole environment that is growing, because this project makes sense because we have Phoenix wallet, we have other wallets
Right.
that are implementing and they are creating amazing UI. So the whole environment and the whole ecosystem is feeding each other. So this is very
Yeah.
very
Yeah, exactly. As I mentioned, the Trinity, Lescomat,
yes.
Phoenix Wallet,
Exactly.
BTC Pay Server. Holy shit. I think we've solved onboarding. No,
Yeah.
seriously, this
Yeah.
is so good.
Yeah.
This is so good.
It's getting
Yes.
better, yes.
It's still getting better. That's it. Still has so much more potential.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is fascinating. Let's see. We still have BTC Champ and Rafe in the chat. What do you guys think about the Glasgow?
Seems awesome, really. I mean, I think there was a question in some chat. People were asking how much for one.
It's a classic question.
How many sats does one cost?
How many sats?
Yeah, we don't have a price for it yet because we are still on development side somehow, but we'll have it. I mean, these ones we are planning to do this small one, like maybe selling like a do-it-yourself or something or a kit. But then we have the big one, which comes with the server that helps you and so on.
Yeah.
And it has banknotes as well, and we are trying to solve another problem. But so
Yeah, because it requires some, let's say, infrastructure on our side to help an operator who is not necessarily interested in doing everything themselves. With this, you can self-host the server, you can run the machine, you can do everything. But it does require a bit of knowledge to do that and time. So if we want to just sell them, we need to provide an easier way for an operator to, kind of take away some of the complexity for them. So we're still working on that stuff to make it reliable and a smooth experience for them. So we don't want to rush to start, selling things and then have to, okay, so no, guys, we have to fix something. we want to kind of do it right, take our time, fix a few issues that we still have with these devices, for example.
Yeah, but I think we are going to get into beta testing like in the next months. We are going to have the big one and with the meta case, like more a real product in some places.
Yeah.
So people can really use it and we get feedback and we get potential errors and we fix them and then we can start like selling the real product with the server side that helps the operators to have their life easier, right? Because not everyone has time, skills, or you know they are not willing to spend their time in solving all these issues. Because it's big. It's big.
Yes, it takes time.
Keeping all the infrastructure and so on. Sure. And if you are an operator, you already have your business that you need to
Exactly.
buy Bitcoin, you need to mine Bitcoin, and you need to provide that because if you are an operator, you have to. It will help you with infrastructure, but you need to keep the liquidity. So, which is already
also, when you order the parts in like big chunk, your price gets lower. So that's other thing. Also, just to compare it with like ATMs that are on the market, so nowadays they cost between 2,000 and say 5,000 euro. So
even more they could be.
So we can expect that the final product might be an order of magnitude cheaper than the current ATM.
Yes. One of our focus is to make it like cheaper.
Yes, cheaper,
but
more reliable, and an overall better experience for the end customer.
Nice user experience.
Yeah. So, and by the way, if you are interested in becoming one of these beta testers to get early access, let's say, to all of this, to be able to buy an early one, and we'll work very closely with you to help fix any issues, help you learn how to operate your machine, then please reach out to us. But really, it's location dependent. So if you're in Prague or let's say Bratislava or in the general vicinity of Czech Republic, that is ideal for us. It's much easier logistics wise.
Right.
Yeah.
So you can go to blescomat.com and you can find the email with your wife or something.
Yeah, or info@blescomat.com if you want to reach out.
And just to emphasize that, so we've been on a crew. I mean, of course, we're friends and then contributing to polls together, but like the Decentrax specifically was probably the first user of Blescomat. And we went to multiple conferences, and in one, we probably served, I should have checked it before, but I think it was 300 customers, or 300 transactions or something like this. And all of these users went to Blescomat, right? So this is actually something that already back then, a couple months ago, was ready at scale. But specifically, I bring this up because what you said with that support, right, with that beta test, is really get hands-on support. I mean, you were there on the first.
I was there.
On the second, I mean, he was so like he's so proud of that little baby, right? So he was literally sleeping in the Decentrax, hugging the Blescomat that nobody takes it, right, and nobody harms it.
There was the big one.
The big one.
This is the first one that is completed in this new configuration. Maybe we can show this.
We didn't show.
Okay, because it has the bill acceptor as well.
Yes, this is really, really cool. Is it plugged in? No.
No, I didn't flash the firmware either, so I don't even know if it will function right now.
Okay. So this is a big one. We'll carry it here. So and first thing that you see, it's actually a box, right? So it does not have the triangular cut up here, as for example the baby Blescomat has.
Yeah.
Right. So this is one of the, let's say, design features, right? Right here. This also nice UX because then the QR code is an angle.
Yes.
Like this was one of the things we realized after using this big box. There are just some things where it's a bit awkward, right? Feature requests and improvements.
Yeah.
Iteration and improvement.
Yeah. And so here, the nice thing for this one, let me get it and not break it. Slots, of course, for coins, as well as the bill acceptor. And that's great, right? You can accept both coins and bills.
Yes.
Well, I assume the reason, or why is the reason that there's no bill acceptor in here?
Cheaper, much cheaper.
Yeah.
Yes. So, the parts are much cheaper without a bill acceptor.
And also, it's to emphasize that in Lightning you actually can send a few Satoshi, and it's economical.
Right.
Yeah.
To send it, which you would hardly do on the main chain.
Yeah.
Bitcoin.
Yeah. That's super interesting. And also here is one button, right underneath the QR code. What does the button do? And why is the button not on the baby?
Simplify. I mean, the baby is thought to be the most simple as possible.
Yeah.
And reduce everything.
In terms of the hardware components.
Hardware components, and it's also cheaper because of that.
Yeah.
So
So let's just maybe take a look in here, and what you see inside this machine right here is the bill acceptor, right? And it's quite big. Well, this thing here down here is the coin acceptor. Plus, one of the things realizing with building is that here you got to have free space so that the paper for the bills does not
Right. Or you can have a lockbox inside for the bills.
Which is the other big thing, right? Right here, if the bills come to here, the coins come to here, it just falls on the cables, right? So that's
yes. Right now, yes.
yeah.
Eventually, we'd like to make a PCB so that it's all together, all the electronic components.
Yes, we are working on that. So we reduce all the complexity of the cables into something that is just
Yes.
plug and play,
Plug and play.
basically.
so this is some of the improvements, the feature requests, right?
Yeah.
That we as users of Blaskomat had early, but you've built them, you've implemented them, right?
Yes.
So this is what I meant earlier with that free software spirit and that review and that peer review and implementing it. Very well done, for sure.
Thank you. We listen.
Yes, actually.
Talk to us.
We look forward to your feedback.
Yeah.
Yeah, for example, one of my big feature requests was make the case black metal case.
Yes.
Yes.
You've seen the metal case, right?
Yes.
We didn't bring it here because it's in the lesson plan.
It's being used.
It's being
In
used
action
now.
Yeah.
right now.
They need it.
They need it. They want it. They
Yeah.
cannot get it back. So
Yeah.
No, that's the thing.
which is good as well.
Like they kind of rented it out to us for this one event. It was like, we're not gonna bring it back. Like this is like you cannot tease us with such an awesome toy.
Yeah.
And then take it. That's just, you don't give a kid a lollipop and take it away.
We can give you a better one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We are already building more. So, and we are adding different small features.
Like
So,
what?
to the new ones. So, but some of them are aesthetics. Like some of them we are adding legs to see how it's done. So then we are adding a box to collect the coins and the banknotes also. We are adding a lock because this and also the other one is like considered for development, so it doesn't have a proper lock. So the new ones, we are adding a lock. And yes, also some improvement in the way the components, electronic components inside, like connected to the box itself. So yes, so we made the first metal case. We found some issues, and now we are making another one, trying to solve the issues because it's impossible to think everything before. So you need this iteration process.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then we will probably do more.
Yeah.
Which is fine.
Yeah, no, for sure. That's really, really good. Well done. So what are some of, so are there, or what is the future looking like? What do you want to build?
Yes, well, that's top secret. Yes, well, we have one project that I would like to start very soon, but we're going to keep it kind of close right now. It's not ready for sharing, but I think you will find it to be extremely useful in the future. It could be very fun. Yes, so I don't want to give anything away on that one.
So roll what you're teasing. Okay.
Yes.
But besides that, well, I think that the future should look like that every cafe has one of those Blaskomats where the user can just dispose their shitcoins and get Satoshi for them.
Yeah.
And
Well, that's on the roadmap for sure. Yeah, but that's a continuation of what we've already been doing, just to kind of follow through.
But I think we can say that basically we are going to follow two lines, like one, these small ones, do it yourself kind of, and then the big one with the server, and solving more problems to make it more easier for the operator.
No, and speaking of do-it-yourself, you had a workshop here at HCPP, which people can buy access to at hcpp.cz for the personal sovereignty workshop.
Yeah, we have one of the kits that we used. We had 12 of these.
Yes.
And
Small little box.
yeah,
What is inside?
It's everything that you need to be one of those besides the box.
well, the box itself.
Well, it's true, it's true.
Yeah?
Yeah, the idea was that the box that contains the components would be the box.
Yeah,
case.
that's actually genius, right?
Yes.
You can literally use a
Well, it's-
cardboard box.
It's fun.
Okay, here we go. So you got all the pieces. This is where the multimeters went. Okay.
So what we have right here, so I mean, there's so much goodness in here. This coin acceptor, right? That's where the shit coins come in and
Yep.
out.
Yeah.
Right? That's the recycling bin, basically. Nice little front.
Yeah, we
Please
don't.
insert token.
Yeah, we don't use that.
It's not nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
we tried to build some of them with 3D printing,
Mhm.
with the Bitcoin logo on it, and but
Yeah.
The quality wasn't there, and it was kind of expensive.
yes,
Then what we have here is the LCD screen.
TFT.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
what's
this
that?
also contain an SD card from which the configuration can be.
Ah, okay, I see. So here is a SD card slot in the back, you can see. So what do you put on there? The firmware?
No, the configuration for
Testing.
for the LN URL.
Ah, okay. Okay.
Hey guys, do you guys hear us?
This
Yes,
chip?
yes,
Yes.
I hear you.
Max,
Max, can you hear me as well?
Unplug Max's microphone, so he's going to be back with you guys.
Max doesn't have
Uh,
a case.
Max, someone's
Someone's trying to
you.
talk to you.
Okay. Let me come back into audio. What is it?
We
Hey,
got
Max.
the other Max's microphone unplugged, so he's back and live, and it's working.
Hey,
Fantastic.
can you hear me? Is it unfucked or am I still on silent?
It's unplugged. It's good.
All right. Thank you so much for sorting that. Sorry, guys. I was just lurking in the background. You could probably just see me the whole way through trying to sort it. And I'm gutted to have missed what I've missed. But this product looks absolutely amazing. So if I can just have a listen in and tune in and try and catch up, if that's all right.
Okay.
Well, what are some of the questions that you have? What were you curious about to get some more insights on?
Well, particularly, I was interested in the offline mode because I'd spoken to 21 is Enough a few weeks ago, who's done a Lightning ATM, but to my knowledge, he didn't have an offline mode. And I thought that was really interesting to find out about. So I'm sorry if you've already covered that, but
Not much, no.
Oh, we did in the beginning.
Yeah, we were talking about how it works offline with the digital signature.
Yes. So the device itself has a key that it uses to cryptographically sign the QR code that you see rendered on the screen. So it's LNURL, but in addition to the LNURL spec, we've added our own signature checks, so that basically the server that validates the cryptographic signature in the URL, in the LNURL, before it responds successfully and continues on with the rest of the LNURL flow. So
okay.
the device itself, totally offline, and inside it has its own private key. It signs also with the nonce, etc., for security, so that the private key can't be leaked. And then that is rendered the signed LNURL on as a QR code on the screen. Mobile user scans that. They do HTTP requests to our server or your self-hosted server, and LNURL magic ensues. Boom, user gets paid.
Yes, I think so this is that model where you have the offline box as well as a server, a Blascomat server that's online, and the user is online, right? And that's very, very smart, actually. It's a very ingenious way. I also nicely, because the server can at any time just cut off one specific box.
Yep.
And say that any signature from this box,
Exactly.
I no longer consider valid and goodbye.
Yep.
Yes.
Right? Which is really, really great. If someone steals this, you could just have like one button in the UI and done.
Yeah. Or API rate limiting, kill switch, automated inside of the server.
Yeah, a lot of stuff that you could do. Like, The 21 is enough Lightning ATM is online, and that uses a bit of a different approach. So you have a box that is online, and the user is online, and there is no server. There's a Lightning Network node, which is the fourth component also for the Bleskomat, and the online Lightning ATM does not have a signing key basically for these messages, but he has a macaroon access to the Lightning Network node of the operator.
Right.
And then basically the Bleskomat is just doing a regular sending transaction from the Lightning node of the operator just via that macaroon, sending whatever invoice is being paid.
Right.
So this is the different workflows. You're kind of hacking around Lightning Network with both these blind signatures and LNURL, while the Lightning ATM is more pure Lightning Network, where it's actually the box authenticating the payment being made. And I think both approaches are very interesting.
They have different use cases, and we met 21 is enough last year, but we were discussing about the difference between our projects when we were at early stage of this.
Yeah. We had the previous.
Yes, we've had the previous version.
Yeah, it's incredible. What's your sort of target market with this? Do you have a specific type of person you're seeing who you're marketing this to, shopkeepers, or is it more private individuals who just think this thing's fucking cool and want one?
Both of those.
I want one. It looks awesome.
Take it to the office, or I don't know, wherever you want to go, to the park.
I mean, one of the lines we have is that we want to make it super easy for the operators to have connected to a node and to have it working with the server. And so not everyone can do this, or they have the time to do that. So we want to help them to do this.
Yeah.
So there are more of them.
Yeah. One of the actually interesting entrepreneurial differences between hiring a an ATM operator and being your own Lightning Network operator or Bitcoin ATM operator is a question of who receives the fiat, right? If someone else is operating, then usually that operator receives the fiat, right, and sends out the Bitcoin. But if you're operating it yourself, then you receive the fiat and you got to provide your Bitcoin. So basically, if you're your own operator, you're selling Bitcoin, you're buying fiat, right? And that's super interesting. And even more so, because usually the workflow is like this, so the user wants to buy a coffee, it costs 100 sats, but he throws in more fiat for 150 sats worth, right? And so he throws in more fiat, just however much he has right now, gets the Bitcoin, and then uses a subset of that to buy a good and service for you, right? But interestingly, this means that on average, you're going to receive more fiat and you're going to send more Bitcoin than you would if you did not use this and everyone already has Bitcoin and everyone buys with Bitcoin directly.
Not everyone already has Bitcoin.
That's the thing, right? That's the thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's something that I realized like after that first weekend where we had the Bleskomat. Parallel Pools has been accepting only Bitcoin for years, right? But now we're also operating this ATM, which so far we were outsourcing this General Bytes to do all the cash management. Now we're doing this, and at the end of the day, I was opening a Bleskomat. I was like, we have so much shit.
Yeah.
I mean, what do we do with it?
Yeah, so much shit. It's the perfect description.
I think a very good target would be a coffee or restaurant that they want to accept Bitcoin, and they can accept and they can sell Bitcoin as well. And somehow they are closing it. They are,
Exactly.
they are taking Bitcoins, they are selling Bitcoin, so they have.
It's a circular loop. So
Exactly.
you're not. I think it's more of it's for the customers of the establishment. It's not for randoms off the street who are trying to, stack sats. Right? It's not. It's not the target of people who are trying to invest, let's say. No, this is to facilitate the circular economy that we want to kickstart.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
exactly. Yeah. And another super interesting insight that I got is specifically when you operate your own Bleskomat server, you're literally sending Bitcoin basically back and forth. right? So here, so if a user buys Bitcoin in this machine, you send from your Lightning Network nodes to the phone of the user, and then the user walks to the cafe, goes to the BTC Pay server, and sends Lightning or like Bitcoin over the Lightning Network back from his phone to the same Lightning Network.
And you can modify based on your own costs to acquire Bitcoin that you need in order to operate the Blaskomat. You can set your fee for both your point of sale system and the Blaskomat.
Yes, that's the nice thing. You can charge a fee for that, right? All of a sudden, people pay 1 or 2% fees here, right? And then buy your goods and services. That's actually a nice way to make money as well.
Yes, yes.
What do you find the fees?
Sorry,
What do you find the fees people are setting at? Like in my head, if I'm providing a service, I'll take 10% less if someone's paying me in Bitcoin. So if I'm selling my Bitcoin, I would have to flip it the other way. Are you finding that people who are using this, who are accepting dirty fiat in exchange for Bitcoin, are actually putting a 10% fee on top, or how is that working?
That's up to you to set it. I mean,
You can do whatever you, okay.
You can do whatever you like it. The server, either if you run the server your own, or if you use our server that is facilitating you, everything, you can set the fee. It's up to the operator.
It's going to be very dependent on the locality, because each country has very different fees on the local ATMs.
Yeah. For example, in Prague it's like 5.
It's super low in Prague.
It's 5%, but I heard that in the US it's only 20 or something like that.
20% is possible.
It's also depending on regulation, because they charge a lot of you have to pay a lot of taxes. So it's
5% is very low.
Yes, and even lower is possible in Prague.
yes, like 3.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, but again, the nice thing, if you're actually operating your own Blaskomat server, the fee goes to you. The fee does not go to to another company that you've hired to outsource, right? But it actually goes to you, which is super interesting all of a sudden, right?
It's a business.
Yes, yes.
Maybe not the main business, but if you have a coffee or something, is some way to get extra money.
Yes. Yes, and I've seriously considered for myself actually to operate one of these, because I have Bitcoin, I don't have fiat. Sometimes I do want to have some fiat. How do I get it? Well, this automates the process, right? I don't have to worry about it. I just put this box anywhere, come back in a couple of days and see how many Bitcoin have been withdrawn.
Should lock it down,
Yeah, that's sure.
Yeah.
Well, but I think many people are going to steal it because they think Bitcoins are in there.
Well, there's no Bitcoin logo on it, you see.
Oh, that's true. That's OPSEC.
Yes, there could be a sticker like there are no Bitcoin inside.
There is one.
This is from Painaway.
Right here is a Bitcoin sticker. Busted.
Hey.
Yes. Yeah.
That's incredible. And do you have an ability for people to have notes as well? It looks like maybe on the front of the one closest to me, its notes could be accepted.
Yes.
This one.
Or is it just change? Yes.
Yes, bills and coins.
Okay, perfect.
This was the first Blaskomat of this configuration that we had functional, and we took it to with Descent Truck, which is the project from Paralipolis here, where they go to festivals. And so they took this and they were able to onboard like 200 to 300 people, and it was very smooth. It was awesome.
It was fucking incredible. No, I'm like, I've done a lot of Bitcoin education. I've done my fair share of Bitcoin onboarding. I've never seen something like this. Again, that Trinity, Blaskomat, Phoenix, BTC Pay, holy shit.
Yes.
Like this is so good.
It breaks down the barrier.
Completely obliterates that.
And then you have a similar build, but with the slant here, the angle for the screen, on the metal version of the big one with bills. But it's currently being used by the Descent Truck in the courtyard here at the event.
Oh, really?
Yes. They don't want to give it up.
No, that's the thing. These are like, test it out. Let's try to break it. And we're like, well, no, it's always like
It's our baby. Yeah, it's a great point you make about just this this onboarding process, because anyone who loves Bitcoin, we go around and we try and evangelize it and get everyone to want to use it and understand it and buy it, but it's very difficult to do that. Whereas this, just saying, try this, put some coins, put some change in, and they actually see it, they actually own the Bitcoin. The barrier is completely smashed down, and I haven't seen any projects that do it any better than this. This is it's brilliant. I think I need one in my house so that I have to stop banging on about Bitcoin and just say, just buy some, just put a few pennies in, just buy some, try it out.
Yeah, I think that just using coins, because maybe people, they are not like super interested, but they won't put the like 50 euros, but they will say, okay, I can put a few cents. And then once they have the experience, then they see, oh, wow, they have the wow, how it works.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and the little ones are so cute. You can just put it next to your cash register.
It's a small baby. It's cute. Yes. And no, I really think it's for sure worth the investment of your time to do that do-yourself kit, for sure. But I mean, specifically a combination of coins and paper, like this is serious. This is actually such a useful tool. For me as an entrepreneur in any physical location, restaurants or your coffee places or the gas stations or whatnot, basically, if you want to get paid in Bitcoin and you want to do your part in the Bitcoin onboarding venture, voila, this is probably the best weapon that you can use today.
Yeah.
For sure.
Humble brag.
I'm sure you guys have covered it already, but what does it cost to get one of these kits, do it yourself or build your own kits?
We are starting to plan this
Pricing is a touchy
this
subject.
brand.
Yeah.
Like
Okay.
I don't think we want to say anything because
Fair enough. No problem.
it's calculated. So yes,
Okay.
we are starting that brand like the do-it-yourself recently.
We're expecting for a reasonable pricing. Don't
We
worry.
want to make it reasonable.
Yeah. Because we want to see these everywhere.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the thing. These are Bitcoin enthusiasts first and foremost. So one of their high priority is Bitcoin adoption, and that is for sure driving it. But of course, I'm sure you want to get paid too, right?
Sure.
So more sats is more better. So
We like sats.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we would try to find a good relation between.
We're still also figuring out what the right combination of, let's say, products that people would actually be most interested in, so we can put our energy on those. So I think we've seen a lot of interest this weekend at the conference for the kit, because there's definitely a lot of people who are interested in building one because they like to hack on stuff. And also, I think in the space, the crypto space specifically, it's been a lot of software. So people are interested in learning some hardware too, which is very cool.
Touching the physical space.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, regarding the workshop yesterday, I was like super impressed. How people, not how many people came, because we had like 12 kids that we could participate, but how they were interested in doing and learning. And we've done many workshops before about other things, but people there were like really, and this was very nice.
Yeah.
So,
People were getting frustrated with wires. They were figuring things out and being super happy. It is good to see.
this is very nice.
It makes a difference that you have like both this intellectual work, but also like very precise manual work that you have to do when you play around with the hardware.
Yeah. I think hardware hacking is quite interesting. I mean, good to have crazy people like you venturing out and discovering new cool hardware hacks, and then making it accessible for others. That's super valuable. Yeah, for sure. Guys, we are about getting to the end of this particular show. Any of the hosts have interesting questions for the guests of Laskamat? Max, Caro, Chad, Rafe, anything more? Or did we cover everything perfectly without mistakes?
I Yeah, like I said, I missed some of it, so I don't want to go over everything again. I'm gutted I did, but just, yeah, thank you so much for building this. It looks amazing. I'm going to dig into it, and when you do have the price point sorted out, I'll definitely be reaching out and hopefully building one of these kits, because reiterating here, but I really do think this is what bridges the gap between no coiners and having something in the physical world that they can touch and see and feel is just, I think, is what makes people change over and actually use this technology. So yeah, thank you. It's awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I very, very much agree. Again, both speaking to you guys a whole bunch about this awesome toy, as well as using it, right? Actually, as an entrepreneur, again, this is such an incredible tool. Like, really, I'm astonished by it, and very, very well done. Seriously, this is quite a monumental achievement, I think. And it's still in a cardboard box or in an ugly.
Well, there's a metal one again, but it's by the track.
Yes, but you know what I'm saying is there's still so much potential.
Yes.
It's already so fucking good,
Yeah.
but it could be like 100 times better still. And this is like, ooh, wow.
Good is very good for development, like Digital. It's very easy. You don't need
No,
to have-
like, it works.
everyone can cut it and can
Yeah, no, like that, like that's the thing. It
That's
works even
simple tools and time.
precisely, and there's so many more nuances that can be improved upon further. I'm super excited what you're going to continue to build, because version 1 in the cardboard box was nice. Version 1 was great. Then the metal box,
And
even
the baby.
better, and now we have the baby.
Yeah.
So it's crazy what you're tinkering on. Thank you very much. It's nice to use this stuff as well. So I'm super excited how you continue building in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you, Max.
Where can the peers reach you?
Bleskomat.com.
Yeah.
Watch that space. There's also, if you want to hack on the kit, there's a hardware-related software requirements. It's open source. You can find that on GitHub github.com/samotari/Bleskomat.
Yeah. We also have the Twitter account, Bleskomat, where we publish some things when we are doing when we are going to some events.
Fantastic. Well, one final question. Why Bleskomat? Where does that word come from?
It's, yes, it's the Blesk is the word for lightning in Czech. Lightning. So, and the combination with Blesk and Omat, Bleskomat.
Yeah.
Which is something like automatic, which is what
Automatic lightning.
automatic lightning. So
Yes.
it sounds good. In
A
many
automatic
languages.
machine gun for lightning onboarding.
I
That's
think
what it
sounds-
is.
Even if they don't know the meaning, but yes, actually it has a meaning.
Yes. No, great brand. Well done. So, Piers, thank you very much for joining
right.
this specific segment. I think it was quite a great fun show. Bleskomat is awesome. Check it out. I can very much recommend it, actually. So thanks for joining.
Thank
And
you.
see you guys
Thank
later.
you. And thank you, everybody.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Yep.
Cheers, guys.
So, Max dropped. I see that Janine is already in here. Hello.
Hey.
Yes, audio microphone coming through. That is fantastic. Janine has the next slot at 1300. Is that correct? Let me double check that on my schedule. Yes. Janine is talking right now with
Okay.
Jacob Applebaum. That will be an incredibly interesting conversation. Jake is not yet here. So maybe Janine, in the meantime, could you please give a quick introduction to you personally, as well then specifically your involvement with Julian Assange's case and the reporting that you've done so far, which just as a preface, Janine is really the one person, the one journalist that I've learned so much about Julian's case, specifically in all the reports that you do on Blog Digest as well as your blog posts. It's really such a valuable, such a well-researched and well-articulated source of information. And this is why I'm so excited to have you on here covering that specific case speaking with Jake Applebaum about it further. So please, Janine, take it from here for your introduction.
Yeah, thank you. This has definitely been a very interesting process and getting this organized at the last minute. But yeah, that's actually something that I kind of think should be discussed during the session, which is that I am kind of surprised that I'm one of the few people that kind of others in the space look to on this topic, because you know, I was not expecting to be in that position. This is just something that I've cared about for a really long time. And just for a background for anyone who doesn't know me, I am an investigative journalist and a researcher, and I focus on privacy enhancing technology and strategies. I actually like to use the word informational self-determination lately instead of privacy, because I think it's more illustrative of what I think privacy is and why it's valuable, which is not necessarily to hide things from the world or be secretive, but rather to just have control over your information and know who it's being disclosed to and being able to make that decision as much as possible for yourself. So in terms of my involvement, I've just really been inspired by the work of WikiLeaks for a number of years. And so I've followed the case, and especially in the last month, the trial has been particularly interesting. So that is why I'm here today, because I feel like there aren't actually that many people in the Bitcoin space talking about it. And so if I can help with that, I'm happy to do that.
Yes, that's awesome. And again, Janine, thank you so much. That really is such a high quality journalism that you do, and specifically in this case, more needed than ever. So absolutely, very, very important. Just to confirm, I think that Jake Applebaum just joined the call. Is that you, as fellow Jitzer?
It is. Hello.
Fantastic. Well, hello, Jake. Thank you very much for joining us. So I'm super excited about your conversation. Unfortunately, I cannot be part of it as I have other activities here in Meatspace at HCPP. So I will drop off, but I will for sure watch the recording of this one. So please, Janine, take it from here. I'm very much looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thanks, Max. Yeah, so I'm happy to give an introduction, or if you would like to introduce yourself. I'm sure most people in the audience probably don't need an introduction, but I feel like it's part of the process.
Feel free. Yeah, I'll just turn off my camera while you do it so no one can see me blush.
All right. Well, for anyone who doesn't know, this is Jacob Applebaum. He's also an independent investigative journalist. He's had bylines at Der Spiegel, NDR, and other publications. He's also a security researcher currently working on a PhD focused on post-quantum cryptography. And last but not least, he, what is particularly illustrative of why he would want to be here today to talk about this is that he's the co-author / co-contributor to Cypherpunk's Freedom in the Future of the Internet with WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange. And so this session will basically be an extensive discussion about that, because if anyone hasn't heard, basically 4 weeks of the extradition proceedings just concluded in the last week. So it's on top of a lot of people's minds.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, so the overall theme, as Max put it when we were arranging this, is how the digital totality is trying to crush Julian Assange. And that sounds quite morbid, but I think it accurately reflects what's been going on lately. And so as background for that discussion, just before we start, for anyone who's not familiar with the case and needs an update, in the last year, or last year on April 11th, he was taken by force from the Ecuadorian embassy in London, despite receiving political asylum there in 2012. Under the extradition request and grand jury indictment from the United States, he's currently being held in Belmarsh maximum security prison. And in the last month between September 7th and October October 1st, journalists, human rights advocates, and members of parliament and the public have basically been struggling to watch these extradition proceedings at the Old Bailey Court, whether in person or remotely. And as of the latest superseding indictment, he faces 18 counts together under the Espionage Act and Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, including conspiracy to obtain and disclose national defense information without authorization and conspiracy to commit computer intrusion with regards to his role as the editor-in-chief of WikiLeaks. And that relates to specifically the disclosures of the State Department cables, the Iraq rules of engagement, and the Guantanamo Bay detainee assessment briefs that were received from whistleblower Chelsea Manning. And if given the maximum sentence for all counts, he would face up to 175 years in prison if he gets extradited. And so basically the last main 4 weeks of the extradition proceedings concluded as of Thursday. And so I thought, first of all, it'd be useful to go over some of the highlights that both of us saw during that period, and essentially break down what occurred, what has been argued in court and in the media, and just the general significance of the case as a whole to journalists, and as Noam Chomsky put it, anyone who seeks to expose power to sunlight and treasures the values of freedom and democracy. So before we go into the details of what was actually debated in court, I thought we should give a general impression of the British judicial process and the role that various, I would call them digital totalitarian systems, have played in that process. If you would like to start.
Sure. I mean, they say when there are children, they say that there are, no Muslim children, no Christian children, no Jewish children, only the children of Christians, Muslims, and Jews. And I myself come from a Jewish atheist background. And so as a result, a child of a Jewish atheist, and now I'm an atheist myself. I would say that you could make a similar analogy to law. I come from a country that has some very fantastic civil rights, at least in theory, although in practice it doesn't always bear out. So when I started to watch the British court proceedings on a daily basis, I kept thinking, but what about this liberty? And what about that liberty? And it became immediately obvious to me that the reason that I was saying this is actually part of the reason that Americans shot the British in the first place and started America. And that sounds a little bit stark, but just everything about the entire system makes my skin crawl, and it is deeply uncomfortable. And then maybe it's because I had to say the Pledge of Allegiance every day while I was growing up in America or something like this, but just so many factors seem prejudicial. They seem just unbelievably unfair towards the accused, really intensely biased. For example, the mere fact that Julian is stuck in the dock, the entire dock system, where he is either in a cage or in a glass box during all of the proceedings, he's not allowed to speak. If he wants to communicate with his lawyers, I mean, the idea that their judicial system allows this, not only allows it, but essentially requires it. And then the judge can, in some cases, undo that. I mean, whew. It's really enough to help you understand how robber baron capitalists that started America could be the good guys. And it's I don't really have a good legal analysis because I don't come from a legal background. I come from a tradition of trying to understand the world through technology and through science. And while I've spent plenty of time around lawyers, I would say that the British legal system is just the most bizarre an uncomfortable thing to witness in so many ways. And I can only imagine what it must be like to be in Julian's shoes. I've previously been with Julian in court in the United Kingdom, where he was allowed to sit with his lawyers and wasn't required to be in a glass box or in a cage. That courtroom in particular struck me just how, in a sense, the British courts could have some medieval aspects to them, because I'm pretty sure that court was built during medieval times. It in fact had an iron cage in the corner, and I was never really sure if it was ornamental or if that was part of the actual functioning dock system in that court. there are some other aspects to the British legal system which both perplex and confound me, and we can get into those details a little bit later. But what I would say is not that it isn't a legal system, or that this is like going on trial in a place where there is no legal process or any rule of law, but it certainly is a stark contrast. For example, the right against self-incrimination is a very, I would say, fundamental right. And I think part of the reason that I found this entire process to be so strange was that I felt like there were times where people should maybe answer questions by saying that they have a right against self-incrimination, where the thing that they would say wouldn't actually be self-incriminating in almost any context, except in the context where there's this radical political theory that merely receiving classified information is essentially a felony. I mean, by that logic, if you read a classified document in the New York Times as a strict liability crime, my understanding is this interpretation would mean you are a felon. So if you read WikiLeaks leaks, you would really probably want to invoke your Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination for many questions that the prosecutor might ask, but that would not be available to you. So, I mean, it's yeah, it makes my skin crawl. With all due respect to people that work in the British justice system, I just, it is alien and foreign in a way to me that I'm sure locals would consider to be superior in a smug way with some posh British accent. But I had the feeling from the very beginning that even a citizen of the Commonwealth, such as Julian, I had the feeling that the idea that he could receive a fair trial here, it seems not credible on its face. And I hope that I'm wrong, very seriously hope that I'm wrong, because the situation that he faces is so dire. But the next 4 weeks seem to reinforce every concern that I had from the very beginning. Of course, it was formed by watching Julian in court in the first place. It wasn't just by having seen some things at a distance. It was by actually sitting in the court and watching these pompous assholes with wigs on bark orders at people and control the court in a way that is, it's viscerally uncomfortable. I suppose that this sounds very harsh and against the United Kingdom's traditions. And I guess that's actually what I mean to say, is that I find it disgusting. Yeah.
Yeah, we, from what I've seen, a number of the witnesses who've testified over the 4 weeks, we've heard from journalists, we've heard from former prison wardens, we heard from also attorneys. One of them, I think he said he had 47 years or so of experience working as an attorney. And a lot of them were saying they didn't believe he would face or he would get a fair trial in the US. And I think one of the reasons that kind of illustrates why that would be the case is I was looking up, I was referring back to Hannah Arendt, because she wrote a lot about political refugee status and how refugees were treated in the past and why it's such a difficult situation. And I thought something she said really encapsulated how screwed up this entire process is, where she said, the calamity of the rightless is not that they are deprived of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, or of equality before the law and freedom of opinion, which were formulas designed to solve problems within given communities, but that they no longer belong to any community whatsoever. Their plight is not that they are not equal before the law, but that no law exists for them. Not that they are oppressed, but that no one wants to even oppress them. And I felt that that was particularly apt, because I feel like that is the exact situation he's in, given that Australia, the country where he's actually a citizen in, is not doing very much, as far as I can tell, to protect him. And even if they were, the UK does not seem to give much attention to even international working groups making determinations about how he's being treated, arbitrarily detained, as the UN found. So, yeah, definitely does not seem to be working out for that reason. And he obviously is entitled, as one of the witnesses pointed out, to political refugee status. I think it was Paul Rogers, that he argued that, he was accepted by the Ecuadorian government as a political refugee for his political opinions. And he made a number of arguments about why that was the case, based on political views, based on the political nature of the case. And one of the things that I don't think has really been brought up too much is that the Queen of England was actually sent a letter asking what her position was on the case, and her response was that she could not involve herself because she must remain non-political. And so by that admission, that means the case must be political. So I've found that very interesting in terms of, I don't know whether that would have any influence on the decision, but I feel like there are so many factors pointing to this case being political in nature that should invalidate the request.
I mean, it goes without saying that I agree with you totally. I find Hannah Arendt to be an elegant and beautiful observer and author, and I would recommend that people read her series on the origin of totalitarianism. I tend to think that she gets a bad rap with certain members of certain communities, but I think actually she's a very fair and even-handed intellectual, and the world is poorer without her. In general, I would say that the fact that the United Nations Working Group on Arbitrary Detention and Torture has found that Julian Assange has had his rights violated by both Sweden and the United Kingdom, and that he should be released immediately and is subject to compensation. To me, this is important precisely because he is a person who is so hated right now by the British establishment and by the American establishment. Not everyone. For example, I think Tulsi Gabbard is not a hater of Julian, but even soon to be one of the two soon to be US presidents, who knows which one will win. Either way, we lose, I think is the phrase. Both of them have said prejudicial things about Julian. In the case of Biden, he called him a high-tech terrorist. And, in my definition of terrorism, I would say that you normally would need, say, violence in order to be a terrorist. Or if you really want to make a very, very wide definition, I find it hard to believe that releasing things that are true, along with analysis, along with partnerships with different kinds of media groups, it's obviously the case that if it's disturbing the political order, it is exactly the intended principles of the founding father that are doing the disturbing. It isn't terrorism. So for the British to, for example, participate in the UN proceedings, which was an adversarial proceeding, and they lost twice. That means the British sent people. They considered the forum to be a valid forum. This was not some made up people's court in the middle of a field somewhere. This was the United Nations. This is the British government sending their best people, and they lost. They had their asses handed to them. And in my opinion, the fact that the British would look to this UN body when it is violating the rights of someone in Overtharistan or in an Asian country, they would look to that court to make their position supporting that person valid. The idea that when Julian has won in the same court and that it isn't valid and it isn't regarded by the courts is a travesty. And the fact that the political leaders of the United Kingdom have similarly dismissed this by even certifying the extradition request in the first place is completely and absolutely absurd. I mean, it's extremely frustrating and very sad. And it's basically the reason that political asylum exists is for someone like Julian. He's really in a position where no reasonable person thinks he's going to live a long and happy life as a free person. That means that we have to have a structural solution to his problem. And that problem is supposed to be solved by the principle of non-refoulement. That means that once Ecuador had granted him asylum, it is not allowed under the principle of non-refoulement to hand him over to suffer for the things he's been granted political asylum for. And the thing he was granted political asylum for is, in fact, being sent to the United States. That is why Ecuador granted him political asylum. They recognized the totality of the investigation against Julian and against all of WikiLeaks, indeed. And they granted him asylum. I met the foreign minister of Ecuador in Ecuador We spoke extensively about this. I wrote a letter to the president of Ecuador before this happened and pleaded with them to not allow Julian to fall into the hands of the US government, who is not living up to their constitutional ideals. And the British court has simply dismissed all of these things. They've dismissed not only Julian's rights, but their obligations under international law. And in effect, one could simply say that they are showing the true nature of international law, which is to say that it is a fantasy, it is an imagination, it is a hope, it is an aspiration. But the British have always been interested in crushing the hopes and aspirations of people, from their days of empire to Julian Assange today.
Yeah, and speaking of constitutional ideals, one of the things that definitely came up a lot I saw during the proceedings was discussions, especially from journalism witnesses, about how the First Amendment impacts all of this and whether it can prevent it. And a large part of at least the superseding indictment, a large focus of it, as was highlighted in a HISA article about a week ago, is that they were kind of concerned that the US prosecution is criminalizing not only acts of journalism in terms of the interactions with Manning as a source and then the subsequent publication of the material, but also highlighting speeches and talks given even in Germany, not even on US soil. Specifically, they highlighted a talk at the Chaos Computer Club in December 2013, also Republica, May 2014, and a Rosa Luxemburg Foundation conference in June 2015. And I translated it to English, and basically it says that the mention of the three events between 2013 and 2015 is remarkable, not only because the net politics scene in Germany was monitored by US agencies, but that the superseding indictment indicates, above all, that the US justice system is apparently seeking to extend the criminal prosecution beyond Assange to other WikiLeaks staff, including people who simply gave talks. And Chelsea Manning, as a person who was requested to testify in the grand jury, has been resisting that and has successfully resisted it on the basis that grand juries are being abused to target political activists. And the use and misuse of grand juries was also something that U.S. Attorney Robert Boyle testified to in his statement during the last week. So it seems pretty clear that there's not only a political element to this case, but that what's being criminalized is not limited to just journalism. It's being expanded to acts of free speech that should be protected under the First Amendment.
Absolutely. I think you hit it perfectly. I think that's exactly correct. It is remarkable to me as well. I was floored. There's really no other way to put it. I saw that there was a new superseding indictment and a press release from the Department of Justice, and I downloaded it, and I read their summary press release. And their summary press release doesn't mention many details that are in the indictment. So an uncareful reader would simply believe that the indictment was about Julian, maybe something Julian had done wrong, and they tried to frame it as if it had nothing to do with journalism. Well, if you read the indictment, what you will find is that they criminalize the receipt of classified information, first of all. So the prosecution tries to argue that it has nothing to do with the collateral murder video. However, they criminalized the receipt of that video. They did not charge him specifically for publishing that video. They did charge him for other publications, but not for that video. And so as a talking point, the liars attempt very seriously to distract the public. And they suggest that it is the case that he's not being punished for journalism. But a fundamental requisite of working with confidential sources and then writing stories that include confidential information that is in the public interest is to first receive it. Their entire line of argumentation suggests that if I were to tell you a piece of classified information, you would be a criminal for hearing it. Personally, I have to tell you that, unrelated to my professional work as a journalist, just personally, this is so absurd on its face that if I didn't have any training as a journalist, I don't think I could swallow that pill. But I would not be able to do my job, and I would not have been able to publish, for example, about Chancellor Merkel's telephone being tapped by the NSA. When we published that story in Spiegel, I brought the story to Spiegel, and the people that I worked with, I had to tell them that this had happened. That would be a crime by their interpretation of the rules. And then it would be a separate crime for my colleagues to hear those words come from my lips. And then it would be a separate crime for us to then put that on the front cover. Well, when Obama apologized to Merkel, that was not his stance. That is, however, the Trump administration's stance. So even at the time, I avoided traveling to the United States for fear of them suppressing my journalism. It doesn't change the fact that the Trump administration has widened it such that simply not traveling to the United States, of which I am a citizen, of where I am not wanted in any way as a criminal of any kind, simply not traveling there is not good enough anymore. It's now the case that to any person anywhere in the world who is in some way involved in this, for example, they should happen to whisper some classified fact to a journalist, and the journalist should happen to whisper it to their colleague, and the colleague should happen to print it because it's the truth, all of those people would be at risk, not only of harassment, not only of accounts being seized, but potentially of, if they were a big enough pain in the ass, arrest and extradition to the United States, where the discussion might be about keeping them in the Colorado ADX Supermax, where the Unabomber is kept. I mean, as a side note, I think it's quite interesting that the people that are in the ADX, if you look at them, some of them are real examples of an injustice. The Unabomber himself is a product of MK Ultra. I didn't believe this until I spent a bit of time digging into it, and it's actually quite incredible how it is that the US creates their own terrorists. In this case, though, they have decided to define terrorism so widely that they're creating terrorists by criminalizing journalism. And in the case of the new indictment, it was personal for me, not only because of Julian, who I care deeply for, but because I read one part of the indictment after the other, noticing a pattern, which is that they were my talks, those 3 talks that you mentioned. I gave those talks, and I saw that I had a code name, and my code name was WikiLeaks Associate Number 3. And I thought, motherfuckers, I'm not even number 1? How offensive. It's not offensive enough, though, to be number 3, but on top of it, they're criminalizing speech, just overtly criminalizing speech. In fact, they say that the reason that they can tie together something from 10 years ago to today is because they consider that the speech is part of an ongoing criminal conspiracy. This is absurd on its face. The fact of the matter is, I believe, and I'll say it right here and right now, just as I said it in those 3 speeches, people have to join institutions that have power. They must reform those institutions from the inside. That does not mean that people should stop on the outside. But the best people, the people that are making the biggest differences in our history, are people like Chelsea Manning and Edward Snowden and Reality Winner and Daniel Ellsberg. And what they all have in common is that I suppose they all believed that they could do some good inside. And it turns out that they were right. It just wasn't the good that they first thought it would be when they joined those organizations. But it is exactly people inside of those organizations seeing something that is immoral, unethical, illegal. For example, the commission of war crimes in the case of Chelsea Manning, the commission of mass surveillance in the case of Edward Snowden. In the case of Reality Winner, it's incredible. Actually, it doesn't get more attention. But the fact of the matter is that what she revealed, well, I would say a highly contentious topic, is very relevant to the presidential election, revealing what the internal intelligence community thought about Russian interference. I'm not a Russiagator. I do, however, think the reason I'm not a Russiagator is seeing more information tends to lead me in a different direction than the rest of the pop culture. In other words, I'm the public. I was interested. It's important for informing me for the democracy. Same with Daniel Ellsberg. And in each of these cases, the government has demonized the people that have blown the whistle. In each of these cases, they have criminalized what has been done to inform myself and other people who have a right to know these things and who need to know these things in order to know how it is to vote and to participate in society. So when I saw that my speeches were not only criminalized, but that they were being used to further criminalize Julian. Well, if it's wrong to tell young people to join the CIA to blow the whistle on their next torture program, then arrest me for it. People should join the CIA so that they can blow the whistle on illegal behavior. But not just the CIA. They should join the National Security Council, the Council on Foreign Relations. They should join the NSA. They should join the Federal Marshal Service. The only way that this changes is people on the inside who have access to the internal documents, if they are able to tell the truth to the public. And they need to do it with the documents written by the fascists themselves carrying out the illegal activities, so that when those fascists say that it is a lie, the document can be revealed to show their own fucking signature on the document. That is what is necessary, so that people will not reasonably believe. And in some sense, I think that Americans have gone too far with this prosecution, and I'm not sure that it can be turned around. I hope it is possible to turn it around. But I worry that it is not possible. And at this point, what we can do now is to make sure that no American can say that they didn't know. That is maybe the next and most important task here. Hopefully, we can stop the extradition of Julian Assange. Hopefully, it can be possible that someone like Edward Snowden can tell his true intentions if he were to have a trial. Hopefully, these things can happen. But if it is not possible, if these people all suffer grave injustices without any redress, then at least let us make sure that no American anywhere can say that they did not know. And hopefully we can hold those people accountable. I hope, for example, that the European governments who have done this in the past do it again, which is they should issue arrest warrants for the people that are involved, like the prosecutors did in Italy for CIA torture. It's a little still less radical than America to enforce its laws on other countries' soil without extending its rights to those people that it prosecutes.
Yeah, and just to transition to the kind of second half of the session, I thought that in lieu of Julian Assange not being able to speak for himself to this audience, let alone the wider world, and even more frustratingly to his own legal team, as you brought up, I thought we could go into kind of some of the topics, political, technical, philosophical, that he would have something to say about that fit within the theme of this year's Hackers Congress, which is digital totality. And I find it particularly apt, again, to open this part by quoting the back cover of Cypherpunks, which says the internet is a threat to human civilization. Pretty pretty stark contrast given the work that all of the people who contributed to this book do, and you know, the interests that they have in building technological systems and making them safe. And essentially one of the underlying theses of the book is, as it says right in the introduction, the world is not sliding but galloping into a new transnational dystopia. The internet, our greatest tool of emancipation, has been transformed into the most dangerous facilitator of totalitarianism that we have ever seen. And I recall that once in a separate interview that you similarly spoke about one of the biggest threats being this notion that there should be no privacy, which would in turn result in no dignity, no liberty, no freedom, living under a total state that would extend into our personal lives, our work, our communications. And you specifically argued that this notion about privacy was a much bigger threat actually than the technical components in terms of our ability to resist these systems. So have your views in particular changed on that regarding this apathetic notion being a bigger problem than technical abilities to counter it? And to the best of your knowledge, what would you think Julian would say on the subject today, given that this book is now 8 years old?
My God. I hadn't realized that it had been 8 years. It's almost a small child at this point. It should be learning to speak, and maybe quite well in several languages. My views have changed a little bit. I don't think that we are galloping there anymore. I think we have long since arrived. That's perhaps my first point. The question is, who feels its effects? And that has not spread around evenly yet. I think what Julian would say is perhaps encapsulated by a question that he asked me right before he was arrested. He said now that it was the case that the US government's soft money power had taken over largely the internet freedom world and bought up all of the activists. This was, of course, a little bit of a discussion between the two of us, so I don't want to represent that statement as only being his, but this was the context. And he said, so where have all of the free people gone? Where do the free thinkers go now? And what I told him as an answer, I think, was representative at the time and is still representative now. It's not the whole picture, but it's true, I think, to a degree that is worth, makes it worth mentioning, which is that I felt that most of those people went into distributed systems, and the distributed systems that they went into primarily were related to cryptocurrency. And I mean, if you look at it, you see, in fact, old cypherpunks like Adam Back at Blockstream, making it so that people are able to receive Bitcoin transactions and, in fact, messages with their new Blockstream satellite API. The idea that that's what he's building now, that really shows me where the cypherpunks that were willing to experiment and build things and help to increase human liberty and really actually not so obsessed with isms, that's where they went. They went into the crypto world, where crypto means cryptography and crypto as in cryptocurrency world. Now, there are plenty of people in those spaces that are absolutely not interested in the liberty of other people. For example, all of the people that are involved in financial surveillance, chain analysis, and so on. Those people are very obviously not interested in increasing human liberty, or they would ensure that they couldn't do their job, essentially. I suppose there are many opinions about this, but people who are directly working to create liberty for people are not so much interested in being on the side of the executioner. And I think that that is what Julian, felt as well. I mean, he's been pretty strongly an advocate for using cryptocurrency. And I mean, it's hard to really know if there are lots of other places like this in the world. And I think that it's an open question of how many other places are like this. But we discussed this, and the conclusion that at least that I reached is that I expect that people that are looking to explore the world or the universe or the internet, that those people are looking for ways to do that without making themselves beholden to someone else. And so people that are doing cryptographic implementations, people that are building cryptocurrencies, people that are building anonymity networks, they're all kind of in the same realm. But slowly but surely, several of them are, several of the major projects in that realm, and in general, those spaces are being swallowed up by either establishment, corporate profiteers, or governments. So, I mean, an interesting question might be, as a follow-up, what will happen when that space is snuffed out too? And that's basically the warning of cypherpunks, is that that's exactly the kind of thing that can happen, is that it can be snuffed out. It can be the case that people who were free to do certain things, for example, without mass surveillance, it just simply practically will not be the case anymore in the future. It's extremely concerning, especially with the rise of things like GPT-3, which Julian correctly many years ago, I think in a New York Times op-ed, pointed out that the era of human politics is coming to an end. I mean, imagine if you have some machine learning that's able to write political articles faster than real human beings and can write that more persuasively. Imagine that as part of a propaganda, information warfare propaganda tool. I mean, the tool itself is not wrong. I don't have a problem with it, but its effects are potentially disastrous. And if governments adopt these kinds of information warfare techniques, as it seems to be the case that they are doing, it really does starkly change the way that the world works and what is possible. And it's quite seriously concerning. And I worry that people who make compromises about, for example, financial privacy or about anonymity They are selling our future short, but it's happening so quickly that it isn't even our children's future. It's literally our future. And in some cases, it's our present. To give you an example, the criminalization of those speeches I mentioned, I understood that this was underway for a long time because I was asked to participate in the grand jury against Julian Assange. But I was asked informally because for the last 7.5 years, I've lived outside of the United States. I haven't visited embassies or consulates. And as a result, it's not possible, or it wasn't at the time with the grand jury, to obligate me by sending me a subpoena unless they could serve me on US soil. The FBI actually tried to bring me to to the US embassy to discuss, quote, safely returning home on neutral ground, end quote. I don't know if the audience is laughing right now, but you should be, because the idea that FBI agents asking you to go to a US embassy counts as neutral ground where it could possibly result in safely returning home seems eminently laughable to me. But that kind of situation where they're trying to force people to testify against a journalist or potentially against alleged sources and alleged co-journalists is just outrageous. And they've used every technological means that is possible to gather information on any activities or operations of any of the journalists working with in partnership with WikiLeaks, of all the people involved with WikiLeaks in any capacity, whether it's the people that are sweeping the floor to the people that are talking to sources or working on technological solutions. They've really pulled out all the stops. And they've done it to criminalize speech. And when they succeed with people like Julian Assange, and probably with people like myself, though I did not go to the grand jury and I would not go to the grand jury, it doesn't mean that they will not crush each and every one of us. But what I hope that people can see is that it is still worth resisting this totalitarian excess, even if we lose. It is worth making a principled stand. 7.5 years outside of the United States is not so bad. It's a perfectly fine thing to do. Freedom is not free, and part of that is that we have to struggle correctly for our liberties when we have fascists that are trying to put us in the ground. We have to resist that. I'm a big believer in nonviolent resistance, as I think is clear that Julian is as well, specifically because information gives us an incredible asymmetry. By simply telling the truth, it is possible to commit a revolutionary act.
Yeah, and you also brought up financial surveillance as one of the stops that many entities, especially the US government, have attempted to use against WikiLeaks. And I think a lot of people are familiar with the fact that, and they will appreciate in particular the technology of money and the role of monetary systems in political power, that this was illustrated quite prominently with the banking blockade that happened almost a decade ago now. In basically the absence of any justice process whatsoever, it's strongly suspected that the US government instead wielded its influence in the global financial system to cut off funding for WikiLeaks. And in my opinion, it seems like they were able to resist being crushed by that due to in large part, the existence of Bitcoin. And it was quite a controversy early on in the Bitcoin space that even Satoshi Nakamoto themselves made a statement saying that he, she, or they were worried that WikiLeaks starting to accept Bitcoin would actually bring on the full force of the US government against Bitcoin in its early stages. And part of my motivation for wanting to be involved in this discussion today is because as I explained in the beginning before you got here, I'm sadly in the position of being one of the few people in the Bitcoin space who actually does actively talk about WikiLeaks and the connection between needing censorship-resistant funding for journalism in order for it to survive. And I still think even today, despite Bitcoin being a lot bigger and a lot more popular and a lot more people using it, there's still this underlying fear for many people to talk about this. And I find that unfortunate because I think, if anything, the blockade and the response to it proved that we can survive past this. And there was even, related to this, part of what I think is important about the discussion is that one of the documents actually published by WikiLeaks was a U.S. Army Special Operations Field Manual called Unconventional Warfare. And it literally describes how the U.S. government wants to use various international financial organizations like the World Bank, IMF, Bank of International Settlements, which a lot of Bitcoin people are familiar with in terms of analyzing the problems with the financial system, as literally financial weapons of U.S. foreign policy. And they state that, like all other instruments of U.S. national power, the use and effects of financial weapons are interrelated and they must be coordinated carefully. So in my view, it perfectly fits within their modus operandi that they would use the financial system and their position in it, and the fact that they control large portions of it, to use that against journalists who are threatening their power. And related to that, last month, in the last month, we saw the release of the FinCEN files, which was a disclosure of suspicious activity reports to the ICIJ. And I noticed that the narrative being promoted around this release seems to be that governments and banks aren't surveilling our financial lives enough and that they need to do more. And there seems to be a disconnect between a lot of the people who work on stories like this. They aren't pro-surveillance, but yet at the same time, they tend to be pro-financial surveillance. And I think this is something, given that WikiLeaks and Julian Assange witnessed what happens when you not only have financial surveillance combined with actual, political and monetary influence in a system, how that can be abused to target journalists and whistleblowers on that basis.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes. Great conversation, guys, so far. Sorry for the technical interruption. I've been tuning in this conversation even while doing the workshop. You guys are phenomenal. This is such a valuable conversation. Thank you very much. But Janine, I think all technical issues are resolved. Rafa and I will take care of it on the back end. Please continue the conversation.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I think I just asked about what Julian's views might be on financial surveillance and kind of the narrative spinning that's happening with other releases that do not quite handle document disclosures the same way that
The thing
WikiLeaks
is,
has.
I'm not a big fan of ICIJ, not because their articles aren't interesting or I don't find some of the things they say to be compelling, but they are trying to answer the WikiLeaks model of scientific journalism, where you, not as a journalist, but as a human being, have access to raw documents where you can look to see if the journalist is trying to fool you. They don't do that. Like, for example, how many of these FinCEN files are files you can download? I think zero of them, right? Are there any? Has anyone seen a FinCEN file outside of the ICIJ people? This is like the Panama Papers, all these huge papers that tell the truth. And what they've tried to do is not release the papers, as far as I can tell. They put it in a newspaper, they put it on television, and this is good, but it's not enough. I mean, obviously and clearly, they need to actually reveal the documents, right? Because that's what allows someone else to do what has happened with WikiLeaks documents, which is to go to court without coordination with WikiLeaks, and then to have standing in court, and then to sue on the basis, for example, of this document or that document or some picture or some video. The evidence has to be in the hands of people that are not coordinated, or it will not be possible for a distributed set of people to be able to take people not only to court, but also to take it to a parliament, to take it to news shows, to be able to be the authority on the issue themselves by having the original source documents. And so it is no surprise to me whatsoever that ICIJ would then go on to promote financial surveillance. I mean, you say they're not into surveillance, except financial surveillance. And I know what you mean. You mean they don't seem to advocate for mass surveillance because obviously they want to protect their sources. So in this sense, it seems like they're not interested in surveillance. But, big data is just another way of saying surveillance. And financial surveillance is just another way of saying surveillance. That's what they're into. They're into surveillance. Nobody cares, I think, about what kind of surveillance people are into, with the exception of learning about surveillance exactly to dismantle it. It's one thing to buy a laser microphone to figure out if your white noise generators are blocking it. It's another thing to build laser microphones and advocate for building laser microphones and to make it so that people can't see the original laser microphones, and then to wring their hands about how laser microphones are being, I don't know, misused or something. Well, you know, supporting it. I mean, it's just like, it's so frustrating. I mean, the analogy falls apart a little bit there, but what I want to say is that they're into surveillance. And it's very frustrating to me. Yes, it is true that the North Korean government uses financial instruments that in theory they shouldn't be allowed to by the US and international community. It is true that that probably should not happen because basically everyone in the world can agree that North Korea sucks. I've been to North Korea. I had to write 3 forced confessions. It was not a pleasant experience. I don't plan on going back. I would highly recommend it to everyone though, because if you want to understand other people, go on a trip, especially with a bunch of Americans, to North Korea. The worst people on the trip aren't the North Koreans, okay? Nonetheless, even if everyone can agree about surveilling North Korea, what I want to say is the financial surveillance issue here is simply surveillance. So those people are pro-surveillance. The fact that they found a wedge issue everyone can basically agree upon is, it's still surveillance. I mean, I actually think that surveilling the North Koreans is maybe, it's clear that it's a moral action and it's clear it's in support of international law, but just as a matter of principle, I'm not going to advocate for the world to have financial surveillance just because I think that I don't care about North Korea being spied on. The fact of the matter is financial privacy is the core of liberty. Without financial independence, people can harass your employer. They can threaten your employer. They can make it so that you can't work by destroying your reputation. Financial liberty is the thing that allows you to be at liberty in the world, irrespective of other people who are doing things to try to stop you. So when ICIJ is essentially advocating for financial surveillance, let's just call it what it is. They are practicing scientific journalism. They don't publish entire documents. As far as I can tell, they don't even publish redacted documents. And then on top of that, they're advocating for surveillance. Let's compare them with WikiLeaks. WikiLeaks is helping to build distributed, decentralized anonymity technologies. WikiLeaks is promoting cryptographic technologies that help people to have financial independence and financial liberty. WikiLeaks is promoting the receipt of and distribution of secret, suppressed, sometimes classified, not only classified in the American sense, but classified in general as controlled information. And they're giving that information to you along with analysis and media partnerships, for example, films, books, magazines. The difference between ICIJ and WikiLeaks, I mean, it couldn't be starker. And so let's just call it what it is. I mean, not to be too confrontational about it, but I really think we should just call that pro-surveillance. And I think we should say that they should release their documents. And the fact that they're not, all of their reporting relies entirely on their credibility, which means in the event that someone does an ad hominem attack on these reporters, or someone in the institution puts some plagiarized text into an article or something, that will allow for discrediting of the articles. And the articles are the source of this. If the original source documents were there, it doesn't matter as much about discrediting the articles because the original documents tell the tale as written by the hand of the institutions themselves. So that is the most important thing. And ICIJ is not doing that. Instead, what they're doing is they're half revealing some content. We won't know what they've left out. And then they're promoting surveillance. I mean, I don't know about you, but I suppose it's better than some of the other reporting that's going on in the world on, I don't know, TMZ or something. But that's a far cry away from the radical and actually effective, measurable impact that WikiLeaks and groups that use scientific journalism that they have had on the world.
Yeah, and I think, unfortunately, the result of many of these differences in who is considered a journalist or not, who is considered authorized to release whatever information, there ends up being a lot of feuds between journalists themselves. And I think that that's been a huge part of this case as well, is journalists asking themselves, well, what is a journalist? And am I going to stand up for other journalists who may not be the kind of journalist I am, but nonetheless deserve the protection that I wish I would have if I had the opportunity to report on stories like they have. And so a lot of the witnesses in the last 4 weeks, the journalist witnesses, have testified to Julian's character. And one of them was investigative journalist Nikki Hager, who's the author of Other People's Wars. He's from New Zealand. And he made a statement arguing that classified information is essential to good war reporting, and that much of what the military does is overclassified as secret. And he actually used the Afghan and Iraq war log releases in his own work, and it wouldn't have been possible without Chelsea Manning and WikiLeaks. And another section of a statement also says the following: during my time with the WikiLeaks team studying and writing about the embassy cables, I spent quite a lot of time with Julian Assange. The person I got to know was very different from the image portrayed in the US media. I found him thoughtful, humorous, and energetic, not the difficult, awful person he is often portrayed as through the media. I see him as a principled person who has devoted himself to trying to make the world a better place in an era where there's declining freedom of information in most of the world. And then he continues later, I think Mr. Assange's vision was that the digital age might allow a new kind of whistleblower and leaking of information that could redress some of the growing imbalance between citizens and governments. And so kind of the final discussion point I wanted to have is in what ways can people in the audience who care about these issues and want to challenge this digital totality make it easier for whistleblowers and journalists like Daniel Ellsberg, Chelsea Manning, and others, basically to keep exposing sunlight, or keep exposing power to sunlight, as Noam Chomsky said.
One second, sorry, Jake, before you answer this, I would first, this was such a great conversation. Janine, stellar questions as expected, and Jake, really good answers. So well done on all accounts. But what I would like to offer you, because we have another 1 hour time slot where you guys could potentially continue this conversation. It doesn't have to be for the entire hour, but just to get a bit more deeper. Both Janine and Jake, what do you say? Do you have some time? Do you still have some topics to cover? Because I think this might be one of the most valuable and important topics to have.
Not to put you on the spot or anything, Janine, but can you do this for another hour?
I'm prepared. I think there's plenty to talk about.
I'm happy to keep talking. I mean, I just always think about how Cardinal Richelieu says that if you give him 6 lines written by the hand of the most honest of men, you'll find something by which to hang him. I can't help but think about that in the context of having videos that are 2 hours long expanding about these topics. So, you know, what do they say? Fuck it, we're all going to die anyway. Let's go for it.
This is awesome. I'm really looking forward to it. So please continue it. I will continue listening, and this is so valuable. Jake, it's really good to hear you speak, and to provide you here with this audience again. Super important. So Janine,
is it possible that we will actually get to hear from people that are physically in the audience there? I mean, I couldn't travel to the Czech Republic on such short notice. I only learned about the desire to have this talk in the last 48 hours. And I would have gladly come. It's nice to know that there's a conference where I'm not banned. And I appreciate very much that this seems to be the kind of conference that isn't in favor of censorship and banning of people. So, I mean, I kind of wonder about the people that are in the audience and what they have to say about what we've been talking about. Of course, I'd like to answer Janine's question first, but if then we have a gap where we can have some people talking to both of us, I think Janine is one of the most knowledgeable people on this topic. And I actually kind of want to hear more about what she has to say than what I have to say. I have my thoughts in my head all day long. And I suspect that she has really wonderful insights and thoughts about the trial, for example. And basically every topic we've expanded on from a couple of small questions, I think I want to know what you think, Janine, and also what the audience thinks.
Yes, very good points. Rafi, if you could maybe check in the YouTube video if there's any questions coming through here, and I will walk around the studio I already have, and we'll bring people on to talk about this in the future. So let's see if we can get a good Q&A session going. But as of now, Janine, please take it from here, and we will send you user questions or viewer questions soon.
Great.
Awesome. Yeah. So summarize my very long last question about feuds between journalists and what journalism is, and the character assassinations that have been going on, and in terms of his vision to, or as far as Nikki Hager said, his vision to possibly usher in a new kind of whistleblower, or to help whistleblowers be able to expose power to sunlight in ways that they haven't been able to before. Something also related to this that Daniel Ellsberg said in his testimony is, well, from a legal standpoint, we've already talked about the Espionage Act already, and how the letter of the law is extremely broad, as Carrie Shankman, one of the attorneys, testified about this. The Espionage Act is very broad. And so from a legal standpoint, now that it's become clear that the US government is willing to use the letter of that law, unprecedented, as many people testified, in terms of prosecuting journalists especially, but in general also whistleblowers. Daniel Ellsberg's case was dropped with the Pentagon Papers. So yes, that was also a very long summary of the question that I asked.
Well, I think Nikki Hagar is an incredible journalist, and I think that we should listen to what Nikki Hagar has to say on the matter. I can speak to my own experiences and to my own observations. And one thing I'd like to do is point out that Julian comes from a culture that is not my own. And I think this is often overlooked by everyone. In fact, even Nikki Hagar sort of overlooked it. A lot of the things that people hate about Julian, they would hate about every Australian white man raised in Australia during that time. They're called cultural differences. There are cultural values that are different. And people are trying to pin every single thing about Julian onto Julian as if he doesn't come from anywhere. And this is maybe one of the most bizarre things. So it's true that he doesn't have a lot of experience in dealing with some of the things people in Western Europe and the United States have. The way that, for example, my grandparents would talk about the gays. You know, they just didn't have any experience with gay people, so they talked about it somewhat awkwardly. They weren't homophobic, but that doesn't change the fact that they sure sounded homophobic to anyone that didn't know that their unfamiliarity with how to speak about people who are homosexual or gay or queer, they simply just did not know how to do that. And so it's easy on its face to imagine that Julian, in his iconoclastic nature, is simply in everything making conscious decisions. And it's easy to imagine that if he has some regressive ideal by comparison to, say, my Western Californian American standpoint, it's easy to crucify him as if the same cultural discussions have been happening in Australia when he was growing up that people are having today in California. And I think that, you know, that's a part of what Nikki Hagar was speaking about without explicitly saying it. And then he was also speaking about how there are people who are essentially paid pundits to just talk about the 5 minutes they rub with Julian's elbow, right? And they talk about his character without ever balancing it. That is, they don't speak about their whole experience. They don't speak about times that Julian made insightful comments that empowered them, or that were thoughtful, or that stopped them from making a critical error, or taught them about rhetoric, or explained to them about where a period goes in a domain name in order to ensure that a lookup doesn't happen to the authoritative source, or that it does. I mean, these are simple examples, but that is to say that people are choosing often to focus on the negative over the positive. And at some point, this becomes, let's say, a kind of roaring conversation, which seems like it's many people saying lots of bad things and that there are only bad things to be said. But it simply isn't true. Julian is a very thoughtful and caring person. He's a person who, in my opinion, is sometimes difficult if arguing with him, in that he cut his teeth arguing with people on the internet, for example, on the cypherpunks list. This is some of the coldest, most unfriendly debate culture one can imagine. For example, some of the early cypherpunks, like Tim, for example, Tim May, he used to use racist language constantly just to get people upset so that they would be thrown off their game. In other words, his rhetorical techniques were forged in one of the most hostile debate environments that I've ever heard about, or that I've ever seen, and certainly that I've ever participated in. I gave Tim May a lot of shit about being a racist because I felt like it wasn't only rhetorical. He talked about Black people and Jewish people in extremely disparaging terms. And in my mind, it didn't stop me from arguing with him about other matters, but I just thought it was a schmucky thing to do. It's a weak rhetorical tactic. So Julian evolved from that, and he has much better rhetorical tactics. And so it can be extremely frustrating to have a heated discussion, and it's even more frustrating when you're wrong. That's maybe the worst part. And a lot of people are still licking their wounds from arguing with Julian about things where he proved them wrong. People who argued that documents shouldn't be released in full, or that there would be measurable harm, and so on. As far as we can tell, those people are just eating their hat, their tasty, tasty hat, because they were just wrong. For example, in the case of this measurable harm, in Chelsea Manning's court-martial trial, what we learned was, in fact, that the government could prove no harm. That doesn't mean that nobody was unhappy. It doesn't mean no one was inconvenienced. But on balance, with all of the court cases and legal changes and things that have happened as a result of those releases, on balance, it's clear that it was better than it was worse. That doesn't mean that people aren't unhappy, and it doesn't mean that, for example, spies and militaries aren't disproportionately politically held to account. Of course they are. That's the whole point, right? So I want to say that makes people very mad. And there's also a difference, which is that in some cases, journalists, for example, like Bill Keller at the New York Times, they were all too comfortable to call the White House or involve the intelligence services in what publications that they wanted to put out and how they would be framed. If you watch the documentary film Media Stand by Johannes Wallström, you'll actually see Bill Keller himself speak about this. Until I saw this film, I could not believe it to be true myself, but it fundamentally changed my entire view. Alan Rusbridger from The Guardian is also in this film, and it's a beautiful film. And it really shows this quite well, which is there's an old boys network, and they're trying to hold on not only to power, but also to the press, and also to their sense of respectability, but also, as Daniel Ellsberg notes in the case, to their official sources. And that's what they want. They'd rather, as Daniel Ellsberg pointed out in the trial, they'd rather be lied to by official sources than not spoken to by those official sources. And so Julian was not so interested in that. Of course, he communicated with government officials when commenting, or, for example, as famously shown when he called about the cables to the State Department to try to speak to Hillary Clinton. That's quite a scene if you haven't seen that. I think that video clip is best seen in Risk, maybe. Not a particularly compelling film, but it is clear he made efforts to speak to them, but he also made efforts to not be subservient to them. And so there are people who are simply peddling access and trying very hard to have access and maintain that access at all costs, beyond any other ideology, beyond any other goal, certainly not just informing the public, but so that they can stay in power. And then there's Julian, who did not rely on official sources. He relied on idealism of people who were able to access documents and to publish them. In other words, he relied on people who were willing to take a moral action, and they were willing to do propaganda of the deed. That is, they were willing to leak documents that proved their claims to be true. And then he was willing to publish those things for maximum impact. And in my mind, that creates so many enemies. It's actually quite difficult to understand how many enemies. It brings all kinds of powerful people to the yard that otherwise would, frankly, probably not pay very much attention. And the reason is exactly because it impacts the way that the world is run. It impacts the way that people perceive events to have occurred. And so I think a person who does that is exceptionally courageous. And I think that they inspire courage in other people. You know, cowardice is also contagious. And many people, they spread their cowardice. Julian spread courage. Julian is willing not only to sit in the dock and face these charges, and he will continue to fight them, I'm sure. But he encouraged other people to take these risks. For example, to give you an idea of his character, when I understood that the grand jury wanted me to testify against Julian Assange, I called Julian and I told him, I have been told that if I do not testify against you, that they will come and extradite me from Europe, and I will probably die in an American prison or be locked up indefinitely, as Chelsea Manning at the time was. And I told him, I have not been home in many, many years, and I do not want to do this. And you would expect a selfish jerk to do something like telling me what to do in that situation, something that's in his best interest. But that's not what he did. He made a moral appeal, not to me, but to the standard that we should all set. He said, the Tor project has taken away your reputation and name, and they have tried to say that you have no right to speak in public anymore, that you have no moral standing, that you are nobody, that you are nothing. And now the Department of Justice has given you a chance to show the world who you really are. So it's up to you to decide what choice that you want to make. And it's up to you to decide what you want to live with and what you can't live with. And I said, well, so are you saying I should or shouldn't do something? As if I were the most dense person in the room, just to make perfectly clear. And he said that I should think carefully about it, that I should not just do something rashly, and that I should really consider the long-term consequences of it. And I sat there and I pondered and I thought about it, and I told him, I see other people that have taken these immunity deals, and I understand why they've taken these deals. But their life is not my life, and that's not what I want. And it is true that they may come for me, but if they could come for me now, wouldn't they? So I shouldn't let the fear of them potentially doing something else to me later influence me. And so I very clearly told him what I told lawyers to tell the Department of Justice, which is I'm happy to die on foreign soil. I will never testify in the grand jury against Julian Assange. And I will die on foreign soil before I let them get their fucking Nazi hands on me. And I feel that to this day. And I'm pretty sure that Julian is right. This is the choice that I get to make, where I get to decide what is important to me. And that's the kind of person Julian is. He's the kind of person that trains you to think about it, to think about the consequences of it, to think through what it might be, what it might mean, and what kind of example it might set. That is, he's deeply thoughtful, he's passionate, he's caring. Of course, he can be a silly person. He can make jokes. He can be lighthearted. He can say things that are impolitic or awkward, as I mentioned my grandparents have done in the past. Everyone can do that. But it takes a special kind of asshole to make that the whole story of Julian. And I think that it is important to consider that. That is not the whole story of Julian. We all have little flaws. We all have things that are different than other people. Highlighting those differences, that's not what we should do with Julian. We should highlight where we're the same. And where we're the same, and where I feel deeply inspired by Julian, is that he gave me the choice. He said that when I was facing an opportunity to save myself at the cost of killing him, he said to me that I should make that choice myself, because that will reflect on the kind of person that I want to be. And so I made that choice. And the US government made it clear that if they didn't come for me the easy way, that they would come for me the hard way. And I told them that that's the way that it's going to be. And I made perfectly clear that that is something that I accept, that they may come for me the hard way. And so when the second superseding indictment came down, then it was the case that I saw my name in it through this code name. And, you know, Julian and I, in speaking about this, he said something to me once. Actually, it was right around the time that I was accused falsely, I might add, by some incredibly unstable people who I deeply, deeply, deeply pity. He said, I am your friend, no matter what happens, no matter what you've done. My duty to you as your friend is to be there for you and to help you through those things. And I think that this speaks so highly of his character. He didn't care about the political consternation of other people of being my friend. He cared to know that friendship has a sentiment of duty and loyalty But part of that might be to help your friends if they've gone wrong. But most of all, it is to ascertain this and to work through it with them. Not everyone is such a good friend. Not everyone would say that, to give other people the choice when it is someone else's life. But I think that that is what Julian does. And this is an eminently respectable thing about him. And now I see him in the dock in the United Kingdom facing what I feel is a death penalty. You know, the Trump administration has made it perfectly clear that they want life in prison for people involved with WikiLeaks. And apparently I'm number 3 in that list. And they've made it clear that they actually believe we should all die by lethal injection. So it's not merely life in prison. It's death by prison or death by lethal injection that they want. And Julian is standing tall against the man in that situation. And Julian has encouraged other people to stand against this in whatever way they can, and in specific, when it is possible for us to make the decisions that we want to live with for the world that we want to create. And I can't think of people who, when pressed, when they're under so much pressure, they still hold on to their ideals. I mean, it has a huge cost on him, on his mental health and his well-being, as we heard in court. But I can't think of someone who I hold in higher esteem who has been tested on their values. And that is hugely inspiring to me. And it's the reason why I would not willingly give a single inch, which is to say an imperialist unit of measurement. Don't do it. Just don't give a single inch. If threatened, where people will put you in jail, think of creative solutions to these problems. For example, I picked up a suitcase, I left the United States, and I never came back. It wasn't a plan, but it was clear that that's what should happen, because anything else would be to submit to an injustice where I personally had the choice to participate in that injustice, and I refused. And that is the example that I see in Julian in every single interaction that I have had with him in my entire life.
Yeah, it's definitely clear to me after not only his case, but a number of other cases, the toll that these systems take, the surveillance that is applied to people, the targeting with actual human beings that is applied to them in order to coerce them or just in general make them feel unwelcome in the world. That takes a toll on a person even before they get to the point of having to deal with any justice process before they're sentenced and then taken to prison. And the prison conditions was definitely a big point of discussion during the last 4 weeks. Particularly, well, an interesting note is that one of the witnesses that testified for the prosecution, it turns out he for the most part accepted the diagnoses that the defense witnesses were giving regarding his conditions and how severe they were, but he did say that they were mild and that they could be managed by prison mental health services. And we've since found out in the last few days that that witness, Blackwood, actually has connections to the UK military and intelligence services. I think it was the Ministry of Defense or something, but that is quite interesting because the prosecution's kind of strategy for initially I believe the main prosecutor said something to the effect of that he was not going to challenge the credibility of the medical witnesses, and then he did. And they also tried to challenge whether a lot of the witnesses understood U.S. prison conditions, and it was very strange to hear that that while at the same time they were arguing that U.S. prison conditions were sufficient to not be oppressive in the way that the defense is arguing, because as under the extradition agreement, it would not be correct for the UK to extradite him to a country where he would face I can't remember the exact language, but that it would be oppressive, and especially if he was at risk of the death penalty. And while at the same time, they were promoting a number of myths about mental health and the impact that that can have on a person and how severe it is, particularly in him. And I found that pretty disturbing, because if the main perspective of the US government on mental health issues that are not clear cut, but relatively well researched, and not something that is rare, how can they expect us to believe that they will adequately care for a person who they not only clearly despise and have political opposition to, but don't seem to understand just from a general mental health basis?
Yes. That's exactly. I mean, I totally find it horrifying. I mean, the way that they try to minimize and just misstate things which are so serious. I mean, I can tell you that despite the fact that Julian is an Australian and a very strong-headed Australian man at that, you know, I've seen this wear him down. I see the mental health effects on his face. And when we would speak on the phone, we would regularly speak on the crypto phone until his arrest. And, you know, he would call me and tell me that he was living in the Truman Show, where he would describe all of the cameras around and how he has to use a white noise generator or prop up a tent in the middle of a room so that they can't see inside of the tent. I mean, this assumes, of course, that they weren't using a thermal camera, but nonetheless, you do what you can. And this took a huge toll on his mental health. And it takes a huge toll on everyone's mental health. The fact of the matter is, if I tell someone about this situation and I don't do it very carefully, they basically think that I'm a crazy person. Now, I may very well be a crazy person, but it's not because I'm telling about this particular case and all of the things around it. When I pull out copies of Der Spiegel, which have cover articles that I've written, then they start to have a kind of, you know, moment where they realize, holy shit, he's not crazy. So if it wasn't the case that we'd been able to do very impactful journalism about this, it would very literally shape the way that people think about us as individuals, to the point of us being not believable, because some of these things and some of these experiences are so divergent from what many people experience in their day-to-day life. And that's because when doing investigative journalism on topics that are hidden, it takes great effort to reveal those things. Just to keep the world in the same space that it already is takes a huge amount of effort. But to actually push it in the direction of liberty is yet another amount of effort, and it is much, much larger.
Yeah, and I also think that what was particularly interesting is that I've been following the UC Global investigation in Spain, and there's been ongoing stories about that from El País and other outlets about that and how extensive it was. There's been video footage that's been leaked to the media showing him in the embassy when he was not expecting to be filmed. And I feel like up until the last week, when I believe 2 witnesses who have familiarity with UC Global testified, there seemed to be this kind of denial in the media that that was even real, that even though there was an ongoing investigation and a court case in Spain, it was almost like they didn't believe it until it was entered into the UK court record that this is what the witnesses experienced and in fact participated in, according to their statements. And I feel like that's part of a general denial. Even when Cypherpunks was originally published, I believe Der Spiegel actually even wrote a review where it described you and your co-contributors as tinfoil hat people in the German language. And then the Snowden leaks happened less than a year later. And so I find it kind of extraordinary that despite all of these instances where the digital totality is revealed, people still seem to not believe it's as bad as they think. And I think it's part of that denial is just because so many people, they're not in a position themselves to either be targeted or feel the harmful consequences of these systems, but they're also not going take risks to put themselves on the line to protect others who are being targeted under it. So I feel like there's just this general denial that either the system exists or that it's harmful.
I remember when that book review came out and mocked us as being tinfoil hat wearing paranoids. And I feel that it is a classic Cassandra syndrome feeling to say, aha, I was right. Oh. So it's unfortunate. It's uncomfortable. And it's not that people don't find themselves to be targeted or something like that, I think. It's actually that people can perfectly well imagine that in certain circumstances. They imagine the only way they would be targeted is if they had done something very seriously wrong to make them deserving of it, or to do something that they ask for it. And then whenever someone has trouble, they see and they say, aha, you see, it's because he did this thing. This is actually very similar to what I experienced when I was on that trip in North Korea. Someone would get caught doing something. For example, taking a picture of the great leader's poster on the wall, but they would try to make it an arty Instagram photo by taking a picture of a rain puddle, and the poster would be in the reflection. Then everyone would take a similar photo. And I noticed something about that trip, and not to make myself holier than thou here, but what happened was that someone would get busted invariably. For example, the tour guide, who was obviously a North Korean intelligence operative, would say, you're not allowed to take that photo. And people on the trip, as a matter of protecting themselves, would say to the person caught, yeah, come on, you know you weren't supposed to do that, obviously. And so this kind of ex post facto reasoning of consequences alone is very low on Kohlberg stages of moral development. And I think that there's a lot of that going on. So when people say things like mass surveillance aren't real, and they did in 2012, I simply asked the question, oh, really? And so how is it that these things work? And usually those people don't have an answer. And so when presented with a theory, it's much easier to say, okay, well, I believe it works by saying, these are the places where the mass surveillance is taking place in the United States. For example, Laura Poitras and I had a show at the Whitney, which was a one evening show. And we had talks with Bill Binney, and we had other people that were there doing art performances. It was all part of preparation for what was later going to be her retrospective at the Whitney. And what we, I would say, were able to kind of show throughout the discussion was what was happening contemporaneously in America. And one thing that happened there was that addresses were passed out. And they were domestic interception points that in this period of time, I had knowledge that they were NSA intercept points. So this is before Snowden, right? Just to make it clear. There are pictures of this on the internet. You go and look up those addresses, and it turns out that they are, in fact, NSA interception points as confirmed by Snowden. It's funny, no one has ever asked me really in detail about those documents, but I was trying to show that it was happening. There were people from the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times in the audience, and they simply did not believe it to be credible. They didn't listen to what Bill Binney and I had to say as if it were anything more than a fantastical art show, essentially. It was a legitimate and very important political talk, but they dismissed it. And I don't blame them really for that. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. But rather what I want to say is that we had some of that evidence, and they were unwilling to look at the evidence, including the testimony of a former NSA signals intelligence professional. So why is that? I think it's fundamentally human nature to say that they don't want it to be so. And I can't be mad at them for that. But it is clear that we sounded the alarm for a long time. The alarm has long rung. It is clear what has happened, and it is clear what is happening. The question is not whether or not we will arrive in such a totalitarian place, but how that totalitarianism will be spread out. And it is very scary to me when I look at mass surveillance, because one of the things that I see is that mass surveillance data is not only used for query-based analysis, where someone types in your email address to see everything you've been up to, that is using the mass surveillance machine as a time machine to go backwards through the X-keyscore records or the SORM records, for example. Right? We don't only need to speak about American mass surveillance. Chinese and Russian mass surveillance is also extremely terrifying. In China, they make the social credit system. Well, in the United States, we don't have the same kind of social credit system, and in Europe, the same kind. But the data is essentially there. Europe seems to be choosing a different way with the GDPR, which is, I think, good, but not good enough. It doesn't go far enough, but it is great. It is just one of the strongest personal privacy legislations that I can think of in the world. I really find it to be quite positive, but it could go much further because I don't think that it covers enough about intelligence services, for example, essentially none. But the question is, what is this information used for? And we spoke about it in, let's say some concrete terms in cypherpunks where we would say, show a particular case. Something has happened where it's obvious mass surveillance data was used. But I'd like to propose an alternate thing that I think is probably happening right now. And I've had sources that have told me this, which is agent-based simulation. So imagine you build a model of the world, and the model of the world is made up of real people. So let's say that you have a cell phone, I have a cell phone. The agent-based simulation is going to take mass surveillance data, and it's going to take the mass surveillance data of my phone and your phone. It's going to take other people around us. It's going to take a geospatial mapping of the world. It's going to talk about connected cars. It's going to talk about internet traffic in given areas. And then they're going to build an agent-based simulation of the world and then interfere with the simulation in order to test predictions, to test meddling with the world, to model meddling with the world, and then checking to see if their hypothesis is something which in a simulation would work. And then that will give them some confidence to try to do that in the real world. And I know that probably sounds a little bit crazy, but the only really crazy thing about it is that I'm suggesting that intelligence agencies have a thoughtful process before they do interference. The particular modeling, I think, will depend on who's doing it. That is how accurate it might be. But I think that mass surveillance data is being used for these kinds of predictive modeling things. And we see a lot of evidence of this. For example, there was a talk, I think, at the Aspen Institute, where they were talking about geospatial. The US government had military people talking about geospatial intelligence, where they were able to track what was being shipped where, basically anywhere in the world, almost in real time. I forget the name of that particular program at that event, but the general idea is the same, which is that you do this mass surveillance of geospatial data, or for example, any sort of logistical data. So that could come from shipping manifests, cross-referenced with satellite imagery, and then build an agent-based simulation of that. And they essentially admitted that they were doing that for global shipping. So imagine that you have a mass surveillance data set about individual people. Well, of course, that's going to inform the model about shipping. And of course, it can be its own model for other things. So I think that we're starting very seriously to live in that world where more and more governments are getting that capability. And that is something that I think is absolutely terrifying. I mean, it suggests that we don't have a lot of strategies to deal with it because it happens at a scale that is far above the individual, and simple things like encryption or anonymity at the scale of something like Tor or Cats and Post or NIM. Maybe NIM and Cats and Post can survive these kinds of things, but it's not at all clear to me that we have even an idea about how to resist that kind of agent-based modeling when people are allowed to do the modeling with the collected data, and then they're able to test hypotheses by doing actions like they're legally allowed to interfere in other people's lives in a particular way. For example, you could model the best time to do a black bag job at someone's house. That's where they do surreptitious entry, and in their surreptitious entry, they say put a bug in the house. Well, if you wanted to make a prediction about the best time to do that, you might use this data set, although you might just schedule an appointment for the person and make sure that they're somewhere else. There's a lot of things that could be done with this data, and it's extremely scary. And the fact that they're allowed to do this surreptitious entry at all is actually part of the reason that the modeling is a problem. I mean, the modeling is not necessarily a problem in itself. Agent-based modeling can be positive. It can be used for good things. So I'm not attacking the tool, but rather its application. And, in the past, when we spoke about things like this, frankly, people just didn't want to believe it. And it was a coping mechanism for living in a world that is, quite frankly, terrifying. So with that said, I realize I probably sound like a totally insane person to someone that hasn't been following along for the last 15 to 20 years. And that's okay. I don't have any ego issues about people thinking I'm totally crazy. But I do want to say that if you think that this is likely, I would encourage you to try to do this kind of modeling and to think about how we might interfere with it. Is poisoning data one of the only strategies that we have? Is blinding the surveillance one of the only other strategies that we have? For example, if I have a cell phone and I knowingly leave it at home, have it automatically make calls, does this change the way the modeling predicts my movement and behavior? And if so, by how much? These are questions which are open research questions that I think should be asked. Of course, I'm not an expert in agent-based modeling, so perhaps these are already asked, but I've never seen them asked, and I've looked specifically for agent-based modeling simulations using mass surveillance data, and I haven't seen a lot of it other than what I saw from that conference I mentioned. So there's a lot of research to be done there, and I think the modern cypherpunks of the day, people working on cryptocurrency stuff, they should pool some of their money together to try to answer these questions. How will the social credit system in China work? Really, practically? What are ways that it can be subverted? How could we help people not only in China, but in Europe, in America, in South America, in Africa, and everywhere on Earth? When such systems are implemented, how can we help to subvert those systems? Because they are immoral. And quite frankly, even if they're legal, they're completely fucked, just to be totally direct about it. I don't want to live in a world with those kinds of systems. And I don't think that other people do. But some smart people will realize the correct thing to do is to denounce these comments and to pretend that they don't exist so that even less mind is paid to them. And that is also part of what we saw in 2012. People who perfectly understood that mass surveillance was problematic, but knew that if they spoke up against it, they would be more likely to be targeted by it. On the one hand, I respect them for their foresight, and on the other hand, they're moral cowards. So it's a tough call. I understand that it's the most rational decision for those people in their minds, but it's a very serious matter, and it has only gotten more serious.
Yeah, I think one of the problems with actually getting people to learn about these systems and to take them seriously is that a lot of the journalism industry, if it's an industry at all, has this problem where they rely, in terms of the underlying advertising surveillance system, on such things existing, or at least the people who build similar systems to exist. And actually, I actually recently had a conversation with someone who is very clued in to the values of privacy and resisting surveillance, and they weren't aware of something that I researched a number of years ago called ultrasound beacons as part of cross-device tracking. And it sounds nuts when you say it, but all it really is a lot of the times an advertisement that you have on your webpage, and without you being able to hear it, it plays an audio noise that is then picked up by other devices around you, and then basically whoever is running that beacon can determine, okay, these devices are in the same vicinity. And for the most part, so far, according to the ad tech conferences that I've seen, these things are being used for advertising. They're being used to just figure out which devices you have so that they can serve you ads on all of them at the same time. And to also, track when you show up at particular stores and whether you might be susceptible to particular types of ads at those times. But at the end of the day, the same types, these are essentially vulnerabilities. The fact that an ad could just play an audio noise that you can't hear that communicates with other devices should be considered a vulnerability that should be fixed. And I'm sure that it's being exploited for other purposes. But I think part of the frustrating thing for me, and what I think WikiLeaks in particular definitely diverged from, is that from the beginning, they were not relying on these systems to make money. They were basically doing the donation and patron model, which is, at this point, I don't know if that's the ultimate solution. There's been a number of attempts to kind of automate the process of taking donations and stuff with cryptocurrency type projects. Not very successful, in my opinion. But I feel like the middle ground for now is that if journalists want to actually criticize these systems, they are going to have trouble with that if they're still relying on essentially the corporate or business mass surveillance model, which is advertising.
Yeah, I mean, when you say ad tech conference, I can't help but hear surveillance as the type of conference. I think it's good that you go there. You know, you have to know your enemy. And one way to do that is to show up in a suit and tie and listen carefully and collect the promotional materials. This is a tried and true investigative technique. It works really well. It's also interesting to meet people there. You meet really very interesting people at conferences like that. And they're not always interesting as in they're on the same side, they're interested in the same things. But it certainly is good to keep apprised of what's happening. And what you described sounds like the commercialization of an NSA technology, which I believe was called Overhead. Overhead is doing Wi-Fi collection from satellites. So in areas where they're, quote, denied access. So imagine the Waziristan regions of Pakistan, someone there unfortunately uses Wi-Fi. And when they do, the satellites picks up Wi-Fi information, which allows them to find your location on Earth, which then leads them to being able to use a flying robot to kill you with a missile, also known as a drone. And you know, I'm not surprised that the spy technology is coming home to roost in corporations. I mean, this is some part of why I feel people have some critiques of capitalism as it is implemented currently. It's fundamentally trying to expand to cover more and more of the world. And in this case, by being able to do some acoustical surveillance and cross-correlation, that linkability increases the viability of selling ads, and obviously it increases the value of ads which are delivered. So this, of course, means that there's an economic incentive in doing this kind of spying. And of course, it can be used for something much more nefarious. For example, business records under the Patriot Act are available to the US government essentially without restriction. The US government will tell you otherwise, but as usual, they are lying, or they have certain things which are classified, in which case they're obliged to not tell you the truth. So they're not only lying, they're lying about why they're lying. So yes, these things are super problematic, and we should try to solve problems related to them. One thing that I have done, for example, just as a practical measure, is the removal of microphones from computers that I have. Not only for that reason, but for reasons that I imagine will be apparent in the future. And so it's very easy to plug in a headset, for example, and get the capability to speak through a microphone, but only when you choose it. And in this case, I would call this a kind of digital autonomy. And I think it's very important to try to work on things where this kind of digital autonomy is available to everyone equally, freely. I know that is a bit of a pipe dream for some, and it is difficult to do that with certain kinds of proprietary devices. And I won't turn into a less effective version of Richard Stallman here and sing you the free software song. But I would like to just say that free software and open and free hardware is extremely important for this. It's extremely important because there are backdoors in all kinds of things. When we worked on the Snowden archive, I can't tell you how much censorship the backdoors received. If you look at many of the documents that are released, you will see that the names of companies have been redacted. As one of the journalists that worked on the unredacted documents, I can tell you there are certainly some pieces of equipment that I would not recommend purchasing. It's very frustrating to know that so much of the media was complicit in that, and it's frustrating to me that I am complicit in that. I don't always hold to that, though, because there are some things where I feel the evidence has tipped and it's important for me to talk about it. But in some cases, I'm bound by confidentiality based on some personal promises. But it's very frustrating because I don't think it should be this way. That said, I feel like I'd be a hypocrite if I didn't give an example proving that I'm not completely doing this. An example of this is that for a time, I worked with the Tibetan government in exile. And when I worked with the Tibetan government in exile, I did it because at the time I worked for the Tor project, and we both received State Department funded grants. And I, as a naive young American, if you will, thought that the US government wanted to help them. I think that this is true. There are people that do want to help them in the US government. But in reality, there was a problem. And the problem was that the Chinese were constantly breaking into the Tibetan mail servers. I've talked about this once before in public, but I'm happy to repeat it, and I hope it's not too boring for anyone. But essentially, they switched. They switched from running their own mail server, and they got this grant from the State Department to redo their network. And they asked me to help them with the purchase of equipment and the selection of services. They had already chosen to move to, I think it was Google Apps for domains. And as a result, their email was no longer being broken into on a regular basis by the Chinese. See, sometimes the Chinese were able to read their emails. But what we learned was that it was secured by Google in a particular way, which meant that the Prism backdoor could read it 100% of the time. So as the young, naive person, I, of course, had criticisms of using Google, but this was before Snowden. I did not know about the existence of Prism. Of course, less than a year later, everyone in the world knew about it. It was around that time that I also got access to the full Prism slide deck. And one of the slides, which has not been revealed to the public, but which hopefully I have a copy of, and maybe someday will become public if other people would be interested in it, was a slide deck of example targets that analysts should think of when they are doing surveillance using the Prism program or the upstream program. And one of the domain names on the list of targets was Tibet.net. So the yin, if you will, was let's help them get more secure. Let's help them because they suffered a genocide. But the yang was, let's not tell these naive fools helping the Tibetan government in exile who care about them and their plight. Let's not tell them that actually previously they were spied on, say 10 or 15% of the time by the Chinese. Now they're spied on 100% of the time by the NSA, the FBI, and the CIA. Right. So I think that that's what's going on in a lot of the world in a lot of different cases. And so this is why it's so important to have distributed and decentralized systems. It's why it's so important to have strong cryptography. It's why it's so important to be skeptical of using providers. I myself actually still use Gmail for some things. And the reason is that I'm hoping that one day I'll have standing in court. It's not because I believe that they respect my rights, though I believe they should. But I don't believe that they do, practically speaking. But I want to be able to say in a court that I rightfully had an expectation of privacy. And I want to be able to do that from the perspective that, you know, I use these services and I don't think that they've gotten anything useful, although who knows, you know, useful is very relative here. And I think that they probably would have gotten into other systems anyway. So in a sense, I think that the right thing to do here is to try to make a stand about it. So with regard to the Tibetans, you know, I don't know if the Tibetans know this now. Once I realized that that was the game that was afoot, I really actually haven't had anything to do with the Tibetans ever since. Although I did have an email, you know, I didn't really use it for anything because I presumed that email was completely compromised. Nonetheless, I find this completely horrible. The whole thing smacks of the way that well-meaning kids in the 70s would say travel to, say, El Salvador or other places in Central and South America. And then when they would come back and talk about what they'd experienced, the CIA would be listening in, say, their church groups. And then they would put liberation theologists on kill lists for right-wing terrorist groups in those countries. And the Americans that were involved there, they didn't know that that's what was happening with their experiences. And likewise, the same thing is happening now with the internet freedom world. And I say that because I was a part of it and I know it. But I only know it because of the courage of people like Edward Snowden, who showed us the yang for all the yin that we thought that we were bringing into this world, if you'll accept my apologies for this terrible metaphor. But it's really something. And I think that, you know, Julian was one of the people that had me critically examine this. And it may be better, actually, if the Tibetans are spied on by the US government. I don't know. But I just don't think that it's right. I think that if Tibet wants to be spied on in exchange for something, making that choice openly would be a different discussion than having it made in secret under the guise of helping them.
Yeah, we haven't, I've been looking out for questions from the audience and we haven't had too many, but it does seem like some of them want us to get back onto Bitcoin related things, but to keep it in the general thread of discussion in terms of digital totality and the pressure to kind of comply with it and everything. Something that you brought up earlier is about chain analysis and how those companies don't really have an interest in our liberty. And despite claiming, I've heard personally a number of them claim to do so, but at the same time, they are contributing to various financial or regulatory agencies or standards agencies that are basically trying to subvert any attempts to increase the privacy with Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies, even ones that are explicitly described as privacy cryptocurrencies. And my particular experience with that so far has been that I try very hard to avoid any services that comply with these things, not because I think that they would find me particularly interesting or because I think I'm really doing any kind of transaction that would be of interest to them. I'm a pretty boring person. But the idea that that if I had been a customer of Coinbase, for example, and that they had my personal information as a customer, and that they had hired former upper management of hacking team last year, that they would have access to my personal information, I wouldn't have been able to report on that happening because I might have been too afraid of them basically knowing where I live and what I look like and who I associate with, all of these things that they try to collect where my money goes. So that's a big reason, is like I feel like my independence as a journalist is at risk by using these services, that I can't even call out people who have, in at least one case, contributed to the death of a journalist. I do not want to be in that same position. And I feel like still a lot of people in the space don't consider that, either because they're in a position where they don't care, they've become used to financial surveillance in other aspects, and they're happy to accept the rewards, like interest payments monthly and things like that, from those types of schemes. But I'm not willing to do that because I feel like the point of these systems is to be different and not submit to the financial surveillance that has kind of become inevitable in every other aspect of the system except for maybe cash.
Well, I would just say, you said something where I tilted my head to the side and squinted my eyes and made a face. You said that you're not interesting. Well, Janine, I think it's the other way around. In fact, I think you're quite interesting. So I suspect that the important detail here is to note that it is the people that do the analysis who decide who is interesting. It doesn't matter what you think of yourself. The data tells a story which is made up of facts, which may not be true.
Right.
They decide. So, I mean, also to the people that want us to get back on topic, if you think we've been off topic, you've lost the thread. All of these things are connected. They're strongly connected. The issue with the Tibetans, for example, is an example of the kind of subterfuge that you can expect also it is happening in other spaces. And the issue, for example, with mass surveillance, do you suppose the mass surveillance data of the world doesn't have a filter for every blockchain, for every cryptocurrency in the world where they track the IP addresses of end users? Do you suppose that when the NSA wants to attack things like Monero or Zcash, that they don't consult their mass surveillance database, that they don't think about compromising developers of those systems, that your email will be safe? All of these systems work together. All of these systems are empowered to empower the political elites of different countries. But not only, it's also for helping people, for example, that are not the political elite to do things. So for example, let's say you have open Wi-Fi and someone does some kind of financial transaction from your Wi-Fi and it traces back to your house. Might you get raided? Absolutely. Right? So I think it is important to see that there is an intersection across all of these issues that we're speaking about. So when we speak about WikiLeaks, what we're actually speaking about is a right to know and a right to tell other people what we know. And how these mechanisms are actually functioning is important. We have to understand how they function to be able to subvert them. And what I said earlier about joining the CIA, if you think that's not related, the only way we're going to understand what's happening in organizations like that with the issues that we care about is if there are people that also care about those issues for the same reason in those organizations, actually. I think we should be skeptical of people in those organizations, of course, and I don't necessarily think that some of those organizations should exist at all, but these are my political opinions, and if they offend you, well, too bad. That's just how it is. These are my feelings on the matter. And with regard to, for example, the question of Bitcoin and financial surveillance, I think it is very important to note that people who, as Upton Sinclair has remarked in the past, their paycheck depends on them not knowing certain things. That applies here. I'm sure many people doing chain analysis will deeply despise the things that we're saying. It's like when Bill Hicks talked, if you don't know Bill Hicks as a comedian, I highly recommend it. If you're in the cryptocurrency space, I think you would appreciate him. It's hard to even know if he was speaking about the first or the second George Bush sometimes. But he says about people that are in marketing, he has this long spiel. You should watch the video. I won't do it justice. But the chain analysis people, if Bill Hicks was alive today, he might make the same joke about chain analysis that he made about marketing. That doesn't mean people should take it literally, but I think the point stands, which is they're doing a job which, in this case, I think we should very seriously question its legitimacy. It should be that cryptocurrencies are designed so that chain analysis isn't even possible. It isn't that there aren't social goods from financial surveillance. It's that the social ills that come from building systems that are exploitable and weak in these ways are so much worse, actually, that we can't even begin to understand it. And what we understand already is enough that it seems that people that previously that were interested in breaking into your endpoints decided the growth market for exploiting people was in the financial sector. So they moved. I mean, do you need a better testimonial about how we shouldn't be supporting that? I don't know. I don't think so. I see a mask on. Someone there. Will we soon have another audience question?
We for sure have an important audience member joining us, and that is Smuggler joining the conversation here at the HCPP TV. This is coming up for the next hour, so we're kind of starting a nice handover transition here. But just as feedback from my side, this conversation was really, really, really good. The small bits and pieces that I heard but were breathtaking, so we'll go back and rewatch it. Thank you both very much for coming on. Jake, it's been a pleasure to hear you talk. It's been way too long. So thank you for getting all of this out. And Janine, thanks for being so prepared. You have done your research on this for quite a while. So stellar questions and curation. Thank you very much both. And please keep on doing.
Yeah, I hope to see you in person someday in the Czech Republic. And if not, somewhere else. And if not, it was murder.
Yes.
Have a good conference.
Thank you very much. We for sure are having.
All right. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Stay safe.
Bye.
Actually, 1 second. I'm replugging. Yes. Wait. Okay, no, we're hearing something. Okay, we're back. So, who is on the call, everyone? We have Nico Omnifin joining, Rafe, BTC Paradigm.
Hey, guys.
And one fellow Jitzer. That's the crew.
I think that's Sean. Shane, sorry.
Who's that?
Shane from Warner Podcast, is it?
Yeah, I believe so.
Well,
Yes,
hello.
sir.
Hello, Shane.
We got the crew together.
Howdy, guys.
That's a pretty damn good crew. So joining us today, Smuggler. How are you doing, my friend?
Doing fine.
Yes.
How are you?
Oh, fantastic. Actually, I'm really surprised. 58 hours non-stop live stream, but I'm barely doing any work. Everyone else is doing awesome shows. It's actually quite a nice congress. Very familiar, a bit smaller.
Yeah,
that's for sure. But I think that's kind of good, actually.
Well, you have time for people. That is really
You see?
cool. You know,
You see?
it's less stress. You know, it's more like hang out, take it easy. You know, I mean, I actually slept almost 8 hours.
Wow, that is unheard
that
of.
never happened before.
Yes, that is true. That is true. Well, what was your after party?
No after party.
None.
No.
At all.
No, I actually went back to the hotel and took a long hot shower and went to bed at 2, I think. So.
Oh, that's just ridiculous.
I know. I think I'm getting older.
Yes, or boring.
And boring.
And both. Yes, yes.
I didn't even have alcohol.
Oh,
I mean, I know.
that's the other thing.
I have to fix that tonight.
For sure, for sure. So there will be something happening.
I hope so, yeah.
Yes, yes. Nico, how are you doing on the other side? How are you enjoying Congress so far? Are you watching any of it?
Yeah, I've been watching most of it, but it's just impossible to keep up with all of it. So much interesting content, but luckily there's always time to go back and review 1.5 speed up, so get up to speed. But really good stuff, everything I've heard so far, really inspiring, and also a great chance to participate in the conversation with you guys. Really appreciate it.
Yes, yes. Sean, how about you? How's it going with the Wanda podcast? What's new for you?
Hey, yeah, doing well. I'm certainly happy to be here with you guys. Smuggler, good to be chatting with you again. Maxia, obviously, good to be chatting with you. But yeah, Vanu podcast. What's new? I mean, we're still continuing our health liberation, self liberation series. So helping to free our listeners, our audience from the fascist coercion of big pharma. Yeah, beyond that, we've got a lot of we just released our Building the Second Realm series on the Vanu podcast feed, so that's edited down a little bit, which I would highly recommend. That's one of the most important one of the most important series I put out, and obviously inspired by Smuggler's book, Second Realm book on strategy. So yeah, that's kind of our focus over there right now, and that's what I'm doing here on my 22-acre homestead. So a lot of that content will be interspersed as well, trying to build up a little intentional community here. So I'm trying to go off grid. So that's what I'm working on here.
Very cool.
Very, very good. So Smuggler, actually, when did you discover Vanu? I'm curious because it is so much aligned with.
I never did.
Never.
No, Shane was the dude that reached out to me.
Incredible.
So I had no idea. I never heard about it before, whatever. And then Shane, I think he just emailed me and said, "Hey, I'd like to." I don't even know what you wanted. Like have a podcast. I don't know. And then he talked about this and stuff, and I was like, "Wow, how did that escape me?" So. No, all credit goes to Shane when it comes to me and knowing about Vana.
Yes, incredible. But the funny thing is, because I discovered Shane and the Vana podcast through that interview, and I think
networking.
Many people exactly right. So Sean, how was that? Why did you reach out to Smuggler?
Why did I reach out to Smuggler? Well, I think I'm pretty sure it was just in regards to the Second Realm content. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I just at that time probably gone through all the content I possibly could on Interplex within the span of like 2 or 3 days, and was really into the content. Me coming across Vanu was much like, and you, I guess you not hearing about Vanu was much like a lot of people with the Second Realm before I did that Building the Second Realm series. It was just this gem that was just hidden on this website that a lot of people really hadn't heard about. And same with Vanu, it was this book that was on Amazon for like $30, and I never really spent that much on books, and I was like, had no idea what to expect. So it was just kind of one of those things. Stumbled across it. So. Yeah, I think they did. There's definitely a very, very synergistic connection there.
But what I'm still actually quite surprised at that there was such a long time of like the system not being developed outside of the writings of Rayo, right? And pretty much it's been abandoned for a long time until the Vanu podcast and the work that you've been doing. Why is that?
Yeah, so I mean, it was really, really small then. I mean, there's a very, very much a security culture minded group, even back in those days, back in the 60s and 70s, and they kind of corresponded in these small, libertarian, alternative magazines, and it really wasn't that big. So when Rayo disappeared in 1974, and when I guess the publications kind of died out or slowed down, it just kind of got lost until 1983 when John Fisher, which is the pseudonym of Jim Stum, who I actually interviewed. He actually met Rayo back in the 1970s. But he I guess put together a collection of articles by Rayo and released it, and that's the only reason why I came across it was because he decided 9 years later to put that out. So I came across it and was so profound. It was so profound. So I recorded an audiobook for it, digitized it. So the book and the audiobook are available for free on the Vonu podcast website. And I would highly recommend people check it out. It's just really incredible stuff from the 60s and 70s.
Yeah. Really, I was very astonished because it's just so much to the point. It's very great strategy, but maybe to start out with or to come back to an actual definition, Smuggler, or how would you clarify the strategy of one?
That's really hard because I'm not that deep into Vanu.
That's why I'm asking you, though.
Yeah,
so that you can deepen that knowledge.
I think that the two things that I would put in the forefront is security culture and mobility, but also it is relatively individualistic. In the sense not that it's about individuals only, but it's also that it's very little coordination between individuals. So it's really one person doing one thing. So and that is a little bit like where Second Realm is different, because Second Realm is a little bit more about groups of individuals than about atomic individuals.
Yeah. Yes, that's true. It's more about self-sufficiency, maybe.
Yeah.
What do you think, Shane?
Yeah, I would certainly agree. I mean, those are probably the two most important and most relevant aspects of Vonu is the security culture and the mobility. It's something Rayo talked about in the 1960s, and that's why he was a van nomad. That's why whenever he got sick of the slave tags, the driver's licensure, and those sorts of things, he went really radical with it and pursued wilderness Vonu, just lived in a national forest in Northern California, Southern Oregon, and just moved around a lot. So that mobility is really what provides a lot of that invulnerability to coercion. Because as I've said so many times, if the coercers can't find you, they can't coerce you. That's those definitely the two most important aspects of Vonu, in my opinion. Yeah.
Nico, what do you think so far?
Well, I think we should move towards thinking like amorally. Like I feel like there's a lot of, even today and yesterday, there was a lot of talk about good and evil of things and right and wrong of things. Is it right to for people to do certain things? And I think if we think logically and individually, what is good for us, and we think amorally instead of trying to find a higher moral ground in respect of other people, in respect to other people, I think we can reach much better results, and that would naturally drive into smaller kind of like gangs almost, rather than tribes. It's basically what I was thinking.
Yeah, this is something that I like about both cypherpunk strategies as well as Vonu strategies, that they're very applied. Right? They actually are designed to accomplish a result. And it's not, of course, the let's say ethical concern is a part of it, that morality aspect is a part of it that can be used in argumenting for or against the strategy. But fundamentally, it doesn't matter. Right? The actions taken and the results from them are there.
I actually disagree. I think that a lot of those strategies work because they're moral. I mean, there's always this thing that we are always at risk to take over the moral thinking of the post society or the slave drivers or whatever. And I think that what really gives you strength, both as an individual and as a small group, be it a gang, be it a tribe, or whatever, is to actually embrace your own morality. It's not amoral, it is actually, it's more like a meta-moral approach, where you actually look at why is it good to be free, why is it good, how to interact with each other, etc. So I would actually consider a lot of our things to be much more moral and justified moral than the slave society.
very
Yeah,
much.
I like that distinction. Like personal standards, I would call them. Like everybody should kind of grow their own backbone and their own opinions and wield their, like in the information world, wield their own personality and social media accounts as the weapons and fight for themselves and you know, have their own opinions and standards and enforce those. And instead of having these elaborate, really, you know, legal structures, you could have much simple moral structure with this kind of like agreed upon moral guidelines, which for me the most fundamental is do not steal, which covers quite a bit actually under it, almost all the violence. So I think we are in many ways living in the world which is corrupt morally and financially in every which way. So it's not conceivable to people that this would be a better way to do things. Rather, we are just kind of like hanging on and trying to leech off as much as possible, and, you know, like this kind of rent-seeking society. And this is thought that it's okay, it's the proper thing to do, but it causes cognitive dissonance because it's not really really natural. It's not really, often it's based on coercion and not voluntarism, which every transaction by nature should be.
I do think that those are interesting points, and one of the things that just reminds me about the Second Realm book that was like really well said, in my opinion, that is related to this. I mean, our different type of morals, like not the ones that the mainstream media uses or mainstream itself, and that might even make us like outlaws in some people's opinions. And this little quote that I found from the Second Realm book, that while we are on the other hand outlaws, we are not lowlifes. We are cheerful, colorful, and also serious and realistic outlaws. I mean, that, in my opinion, was just really well put. And I do definitely recommend people to check out the Second Realm book. It's like a must-read for everyone who's interested in getting out of the system and, you know, maybe founding some kind of a citadel, and in general, just about freedom. And I will definitely be checking out Wonu. I haven't heard about it before.
I think what shouldn't be underestimated is how much morals and ethics and rules you actually need to have an effective gang or crew or tribe or whatever. But one of the big things there is that no matter what you have in your organization, it's always a voluntary thing. You step into it and you subscribe to it, or you step out of it because you don't like it. So I think that, I mean, at least we underestimated how much we actually had to think about things and codify things to be effective and stable. So that is really a thing. So the moment you're operating with a group of people, there are actually quite a lot of things you have to invent when it comes to organization, decision making, how to position yourself against each other, etc. So that shouldn't be underestimated. I mean, it's something that we're still learning, and where we clearly see that we made mistakes at the beginning, for example, so we didn't think about certain things.
This is actually the point where I think that Second Realm and Wonu crashes or diverges, right? Because I think Rayo realized that fact, that it's just so tricky, so difficult to have this interaction, this social interaction, and in many cases it will go wrong, right? So in order to just avoid that whole chaos and that potential to an harassment, escape to a more self-sufficient route without relying on that social cooperation, and the benefits and the downsides that division of labor has.
Yeah, I think that Wonu has this aspect that you have problems with the division of labor. And so we're coming in from a perspective of escaping is not everything you do, because escaping only works to a certain degree, and it actually works less and less in our surveillance state. So you actually need this ability to conceal stuff and to defend stuff, and there you actually need people. It's something that you cannot do alone. You know, it's like this. Why do guys have gangs? You know, because you have to sleep and somebody else has to stand guard for you. You know, and that simple aspect of you cannot be awake 24/7 is what requires you to build networks of high trust that have common interests, and that immediately goes into, so how do we organize that? So it's not, I wouldn't call it complicated in a sense, you know, it's, okay, it kind of depends, you know, if you're a software programmer, complexity is something you deal with, so maybe I don't find it that complicated, but it's something that has to be learned and has to be embraced, and I think it is especially hard because we're so used to just taking all that for granted when we're coming from the mainstream. You know, and really like developing a mind for how do you become effective cooperators? How do you become an effective team, essentially? That is something that most of us never had to deal with.
Yeah, I guess I could offer real quick just that's yeah, like it is really simple when you think about it, right? I mean, Rayo talked about he wrote an article back in the 1960s, just titled along the lines of the ethical principle of non-coercion. It was before the non-aggression principle was coined. And when you think about it, like it's, you know, going back to, you know, ancient times, like the golden rule, like these sorts of things are foundational in a lot of these religions. It really is easy when it's very simple when you think about it, but then the theoretically when you think about it, but then yeah, when you get people together, there's always conflict. And then whenever you think about the first realm in this as well, that major threat of coercion, especially with fixed properties, if you're talking about permanent autonomous zones, I mean, yeah, it can get complicated, and if mistakes are made or if there's disagreements, you know, bad things could happen. So I think that's worthy of pointing out, is that it is fairly simple, but then when you get people together, disagreements always arise, and yeah.
Practical implementation is where it gets complicated. The theory is trivial. The practical implementation requires effort. You know, the interesting thing with the effort is you actually have to be strong in your moral perspective to actually have the backdrop and the energy to actually come to a conclusion on how to organize it. So, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, but the first principles are important, right? And that aspect.
But they have to be shared. You know,
you
so have to share them, and it's more than just the first principles. Also, this sharing a vision on what you are working on. You know, so this we all want to be free is too much of a vision to actually agree on. You know, because it's in a way with too little content. So drilling it down and say, okay, what are we going to specialize on? How do we going to run things? Whatever. That's really important, and it requires individual thought every time you do it.
Yes, absolutely. So we mentioned now several times that this aspect of mobility, that it is an important consideration for usage, because it's basically a solution to many of the problems that we spoke about, right? That there is this potential of conflict with multiple individuals. So what to do about that, right? Why is the mobility aspect important?
Well, you can escape a conflict before it escalates. That is a fundamental thing with being mobile. Is when you're coming into a situation, or you are in a situation where conflict arises, you have this choice of either continuing to escalate it or escape it, in the sense of pulling the plug and going somewhere else. Because usually, and I say usually because that's not always true, usually your opponent is not as mobile or not interested in you specifically, but only in his own territory of, jurisdiction, neighborhood, whatever. So mobility allows you to get rid of a lot of conflict escalation potential. And that makes it a winning strategy often, because there are a lot of conflicts that we cannot escalate. We would fail. So it's really important to figure out how to get out of the conflict without being subverted.
Yes. And now the interesting question is about so for sure we want to be mobile, but how fast do we want to be mobile, and to what extent should that mobility go? And here we two have been having a conversation, actually while standing in Test Zero, about exactly that. So shipping containers are very mobile, but will you put wheels on the shipping containers? Basically, do you have a truck fundamentally then that is highly mobile, that you can move centimeters however you want for a very, very cheap price? Or do you opt for something like a shipping container that is stationary on the ground, that can only be moved with a crane and one additional truck? So what is your reasoning?
It's a trade-off, like everything. So shipping containers are portable. They're not mobile. They're portable. But they have aspects like they're relatively cheap compared to a truck. They can be stacked compared to trucks. I mean, stacking trucks is usually an accident. So the question really is, how do you deal with conflicts? What conflicts do you expect, and with whom? And there are some conflict parties that escalate very, very quickly, and their mobility plays a big role. And then there are conflict parties that escalate slowly, so you have more of a warning time, and then you can still move out before the problem is taking over. So it's a trade-off, and it has a lot to do with what you expect the conflict party to be, and how you can deal with it. So an example of a slowly escalating conflict party, that's actually the state, because the state operates within a relatively complex organization that requires internal rules and processes. Those rules and processes require time, and it has quite significant costs for every escalation step it takes. It is actually not cheap to send a couple of policemen to deal with the TAZ. It is actually not cheap, because it takes time. They have to write reports about it. There are actually people that are usually not in any kind interested in doing this job, or at least not that specific job. So there's a certain cost connected to that. And that cost, that complexity, gives you a certain delay between escalation steps. And that delay is often weeks or months. So we basically need 24 hours to move, or 48 in the maximum. And you can move everywhere relatively quickly without a trace, etc. And that is another thing. Shipping containers are relatively traceless. So they don't show up on automatic license plate recognition. They don't show up in, when you're leaving, you're not leaving behind what your container number is or whatever. So when the conflict party comes back and there's nothing left, there's actually nothing to go on, because you can't, go online and look for the container number and say where did it go. So they're relatively traceless, but there are also parties that are fast escalating. And fast escalating parties are people like criminals. So criminal groups are much quicker in escalation. They can react much faster because they have a much stronger hierarchy, and they have much higher self-interest in their activities. Which means that if your opponent is like a motorcycle gang, for example, then the escalation steps are usually hours, not days. The problem with a lot of those criminal groups is that they have an inherent self-interest and personal interest. So it's always personal for them, which means that they have actually no problem in tracking you down no matter where you go. And this ability to have defensible infrastructure, have multiple people together, be hard to trace, etc., is really important. So, and those are the kinds of conflicts that you usually want to escalate, as bad as it sounds. But the reality is that the state is not our only enemy. You know, the reality is that the world is full of people that are thieves. You know, that's it. You know, it's the reality. So not wanting to be stolen from doesn't mean that you have to deal with the state only, but everybody else. And at least from our perspective, our problems so far have only been with non-state actors, nobody else.
Could
The state never was a big issue for us.
G'day, fellas. Sitting on the couch there. How are you? I just wanted to add, in the 90s, my brother had lived in a squat in Köpenicker Straße in Berlin, and this was after the wall fell down. There was all these just empty buildings, and yeah, like you said, it was sometimes neo-Nazis wanted to rush the place to sort of beat people up, and sometimes police would want to. So it was kind of they had these much different actors or constantly sort of threatening, and they had all sorts of things like trapdoors weighed down by old boots and stuff like that, and all sorts of little things that they could quickly go boom, 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 and trapdoors would come down. And these were old buildings, old factories and stuff. So it was quite an amazing thing to see. I mean, I was very young back then, and my brother was in his late teens. But that was an interesting time, and it was sort of the predecessor for me when I'm listening to you talking as well. It's not as mobile, but he could definitely pack up his backpack and just leave because it was a squad.
Yeah. Well, the difference is how much of your capital do you want to leave behind? How much potential for conflict do you want to have with just the place you're in? So squatting initially attracts a lot of conflict. So it's much less conflict if you have your own stuff, because you're not perceived as a thief, So it's one less party you have to deal with, So, but the lesson there is a similar one, So squatters have to deal with a broad spectrum of potential opponents, and TAZs have to deal with a broad spectrum of opponents, and band nomads have a broad spectrum of opponents. So the question is, what is your threat modeling?
Yes.
And in the threat model, I personally think that the group of people being cooperating with the defensible infrastructure and then being able to move if the attacker gets big, that is like the sweet spot for me at least. So, but it really depends on where you are, what you do, what do you do in your place? If you're a van nomad, there's not actually anything but you happening in that space. You're not having any events or you're not trading there or whatever. But for TAZ, for example, it's a semi-social space where you actually want to have outsiders come in and interact with them and have market interactions and social interactions and trade and whatever. So the range of use cases is bigger, which also means that your attackers are more complex.
Yes. And again, it's about trade-offs and different attack vectors and threat modelings, right? And whom are you defending against?
Exactly.
And also that shift in between the strategies, because, for example, some strategies are going to bring you smaller encounters of harassment more frequently, but protect you against larger encounters of harassment on the long term. And that's an interesting trade-off to consider as well.
Yeah.
And Rayo has one very important metric, the mean time to harassment. Right. So you're being encountered by the police today, and then in 5 weeks later, you are going to be back, like you're harassed again by the border control, for example. So these 2 weeks is the mean time to harassment, and the goal is to increase this. So a question for Sean would be, does this metric actually include the severity of harassment as well?
Doesn't include the severity of the harassment. I guess it depends on the scale, because the way that Rayo referred to it in his book, and he only referenced mean time to harassment a couple times in his writings, but he talked about like I guess more like so there's low activity versus high activity. So low activity would be like wilderness faunu. High activity would be like a hidden workshop with small manufacturing, for example. So I guess so he might have been more referring to capital losses, like if the small manufacturing plant is raided and the equipment gets stolen, versus if you have to leave an axe behind in the woods or something along those lines. But I did want to mention one thing, because Smuggler pointed out something really good, and but yeah, Vonu distinguishes like who are the coercers. Well, Vonu distinguishes this as public versus private coercion. And I've said this a lot on the podcast, that even if the state were to disappear tomorrow, Vonu would still be necessary, because there will always be private coercers. Yeah, there will always be a need for strategies to make an individual more invulnerable to coercion. But yeah, in terms of mean time to harassment, I think he really only referred to it in scale, but and sort of the scale of the operation. But yeah, I think that's another important element to look at too, because if you're thinking about, you know, like someone who lives on a sailboat, if they have like 3 or 4 interactions a year, like they're like every time they go to port, every time they go to port, they have to interact with like 5 different governmental agencies. So like they may have a very, you know, long mean time to harassment, where the harassment's like, you know, months in between. But when they deal with the coercion, they deal with a lot of coercion at one time. So yeah, there's certainly a lot of considerations.
Yes, and one additional question, right? As we said that there are different types of or qualities of mobility. Right, a container is already very portable, but a container on wheels is much more portable. And Rayo had a switch, or he started out as van nomadism was one of his earlier strategies, and then eventually moved to an even more nomadic lifestyle in the wilderness. Sean, where do you think is this here relevant?
Sorry, can you so you said why is it relevant that he went from the van nomadism to kind of the wilderness faunu? Is that,
yes, in the context of a similar area that you have different types of mobility and different frequencies.
Mm-hmm. So I mean, so in terms of the harassment, I mean, Rayo, I guess Rayo talked about in terms of the wilderness faunu versus van nomadism. I guess his main interaction for either would be with forest bludge, as he called it, forest bludge, or just random hikers. But either way, I mean, I feel like the wilderness faunu strategy he pursued, it was just a lot easier for him to blend in, because if he came across anybody, he could just say that he was hiking through the woods. Yeah, I'm not sure if that was, I'm not sure if I understood your question completely. So hopefully that provided some sort of an answer.
Could I ask a question? I'm 6 foot, almost 6'9". Us giants out there can't live in containers, can barely live on a boat. What options do giants have?
I'm 190 myself, and I cannot reach the ceiling of the container with my hands if I want to.
Oh, nice.
So
I'd bow.
No, seriously, it's
yes.
like they're like high cube containers, and you cannot be as big as you would have to be to scratch your head on a container wall.
Oh, good.
To be exact. So containers are not small. Containers are actually quite impressive. You know, like a lot of people just know containers from afar or from TV or whatever.
It's a big box.
But if you actually have one and you open the door and you step in, you actually kind of, yeah, what the shit am I going to do with the space now? So
wait, I can have so many rooms in here. Wow.
Yeah, exactly. So they are not small. They're not cramped. They're actually quite impressive.
Yes, and again, this also again depends on what's chosen, because you know, for something like a big truck, even the decent truck is I mean, it's a big vehicle, and the box inside is decently large, but even here the height is, I think it's something 195 or something, right? It's under 2 meters, and with the length and the width, it's not too much. So like, this is a very large, very movable vehicle where it's already a bit difficult, right? So if it's not a shipping container but more of a fixed box truck, right? That's already one thing. And you can of course go even smaller, you know, maybe 3.5-ton trucks, or then vans. Actual vans are much smaller, and there you will really have an issue with standing. There are not many like Sprinter van types that are 190 or 195 tall, and very odd to get them. So this is for sure a concern, right? And for tall people, this is what was one of my requirements for my dwelling place. Like, I'm not gonna constantly bow down my head in my dwelling place. That's I think bad for my for my mental psyche. So this was very important. So good question, John.
Nico wanted to ask something.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that. You know, I love container housing, and I was developing this kind of like parasite modular container housing concept back in the day when I was doing my thesis. And ever since, you know, I've been always thinking like it would be a cool thing to do. And it's really neat to see that people are finding that as well. The containers are great because you have the infrastructure to move those. Like, you can stay mobile. Like, they're in no means mobile, but they're portable, like Smuggler said. But that's probably enough, because like I classify myself as a nomad for the past 10 years. I haven't stayed in a single location for more than a year. So for me, that's like living the nomadic lifestyle. So in that kind of time frame, container housing is nearly perfect. And you can also tweak it just for the climate where you're going, and you can add panels and you can be quite self-sufficient. And you can also opt to this kind of like parasitic model where you actually agree with the host building to you know, couple into their system. It's probably no extra strain on them, but they can make a little bit extra money on that since you're parking there. So a lot of options there, really like that. And another thing is also like these energy cubes, which are now quite popular, and with Bitcoin mining as well. Really great tool to use in the current infrastructure, at least.
Yes, absolutely. And maybe let's think a bit more on that design of actual houses, because as you said, with multiple containers, you can do quite some interesting things, right? So one area that is very heavily mentioned in second film is access control. Super critical. Right. So
dramatically critical.
Yes. So maybe first of all, why it's important, and second, how do you use containers to manifest access control already?
Okay. So why is it important? The second round strategy is about building places, both physical and virtual, that have an in and an out. So they're insulated against the outside and isolated. The outside is isolated from them. And that is to create this space where your own rules can actually apply. So if you don't bring problems to the outside doesn't notice you or doesn't have an incentive to deal with you. And even if it wants to deal with you, it becomes harder to do that. So what you kind of want in a TAZ, for example, you want the place to always exist and always be accessible to the right people. So, and that is where access control comes in. And there are two aspects to access control. Aspect number one is to select who can come in. And question number two is how many. So, and the how many is really important. So especially when you're talking about anonymous guests, if there are whatever suddenly 20 people showing up and want to enter the space at the same time, that's a takeover attempt. you know, that's like police coming in and whatever. But if it's like one guest coming per hour, you know, and then another guest leaving, whatever, then you have a certain control over the space. And to enable that, access control is important. And the other thing is that access control serves as a delay. So the access control barrier allows you to know a little bit better when you're attacked, and introduces a delay in which you can minimize the damage of the attack. And that is why access control is dramatically important. So how do you do that? Well, one thing is that containers, especially if you outfit them correctly, can serve as very sturdy walls. Mm-hmm. So like a bare container is something that you cannot go through without specialized tools, and it takes some time.
And it's loud. And
it's loud, you notice it, exactly. And especially when they're outfitted, it's actually really hard to get through them because you need multiple levels of tools and multiple steps, whatever. So they're actually really good walls to a certain degree. And if you have a TAZ made out of containers, you basically take the walls with you. You know, it's like integrated. And even if you're talking about extremely hostile environments, like military forts, you often build them out of containers and then just put earth into the containers. And then you actually have protection against mortars and gunfire and everything. So you can actually build bunkers out of containers quite easily.
That's interesting.
And the next thing that you basically need is, and we're still working on the details of what's the best way of actually building that, is right now we're working with a bouncer. You know, so all our events have a bouncer basically. Most of them that's me. So, but that's not the ideal thing you really want. What you want is automated access control. That is actually what you want to have.
Replace you with robot.
Replace me with a robot. Exactly. So, and what you need there is a system of anonymous, untraceable identification on the one hand, and you need something that is called a man trap, which is basically a way that you can count how many people come through, and you can control the people, the movement of people in and out to be only individuals, basically, and then be able to say, okay, no more people in or no more people out or whatever. Mm-hmm. And that is something that our plans currently are for a 10-foot container. That's not ideal, but it's a cheap way with a subway cross inside. So the same thing you know from a subway, or at least London subways, these big crosses that are like man high, and that connected to some software that we're still meditating about.
Meditating at this point, so it's that early.
Yeah, well, there have been prototypes and everything, but it's really important to be careful that this thing doesn't turn against you. Mm-hmm. You know, and access control needs to give you the control without leaving traces that can be used against you, and that is not that trivial actually to design, including stuff like being able to exclude people that have caused trouble or whatever, without making it a tracing machine. You know, so it's quite an interesting problem.
Yeah, this is actually such a difficult challenge to be solved. How to get strong reputation in a strong privacy, right?
Yes.
This is very, very difficult.
It's probably impossible.
The only thing that I can come up with are trusted third parties, arbitrators, basically. But that is a possible solution.
Yeah,
but trusted third parties.
It has certain bad failure modes.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
It's a big question if you want those failure modes in a critical aspect of the infrastructure.
Mm-hmm.
So.
I just wanted to point out another option for these containers that was in the Second Realm book that is not as maybe good for access restriction type of things or hiding, but for example, the club on the 20th floor, or just having a house high up in a high up in a big building, so it takes time to actually come all the way up there. So you would have some kind of a time window that you would get alerted about this, like attacker or someone who comes into the main entrance, and that some type of alarm or something like that, so you can know that if you haven't invited anyone, you can start acting and whatever you need to do, or maybe even you can design a certain like a secret exit.
Yeah, I mean this club, it actually still exists, and they have enormously great access control. I mean, they have bouncers that I'm scared of, but they're relatively friendly. But they actually made this thing or this decision to be able to risk their property, so they cannot escalate conflict forever because their property cannot be removed. So they risk all their capital in their property. But the location, the design, the processes, etc., make it extremely easy to defend. So, and I only know of, I think, 2 raids there ever, and they have never recovered anything. So it works.
One thing I'd like to ask is, what does society look like where this becomes a something that's actually needed by people, apart from the prepper type, I hate to use that term, prepper type, but people that are preparing for something. What does society look like? Is it a hardcore sort of police state? Is it Germany 33? What does it look like?
If I may say, I would say that we are currently already needing these kind of things. It just depends about how do you want to see the situation. But some people would need these kind of things if they have different type of morals than whatever the society is currently pushing on us. So I don't think that this is like a futuristic thing, or that everybody would be in this situation or even want this. I think most of the people will always just trust the third parties, and they don't want liberty as much as this certain type of like safety.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I must get in because Floor is gonna kill me if I don't. So sorry, but I gotta go. I have a workshop to host about Bitcoin privacy on the main stage. So thank you very much for this great conversation. Please continue it for a couple more minutes, and next shows will come on at the full time of the hour. So continue the great talk, and see you all later.
All right, Max. Ciao.
I would actually like to answer the question. So when is it required? It is required as soon as you don't have an externalized security force. So the moment you don't have an external security force that fights for you, you need a society that is able to defend itself on a lower level. And how does such a society then look like? And my example for that is the Renaissance in Italy. So if you know Italian architecture a little bit, walk around in Rome and Florence and whatever, you will discover that a lot of the older buildings are actually built for defense. Windows is very high. The doors themselves are often easily defendable, and they're set into the place. And they usually have courtyards on the inside. So these houses are basically little defendable communities that can deal with, robbers coming by in the middle of the night or police coming by or whatever. So these places, so when you look at the architecture, all these places are actually little autonomous zones that are defensible. And I think that no matter what we do, police state, no police anymore, whatever, we need defensible infrastructure and architecture.
Yeah, I mean, you see this also in places like the Philippines and stuff, where there's small communities. They all pay private police or security guards to take care of a certain region, and because of that, the security, depending on, of course, the wealth gap or whatever. But even non-wealthy people generally they pay, the part of the rent is to pay the cop that walks up and down and sleeps most of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Having a young family, what sort of does this lifestyle fit for someone who has, a 1-year-old, a life partner, and is also, trying to make life happen, working and stuff like that? Or do you find that mostly it's a much easier lifestyle if you're just a couple or a single person?
Everything is easier if you're alone because you have less people to agree with. So it really depends on your partner, right? So
yeah,
there's nothing inherently problematic about any of those ideas if your partner agrees with it. That's it. Yeah.
Well, I can see how it would. Sorry.
Yeah, I would agree that is much easier to do it alone, but I do think that Nico has some good insights on the counter.
Right. So I was going to say that it would be conceivable that in vacuum it would be easier. Everything would be easier when you have less variables. So when you're alone, and that is true to some extent. But then when you factor in the longer term, after all, we are tribal animals. We are family animals, and in my opinion, a big important thing is to keep human race going. So that requires a family. That requires having children. So there is a higher meaning in that, in my opinion. And while it is practically in some ways more difficult to be mobile with your family, which I've been doing for years already, I don't consider it a problem at all. On the contrary, it's actually more rich that way because you get to share those experiences with the people you love. So that brings me to the second point. Like, while there's practical difference, I would still say that it's better to travel in a group. Like, I think it's an African proverb, like, if you want to travel fast, go alone. If you want to travel long or far, then go together. So I think that's, it's about your mindset. Like, you can always find an excuse that, it's too difficult, your kids have school, friends, blah, 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 you don't want to uproot them. In the end, those are all just excuses, stories that you tell yourself that you can or cannot do. And in either case, you're correct. You just make the decision for yourself.
Though I would like to add that it is often harder to travel as a family than it is to travel as a community because of those social factors. Kids have friends, your girl has friends, etc., etc. And you need dudes guys need guys in their lives and girls need girls in their lives. So I think it's often easier to operate as a community and not just as a family. It has higher setup costs, but it is long term. It's much more stable, much more easy. You can outsource problems. You can cooperate on things. Childcare, education, etc., etc., etc. Every move means having to rebuild your social network. That's going to be exhausting really quickly.
Yeah, I think they're like mutually complementary. Like a solo traveler can benefit from a partner. A partner can benefit from a bigger family. A family can benefit from a group of families that then service each other. So there's definitely value there. And then there's the freedom also to take your stuff and go if you don't like what's going on around you. And I think that's the key here, because the bigger the tribes grow, the more certain it is that there's kind of going to be some kind of a civil war after the disagreements escalate from being constructive into destructive, because mob mentality and stuff like that. So I think we're moving towards a society with much smaller tribes because the states are going to have to compete for the customers, in my opinion, once people have the control over their means of payment and the wealth.
People want to have to vote, and that's the start of the same old shit again.
I think when people learn to vote with their legs and their wallets, and once they realize that the wallets actually carry weight, I think that's when we're going to see, like, people do like to vote. It's just that the voting we refer to now is largely meaningless.
Yeah. One question also, I'm not sure if you guys mentioned it before, but what does a shipping container cost? How do you get one? Are there regulations involved in dealing with buying a shipping container? Are there different sizes? A whole bunch of questions. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I think anybody can buy shipping containers. Like, there's plenty of sizes. I think the regular size is 20 feet, and then there's the 40 feet, which is the long one, and then there's the high cube model, which is especially good for constructing, because even for a regular size person, the regular shipping container is kind of low, which can have benefits if you're really looking for something small and portable and efficient. But the high cube model is the one that you want. And in terms of price, I haven't checked in a while, but back in the day when I was planning those projects, you can get like a used one for maybe a $1 to $2 grand, even less than that, if you're willing to work for it a little bit. I'm not sure how much the new ones are. Maybe Smuggler has better info.
Yeah. So the price of the shipping container depends dramatically on where you buy it. So the closer you are to a port that has an overhang of shipping containers, the cheaper the shipping containers are. And the further away you are from such a port, the more expensive they are. So in like most of Germany, it's something like 2,500 for a single-use high cube 20-foot shipping container. But prices vary. But it's simple. You go on the internet, there are traders for shipping containers. You basically order it like on Amazon and they deliver it. So it's really trivial. I would always go for 20-foot shipping containers, like for the half-size shipping containers. They're universally shippable, but they're much more easy to handle. So placing them somewhere, transporting them on a truck, especially when you want to put it like in the middle of the wilderness or in the middle of the city, then 20-foot is much more flexible than 40-foot. It's just, and you can connect 20-foot containers as much as you want to. So there's no problem. And the other thing is, you kind of have to get high cube. You should get a single travel container. So basically, in most of the West, you cannot buy new shipping containers. They are always used. But you can get shipping containers that only have been used for shipping once. So getting one of those really makes sense because they're higher quality. You have to put less money into fixing them, etc. And so for 2,500 euros, you have a 20-foot shipping container. And then the price of outfitting it really depends on how much work you put into that, how great you want to have it, etc. But for 6,000, 7,000, 8,000, you can have a completely outfitted system. So with everything.
And if you want to get really off really easy, you can get one of those freezer shipping containers, because they are insulated already. So you can just drop it somewhere, and then you're pretty much done if you're not picky with your interiors.
Yeah.
This was a really interesting topic, guys. But I think it's time to let Max Bybit take over. He has an interview with Julian Guiton, as far as I know. But yeah, do you have some closing thoughts? Nico, why did you start?
Yeah, this was a pleasure. I could talk about this topic. It's like modern, and not modern, but the information age societies and development. It's like endless rabbit hole. So really interesting stuff. And there's a lot of stuff that I didn't get to talk about. So I hope we can do another one. And yeah, it was a pleasure. And if anybody wants to follow me on Twitter, I'll be honored. You can find me under Omnifin, double N at the end. That's my tag. So take care, everybody, and thanks. It was a pleasure.
All
Yeah,
right.
thank you.
And yeah, Smuggler.
Well, thank you for the nice conversation. I'll enjoy HCPP in person now, and yeah, see you another time.
All right. Thanks for participating.
All right.
And John.
Yeah, thanks very much, everyone. It's been a pleasure. I'll see you on Twitter. I'll see you in the hip hop. No, what's it called? Hop in, the hop in, the hip hoppity hop. All right. Adios. Follow me on Twitter. Jay Shigala. Ciao.
All right. Awesome. Max, can you check if your microphone is working now?
Hi there. Yeah. Can you hear me all right?
Really good. All right. Yeah, you can take over now. Yeah.
All right. Perfect. Is Julianne there already?
It seems like we have a busy dev over here in the call.
Is it a little slow coming through, or can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. At least I can.
Okay, perfect. That was a really interesting topic. I was just listening in for the last sort of 15 minutes. It's fascinating. It's actually something, the shipping containers, I've been looking at for a while, and it was fascinating to hear that. So I want to listen back to the full episode when it goes live on YouTube.
Yeah, definitely. It was a good discussion. And I definitely do recommend to check out the Second Realm book if you haven't already.
I will do for sure. All right, perfect. I think I can see Julianne just tuning in. Hello, can you hear me okay, Julianne?
And Julian, you might need to click on the microphone picture in Jitsi.
That's it?
Yes. I can hear you loud and clear. Hi,
Okay,
Julian. Nice to speak to you.
The headphone is not working properly. Okay.
Yeah, it's working properly now. We can hear you.
Okay, I can hear you. This is the plug thing
Perfect.
that didn't work. Okay, perfect.
Nice to speak to you, Julian. Hello.
Hello, nice
How's
to
the
meet you.
conference?
Great. Every HCPP conference is great. I've been in there since 2016 or 2017, and I had to come here because I don't want to miss that kind of event. This is the event, crypto anarchist, that kind of people. So
Yeah.
futuristic people. Yes.
Yeah, I'm very jealous. I really want to be getting there next year. It just wasn't possible this time, but
Yes.
it just looks awesome.
People should come.
100%. So, Julian, I'm really interested to hear everything about Condensat. Am I pronouncing that right? Condensat?
Yes, you can pronounce it the way you like. I don't care.
How do you pronounce it so I can try and...
This is a French word, so in French we just say condensat, but you can say condensat. Yes, condensat is a French word for a hash.
Okay, all right. So, and the sat part?
No, this is not the sat. Condensat is a hash in French, but it's not used. It's used by mathematicians and that kind of people. But because in France always people say hash and not condensat because this is strong. But because it's linked to cryptography, this is why I use this name for my company.
Okay. Well, I've had a little bit of a look through on your website and done some digging. It looks fascinating. It seems like you're sort of linking the Bitcoin world, the crypto world with the regulatory banking world and making it possible for
entrepreneurs to work in a sort of regulated world. How are you bridging this gap? How are you going about doing this?
We have to work with KYC and AML, the regulations. And at the beginning, the Condensat project is about creating a bank, a crypto bank. But I don't like KYC. KYC is bullshit. We should not be KYC this way. So, and the Bitcoin proposition is be your own bank. So, in a way, the software I write at Condensat is about being your own bank. So banks can be banks, of course, but you need a license for it. But as a company, as a traditional company or whatever, you can be your own bank. I mean, you can, in place of sending your money to your bank, you have your money on your own hardware. So this is like a model, but for banks. So I'm trying to put this software in banks because they are not in the same world as we are in.
Yeah, that's for sure.
And,
it's two completely different worlds.
Yes, and I work with banks. I work with regulators. So as a crypto anarchist, this is a funny thing to do, and they are in total panic now. That's why they are doing things with BitMEX and that kind of bad thing, because they want to keep their privilege about banking. But in Q, we have technology with us. We are mastering it, and they don't. They don't know, even after 10 years of Bitcoin, they don't know what is a multi-signature.
Right.
This is a shame for them. But
I feel really sorry for the banks. Bless them.
Yeah. So I try to deal with them, explaining, okay, KYC is not the way. We don't want 1984. We don't want that kind of thing. So it's a lot of work, but they have an ear for it because, as I said, they are in panic, total panic. They don't know how it will be for them in 10 years. Banks are closing. HSBC sold its retail part for €1 because they are not making money anymore with retail banking. So the software I write is about lowering costs in banking, so that new actors can come, neobanks. There is a lot of new banks projects, and regulators want new banks because the old ones are somehow corrupted. Yes, that's why I told Max and you I wanted to speak a bit about DeFi and all these Ethereum things. I'm a maximalist, so I don't like Ethereum. I think this is all shitcoin, but this is my opinion. But I observe them. I look at what they are doing, and even if they spoiled everything with caps every time, it's like 2017 Redux. But they have some good ideas, good technologies, especially for pool-based finance. If you followed some of the popcorn thing about Ethereum and DeFi, you heard about Uniswap on Aave and that kind of company. And they are all working with what we call pool-based trading, pool-based lending, pool-based underwriting, pool-based hedge fund. This technology, pool-based, is they reinvented the bank, because on pool you have to deposit money. So this is not DeFi, this is not decentralized, this is centralized, and this is banking. So DeFi is banking. It's interesting for me because I'm writing bank software, core banking software. And the good part of this DeFi it's KYC less. So
Yes.
I am balanced. I don't like Ethereum, but okay, they bring some KYC less finance.
So are you looking at you're looking at this and you're saying, well, I like the ideas they have, but the foundation that they're building it upon is shit.
Yes.
So you're maybe trying to take some of those ideas and use that with Bitcoin. Is that right?
Yes. That's it.
Very interesting.
So, yeah, but Bitcoin is a mono asset chain. You have Bitcoin and only Bitcoin on it, and that's great. But you have new protocols like Elements with Liquid from Blockstream, and soon there will be RGB with Pandora Core company developing it with Jacobo and all the RGB team. Good work, guys. So because we have a new asset, new kind of assets linked to Bitcoin and with Bitcoin technology, it's a good one. We have layering technologies. It can scale. It can be verified. So this is great technologies. But all these shitcoins, this is about finance. How do you issue your tokens? How do you sell them? And in the regulated world, you have some prospectus regulations. Again, regulations everywhere. It's difficult. And the pool-based is interesting because when you are an investor and you want to invest in, for example, an exchange pool, a pool just to exchanging, I don't know, let's say Bitcoins, LBTC against LUSDT on Liquid. And when you invest in it, you earn a part of fees generated by the pool with exchanges. So this is a more fair distribution.
Mm-hmm. So this is kind of like yield farming, but not the crazy stuff, or it's an investment.
Yes, but yield farming is the way Ethereum spoiled this game, because when you invest in that kind of pool, for example, an exchange pool works with 3 tokens. The 2 asset token you want to change, like LBTC, LUSDT, and you have a 3rd token, which is a governance token or a liquidity pool token that you get when you invest on the pool. So to be honest, you have to keep the same number of liquidity pool tokens versus what people invested in the pool. But these Ethereum Keynesians printed money. They printed the liquidity pool money. That's what they call yield farming. They put token over tokens over tokens. So they made a system that even if your 2 assets are crashing, because you have layers and layers of incentivization token, you get more. So even if this is why they call it impermanent loss.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, it's an interesting.
So the yield farming is the bad part of the DeFi.
Yeah.
At the beginning, Uniswap is not new. They are doing their services since a long time. But when you incentivize people, you create tokens. People like it, so they just throw them their money in it. And in Ethereum world, you have a lot of scammed people and scammers people. So this money printing is what is spoiling the game and destroying. They are destroying their own toys.
It's corrupting a system that's trying to get away from the printing of the inflating of inflating of money and printing of assets that are worthless, and we're trying to get away from it, and it seems like it's even worse than the current system, all of the yield farming. So
it's worse. Yes, they print to compare, they print more than the Fed.
Yeah.
All the second, okay, let's print it. and they don't do the due diligence that you have to do as an investor. They don't look at smart contracts. So you have this new term, rug pull. Do you know what is a rug pull?
No.
Okay. This is, let's say I issue a new token, let's say a shitcoin token, and I put it on a DeFi platform, and I trade it against, let's say, USDT. So I put some of my shitcoin, some of my USDT, and I say, okay, the APY is 1,000%. So people are greedy and they put money on it. And because I'm the issuer of the shitcoin token, I can, in one shot, buy all the USDT with my shitcoin. So I get all the USDT from the pool. And because
so it's an exit scam, basically.
Yes, it's an exit scam, but they did it like dozens of times. I mean, this is rug pull every day, and people are continuing to throw money at it. But at least it's KYC-less, and we don't have a lot of stories of lawyers and filing something about this, or attacking people, or but the technology, the protocol of the pool protocol is interesting, because you can do a lot of KYC-less things with it, and we have to keep it KYC-less, and that's why it works, because this is KYC-less, and people can bring liquidity into it, because they don't have to register and wait for 1 week or two, because you have to send your papers, and I am this guy with my ID papers, this is my proof of residence, this is all the horrible thing we have to do with centralized exchange. And this is also interesting because this is a rewrite of finance. Of course, you have exchange pools with these 3 tokens, but you can do lending, you can do underwriting, you can do hedge funds. And this is the pool-based trading is about arbitraging different pools. So you can go pools to pools to change. So you have a USDT BTC pool, then a BTC shitcoin 1 pool, then a shitcoin 1, shitcoin 2 pool, and so on. So you can arbitrage a chain of pools. So the idea has to, in Ethereum, smart contracts are composable. You can just put them together to their function in it, so they can communicate, and you can do this kind of thing. So I'm working to do it the same way with Liquid, and this is a DeFi. I don't like the term, but we are trying to do it because this is KYC-less. And even if in Liquid there is a big part of, you can do KYC with Liquid, because you have a signature scheme, and even INX did an ICO, an IPO ICO on Ethereum, but we moved to Liquid because this is confidential, and investor wants this confidentiality. So there is some work to do. So just get the good part of DeFi and use it with Bitcoin technologies, because this is KYC-less.
Okay, and what's the thinking with using Liquid over something like Lightning? Is it just because it's confidential transactions once you're within Liquid, or is there something more to it, or is it something you'll be able to use both for, possibly?
But Liquid, you can use Lightning with Liquid, but Liquid has good features. Yes, this is confidential. So when you issue tokens, people don't know you are issuing or how many tokens you issue. When you make a transaction, you don't show what kind of token you are transacting and how many. So there is a good, with confidential transactions, there is a good layer of confidentiality. And this is good because of privacy and that kind of thing. And if people want to do business and invest, and they don't want to show it to governments. I mean, people playing with DeFi on Ethereum. This is public, so you can see who bought what and who has to pay taxes. So this is the first feature is confidentiality. The second good thing in Liquid is it's the fork of Bitcoin. So if you want to write some code or use the software, you just have to grab some Bitcoiners or Bitcoin developers because this is the same thing. Maybe you have some cryptography to do with this confidentiality layer, but this is the same code. So you have back and forth between the two. So this is practical.
I've personally not used Liquid. So could you just tell me, am I right in saying that you would effectively be locking up Bitcoin or like swapping it into Liquid token and it's one for one like a pair? Is that right?
Yes, you have to put Bitcoins on the Liquid chain. You have to create like a smart contract, which is the federation address. So you give your Bitcoin to the federation, and the federation just is notarizing transaction with blocks. This is not proof of work, this is proof of authority. So there is a multi-signature scheme among the federation members, and they validate transaction. To bring back the Bitcoin to the LBTC to the Bitcoin on main chain, you have to be a member of the federation. As a user, you can't. If you want to get back your Bitcoin, you have to go to an exchange or just do an OTC trade with someone who has BTC and LBTC. But as a simple user, you can peg in your Bitcoins on the Liquid chain, but you can't peg it out. So you have to rely on members, ask members. So some members will say, okay, I want to KYC you to peg out because they have licenses and they want to respect this regulation. Some other can do a different way.
Okay. So could you see that in the future, or maybe it's happening now, there could be something like BISC or HODL or somewhere like that where people would be able to then peg out without knowing that person who's in the federation? Is there a way that we can have that people can I don't know if I'm wording this correctly. You're saying to come back out of Liquid, you have to know somebody who's in this federation, and some will KYC you and others will not. Is there a way that we can have it on BISC or a decentralized exchange where someone can always be sure that they can come out without knowing a person who is happy to not KYC them?
Yes, this can work with decentralized exchanges like BISC or HODL. BISC and HODL are OTC based. This is people to people. So yes, it can work, but this Liquid thing is pretty new. Liquid Federation is pretty new. Not all actors are technical, but some actors are very technical. So there is still work to do and some behavior to have and some things to build. So when I say, okay, you can peg in, you can peg out, you have to deal with a Liquid member or something, maybe it will change because this is pretty new and we are trying to do the first ICO, let's say ICO on this thing to have some securities, real world securities, like Samsung Mo is doing with his video game Infinite Fleet, I guess. But you can use it for other tokens like Satoshi Games. They are doing their Light Night with assets, virtual assets on the chain. So you can you can trade with this decentralized exchange like BISC or Nodal, the non-KYC token on the Liquid network. You have securities which are regulated by prospectus laws and regulations, and there is so much work to do about this. And you can issue your own token and then trade it like the way you want. So this is the Ethereum model of DeFi. They don't issue securities token. They issue governance token. So this is not securities token, and so this is not really under the prospectus regulation. So it's like a loophole. But so that's why this KYC less.
Okay.
May I ask a question? Hello. Hi, guys. May I ask a question?
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
No.
What's your opinion about the statement that I would like to make, that basically all those projects which are based on some central entities, like when issuing a token and you are the issuer, that all those will end up in regulation once they become bigger and relevant? I mean, they only can work when nobody cares because they're small and just you're scamming other scammers and they are gamblers. So the government doesn't care. But when it becomes big, like we have seen with local Bitcoin or with Shapeshift, they come under regulation and basically they got shut down in their original ideas. And I don't see a solution I'm not following much the Ethereum space, but I think most of those projects are very centralized, and Ethereum itself is super centralized when you look closer. With Blockstream and Liquid, I respect them highly, and I think they have very smart ideas and probably some ideas how to solve these problems in future. But at the moment, for me, Liquid with the federation and so is also very centralized. And when it would become big, when you think that Liquid would become something like Facebook wanted to do with Libra, it will become heavily regulated. And because it's company based and all, they cannot escape. Basically, I mean, they have no choice to bow down to the regulators. What's your opinion about this? About this statement? Do you have other ideas how they can still escape that they get regulated once they become really big?
Okay. I understand. The regulations and regulators are the part of this thing about Liquid, because the objective of the Liquid Federation is to make securities available in a crypto space. On the crypto space available to the finance. Yes, when you say it's centralized, I don't agree. Before being a Bitcoiner, I'm a crypto anarchist. And the crypto anarchists, they say, okay, we have cryptography, public key cryptography, so we can have secret communications, and we have authenticity of messages. And the system is based on reputation. So you, in our world, you build your reputation. So if you write some protocol and if you do some software on a crypto-related thing, you build your reputation, saying, okay, this can be used because you trust me in OTC. When you are doing OTC with someone, you are trusting these people to trade with you. So with the Liquid Federation, we are building on this. I mean, there are new companies joining the federation, and we are building this reputation. So reputation is, okay, we use this software. Okay, this is custodian, but we have a good reputation in the crypto anarchist meaning of reputation. So centralized, this is not really centralized because you have different members, and members can go in and go out. So the notarization of the chain is not done by one member, but a set of members. So one can't censor your transaction. So this is still decentralized. For the regulation problem and how Liquid is dealing with this, we want to be able to issue tokens that are regulated. Because even for me, I have my company, Condorsa. I want to issue securities token. I mean, I want to do an ICO because I'm a crypto company and I want my securities to be available in the crypto space. So, but I want it to be available to investors, to real world investors. So this is the part of the regulated part. But on the other side, you can do whatever you want with Liquid. You can issue the tokens the way you want, and it's confidential. So you can do other things. So you can be outside of regulation, and that's why I'm talking about pool-based trading, pool-based lending, pool-based underwrites, pool-based everything. Because if you use some other kind of tokens like governance token or liquid tokens, this is not considered as securities, so this is not regulated. So you can do whatever you want, but if you lose your money, this is your own fault, and you have only your eyes to to deal with. But when I'm working with regulators, yes, they are doing shit because they don't know nothing about cryptography and blockchains and Bitcoin and Ethereum. They don't want to disappear. So they want to fight back, but they fight back with all tools. Like they write a big pile of paper of laws and regulations, but when you discuss with them, they are in panic. This is clear. They are in panic, and they want to find ways to make this to stay there. They want to. They don't want to be useless. So they are okay to adapt. I mean, we just spent 10 years with Bitcoin, and they told we are called terrorists and drug dealers and that kind of thing, and they continue to do it officially, but in the background, they ask questions. They ask how they fit in the new world. So I'm not that pessimistic on the regulation part because the crypto space had to adapt to the regulation. So we spent 10 years adapting to it. So, but now we can't do more. We can do these securities and liquid. Okay, we adapted. Now the turning point is this is now for regulators to adapt, and they are asking questions, and they will write new set of regulations that are more open. Because if they continue to just do shit, they will disappear because people will flee, will opt out of their financial system because they are printing too much money and doing bad things like this. Does this answer your question?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really agree. I agree that it's a federated system, Liquid, but I don't agree that it's not. I think it's a permission system, and by being a permission system, it's much more controllable. And we see it with banks. I mean, there are millions of banks in the world. You can also say it's a federated and pretty decentralized systems. But at the end, all banks are bowing down to the regulators, otherwise they get shut down. Simple like that. So I think as soon as you have a company, you are already in this regulatory schemes. And what I'm interested is to find new systems, to build new systems which don't need this. And I'm not against regulation, because when you have a centralized system where you need to trust a third party who can run away with this money, your money, that's all centralized exchanges when they are holding your money, when they're custodial, or any asset issuer. So when you are issuing your asset and you can do some scam by printing more, like it was defined initially or whatever. Yeah, when you don't have a cryptographic solution or a crypto-anarchistic solution, a new system how to prevent these potential scams, they all will end up in scams. And we see it in the Ethereum space, it's full with scammers. And it's just on the long run, there are for sure some honest projects and doing fine for a while. But when you have millions or billions in their account, at some point they make an exit scam. It's just a logical incentive structure. So, and when there is no other solution, the centralized regulation is maybe the only solution to keep this in check, and it works. It's the stuff what we have since hundreds of years. Yes. So for me, the only way to get really rid of regulation is to build systems which are secure by cryptographic systems, where this centralized part, which is very difficult and very challenging. We have very, very few such projects in the space, at least I'm not aware of many, that those cannot, that they cannot scam their clients, their users. And I think, and the other part is, to be censorship resistant, because I mean, we are living in a world where politics is turning crazy like hell in super speed. And to build any system where a Rouge government can take over and get all the data and control it is just a nightmare, basically. And I think we have to build a system which avoids this, that they cannot do it, even if they want it. And it's, again, super challenging and difficult. But I think that's a goal. And all this, for me, that's why I'm not very interested in this DeFi space, because for me, it's all like fintech. They are modernizing banking, but with the same core principles and just doing it with modern technology and modern cryptography. And so that's all fine. Banks are using cryptography as well when they're encrypting or signing some messages. That's not cryptography. That's not what I'm personally interested. I'm interested to build a system where you don't need this trusted third parties and which are censorship resistance. And I don't see this, even in my, I respect highly Liquid and Blockstream, but I don't really see it, or it's not convincing for me yet that they are there. Maybe it's a transition that, they accept that they cannot do it now, and they are developing on the way something new with some other ideas in their mind, which are maybe not so visible yet. I could imagine. I know they have very strong cypherpunk history, like Adam Back. So I expect they have much more ideas which are publicly visible. But the current system for me is not very, I wouldn't say interesting, it's super interesting technology-wise and also conceptually-wise, and with the privacy protection and so on. But from the decentralization point and permissionless point and censorship resistance point, I don't see it that what, like Bitcoin itself. I mean, Bitcoin achieved it. But beside that, there are not too many projects which met this goal.
Yes, but you understand that this is an incremental thing. I admit this is not perfect. I mean, yes, you can game the system because some people can scam other people, but this is why the regulators are doing the regulations, because people are just investing in things without verifying the thing, and it's like this since the beginning of money. I don't know. If you want to stay outside of this game, don't do finance, don't invest. When you are investing in an Apple stock or a Google stock, or this kind of stock, you trust the entities, and the entities are regulated not to scam people. We are moving to this unregulated world. So yes, the cryptographic solutions to deal with the scamming problem is very, very hard. So Liquid is one of many solutions, and we are trying to make it great. RGB is welcome. We talk about BISC and Odel. There is this project OpenDex, which is a decentralized exchange for different cryptocurrencies. There are a lot of different projects. I wish the best to succeed. This is just proposition, and we advance step by step and with incrementation. I don't know. I'm sure that Liquid will be better next year, but next year there will be RGB. So maybe people won't go in Liquid, but will prefer RGB because RGB is chainless. So I don't know. I'm just working with Liquid because I find the concept interesting. And for companies like me, or like crypto companies or other companies that want to issue their securities, their equities, their debts over a blockchain, this is the best solution for now. I don't want to issue it on Ethereum because this is no way. That's all.
So, Julien, from what I can understand, you're basically saying that you understand that there are some trade-offs and that maybe Liquid is not perfect, but you will use whatever technology is best at the time. And if things move forward and there's a better option, then you will adjust and move with that. Is that right?
Yes. I don't know the future, so I don't know if everything will be on Liquid or nothing will be on Liquid. This is not baby. Liquid is not perfect. Liquid is not perfect, but even Bitcoin is not perfect. So, but Bitcoin is the best system. Even if it's not perfect, this is the best system we have. Let's play with it.
Yeah, I think it's not so much about being perfect. I mean, of course, it's all work in progress and so on. I just miss a little bit the focus on the conceptual part. I mean, the technical, especially token exchange, to exchange one crypto token to another is a pure, it's engineering problem. It's not a conceptual problem. And we see it's already long out, and what Liquid is doing, it's even better with confidential transaction, but that's, for me, not the really interesting part. The really interesting part for me is to find concepts, like when you as a company want to issue shares, how could you build this conceptually that when somebody's buying your share can be very, very sure that you cannot scam them, that you're not tomorrow issuing 1 million share and make an exit scam. And for such problems, I don't see very few projects, or basically nearly no projects working on this and having interesting concepts. Also with HCPP, it's interesting technical solution and great that they're building this, but they're not solving the conceptual problem that you as the issuer of an asset can do an exit scam. And because you can do it, there will be regulation, because otherwise it will be just full of scam and nobody can use it. It's just a logical step that when there is interesting technology which benefits the public, the government will come in to protect it. Otherwise, it will be eaten up by the scammers.
Yes, but maybe there is some work to do for the investor. In traditional finance, this is the due diligence. So when you invest in the company, you search for the company background and the CEO background and all these things to know if you can trust this company and if you think that the company will make money. Issuing asset is easy, yes, and it's not regulated, so you can issue whatever you want, whatever token you want. But there are some limitations. You can prove things in one way. You can prove your reserve, but it's more difficult to prove that you can't issue more than you already issued. But especially in Liquid, you can issue token by when you can issue 21 million tokens, then another 21 million, then another 21 million, and so on. But each time you have to use the previous issuing to issue the new token. So if you are an investor and there are many investors, there is a consensus within investors on what are the right tokens. So when I do my first issuing, this is this kind of token, it's issued by that transaction. If I reissue some tokens, investor can say, okay, you just reissued a shitcoin. This is worthless. So maybe there is a consensus thing to do with investors on against the company C-level people saying, okay, you can't do this. What do you think?
For me personally, some of that's a little bit too technical for me to really have a strong understanding and have a strong opinion on it. All I can say from my personal perspective is what I understand from that question was really, is there a way to do it so that there is a proof, so that we know that there is not going to be more issuance than people are told, and therefore, if you can't verify something, I think what was being said is that if you can't verify it, then you are going to have regulators come in. That's always going to happen because people can be scammed. They will step in, and really, I guess, I don't know if it's possible, but the ideal situation is where you can have something where provably people cannot, and that there's some sort of escrow service or some sort of clever function where the regulators don't need to regulate because the system regulates itself in the same way that we can prove that Bitcoin has a certain issuance, and I can do that and I can know. I guess that was the question that was being asked, but I'm not heavily technical at all, and anything past that, I'm just talking shit, I'm afraid.
No. This makes sense. We have to write the software to prove that we won't issue more than this kind of token on our assets. In Liquid on Elements software, the 21 million limit is not in this way. It's not a bug. It's a feature because you issued 21 million, you can't issue the exact same token. You have to issue another class of token. So for investors or in the consensus, this one it's the way we decided to do it. Even if I issue some more token, people won't give value to this token. So maybe with this kind of limitation, we can prove you won't be able to issue more. So this problem is addressable, yes.
Okay.
But it's writing software. We have, yes, conceptually we can do this, but there is no software to do it because the clients of this kind of software, investment bank, I'm selling my software to them now. So this is just the beginning. Yes, we will deal with this. No problem. I will do this.
Okay. That'd be interesting. Sorry, go on. I think Deb was trying to ask a question there.
No, I just wanted to make a little bit my conclusion about this topic is that I don't think that those problems are solvable on a pure technical level. And we see that there are tons of forks of Bitcoin out, which are super scammy. So even if they don't change anything besides the address format or whatever, they run exactly the same software of BISC and they are scamming the people. So it's the technology doesn't give you the security that it cannot be scammed. At the end, it depends on the people. And I think, in my opinion, Bitcoin is so strong as it is because of the whole community around it, especially the developers. When they would be super scammy and wouldn't take things so serious as they do, then Bitcoin wouldn't be that what it is, and it would have been would have developed probably a similar way like Ethereum, where it becomes more and more centralized because things are easier, hard problems are easier to solve on a centralized way, like on a decentralized way. And I think the real value is at the end always on humans. So you always have to trust at the end somebody, but you want to avoid that this trust can easily be broken. And like with investors, when you are an early investor in some startup, of course, you're doing your due diligence and it takes a lot of time and you have all the access, you can see the data of the company and whatever. But a small investor who is investing $100 cannot do this, and he don't want to do this because it's not worth the effort. When he needs a week to do the due diligence to invest $100, that's no, that doesn't work. And then, of course, it's much easier to scam 10,000 people who invest $100 and tell them you get a revenue of 500% in 1 week. And when they're stupid enough to do it, because this setup, and that's why the regulations is out there for shares. I mean, there's a reason why for early startups there's no regulation, because they know, okay, the investors who are investing in an early startup, they're doing their due diligence, they're professionals, and when they get scammed, they're bad luck. But we want to protect, we want that this works also for the broader public, for small investors who don't have the time to do all this work, and then they build these bodies who are doing the checks for them, basically. And we have this kind everywhere. I mean, the food, what you buy in the supermarket, you can trust that it's controlled and it's regulated. And I'm happy that it is existing, and that you are not buying some milk which is completely contaminated. So our society has built this kind of like hierarchy where you are trusting some other entities who are doing the due diligence for yourself, because otherwise many things just wouldn't work. And I think the reason that this exists in real life has a strong reason, because it makes sense and it works. And I think something similar probably will emerge in the crypto space, but we want to build it, a little bit more modern, a little bit more, or not a little bit, much more modern and much better, and without those choke points where corrupted governments, also governments who are not serving the real public interest of the people, and that's basically all governments on the planet, unfortunately, that they can interfere for their own interest and cause their problems, what they're doing in reality. So, yeah, that's a little bit my conclusion to this topic.
Okay, thank you. Any other question, Max? Or I don't know what time we may. I'm facing the camera. Do we have time?
If we have time, I was actually really interested to hear, you'd mentioned earlier about when you're speaking to regulators and when you're speaking to the banks, that you see and smell fear, and that they don't want to be out of this loop and they're not used to having competition. I was really interested to hear a little bit more about that, because I've never been able to really find out more than most people seem to just ignore Bitcoin, and it seems like they're not worried about it. But you're saying something a little bit different. You're saying that actually they are waking up and they are seeing that they have competition.
Yes, they know they have to do something with it, but they don't know what to do. They are just clueless about Bitcoin, most of them, and they are still. They usually are right when they are talking in public and talking about economics to the public. They are right. They consider them as the truth. But in this new world of Bitcoin, they don't grasp anything about it. So they know they are not right, but they are so used to be right. It's difficult for them to move into a space where they can be wrong and not be the good source of information. So this will take time, because this is a big leap for them to be at the top of the finance, and they are just falling at the the random jaws and learning how it works. So they know it, but in an official way, when they speak to people and the way they want to be perceived when they deal with Bitcoin on crypto assets and this kind of thing, is okay. I know blockchain. I know this thing. We will do it, but this will be a private chain or a permissionless chain or this kind of bad solutions. But in the background, they are really digging for explanations about how they can stay in business.
Are you aware how is this regarding central bank digital currencies? Also, China has started since I think half a year nearly, and I read that the Americans got very nervous about that and pushing very hard now to also launch them digital dollar, central bank digital currency, and probably the Europeans will follow up. Then, have you heard anything concrete?
Yes, in France, I work with the government and on the laws about crypto assets in France, and I work on a project of a crypto euro. So we made a demonstration. We had all the crypto space of France, plus the regulators, plus the central bank, plus the fiscal authority, plus the big public banks. So a lot of people around the table, and to discuss what we should do a CBDC or a crypto euro. So there were some discussion, but the problem is not technical. I mean, we showed them how it works with funds, with different technologies, Ethereum or Liquid or Bitcoin. But their problem is about not regulation, but laws and legal teams. Within these institutions, legal teams are just completely out of the game. So what they need is not code. The code is here, they can use it, and they are okay to use it. But they need to be guided because they don't know what is a key generation ceremony, like they do at ICANN. They don't know how to store private material. They don't know how to use keys. This is the problem for them. So for central banks, for CBDC, you have in Europe, you have Miss Lagarde. Okay, she said, let's move and have this kind of money, but once again, they don't know how to. They know they have Bitcoin. These people, they have Bitcoin. Christine Lagarde has Bitcoin. People at the Federal Reserve, they have Bitcoin. But the way their team, their legal team, is writing the compliance documentation about how to work with crypto-related thing, it's not ready. They need to work with. We have to go to them and say, okay, what is a private key? What is a public key? How do you generate keys? What is a master key? What are the devices you can use to deal with it? An HSM or a ledger or a vault. Then okay, you have to store your keys. How to store it? Is it in a safe, different safe? How many jurisdictions you want to split your keys? And then okay, you have employees, you have C-level. Do they have roles? Do they have some responsibilities? Can they sign something? They don't. All this this is not ready yet. So don't count on the CBDC in US or Europe or even China. This is too early for them. They just can't. But maybe if we do our job good and explain it with their words to them, maybe they can do it. But for now, I have no expectation to have a CBDC in the next year or even 2022. What are you doing, Max?
I am preparing the next show. You know, there's the time that I can actually sit down and be in cyberspace is very limited. So I'm trying to somehow keep everything together. But the nice thing is, with so many awesome hosts, there's not much to do.
Okay.
How was the conversation? Was it a good one?
Okay, but
Yeah.
it's like 1 hour now, so maybe there is some people here that want to speak.
We will have the
But,
BISC panel on in
Harry is
just a
not,
little bit.
Harry is not speaking?
Harry is on tonight and tomorrow, I think. He has 2 spots. Let me double check that.
Okay. Check your schedule.
Yes, long schedule. Okay, no, he's on tomorrow.
Yes, because I finished my HCPP TV thing, so now I have to have a beer.
Yeah, exactly. That's it.
That sounds like a good plan. All right, Julian. Well, thank you for joining me. It was really interesting hearing about what you're working on. And can you just tell people where to find you and your website, and for anyone who wants to take a closer look?
My company is named Condensa, so Condensa Technologies, CONDNSAT. And my handle on Twitter is weed coder, like weed, the weed you smoke, and coder, like when you are a coder. But this is a practical handle because there is weed inside, so people don't mess with me because we can't trust him because he smokes weed or anything, I don't know. So I'm easy. So people are not blocking me or insulting me because they think I'm not the good people. Yes. Yes. Thank you for HCPP TV. Hello, ma'am. I'm on TV. And I will let you with Max now.
Well, thank you very much. The BISC panel is on next. It's
Yes.
going to be fantastic.
Yes.
But enjoy your beer. Skål.
Thank you. Enjoy yours. Ciao.
Cheers, Julian.
Cheers, man.
All right. Cheers, Max.
Hello. How's everyone doing? Huh?
What up?
What up? Oh, we are
Hello.
joined. MZ, hello. You have grown a beard.
Yeah, trying to get into C++, so you have to grow a beard.
The wizard beard is accomplished. Full transformation. Awesome. So yes, as I said, the BISC panel is on. We have Phil Gibson, Mr. Psoy, the fabulous, hosting again. That's going to be fantastic. How are you doing?
I'm
Phil?
sorry, I'm Mr. What, Max?
Mr. Psoy is Psu.
Soy? Oh, don't call me a soy boy, man. Let's not go there. No, I'm just busting your balls. Sue, but yeah, I'm so stoked for this. Is everyone on?
Yes, we have MZ on, who is a fabulous contributor and friend and encourager of the BISC platform. How are you doing, MZ?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. Yeah, doing all the conferences online. Yeah, without traveling, maybe a plus. I don't know.
That's very nice. We also have BISC Def on. Who are you? Still muted. And one fellow Jitzer. Who are you? Both of them.
Yeah, I'm Steve.
Not talking.
If you guys can hear me.
Hey, what up, Steve?
Steve.
Hi.
Hello.
Let me turn my video on. Sorry, I had to restart my machine, so I got a little late.
There it is.
How are you guys doing?
Oh, fantastic. Joined us.
What was that?
Fantastic. Now that you've joined us. Very good to hear.
Awesome.
So Steve is doing quite a lot actually at BISC. I know that you're taking care of a lot of education and documentation. What have you been recently focusing on?
Yeah, so mainly, like you said, I do a lot of communications-oriented stuff for BISC. So yeah, documentation, tutorials, videos, community-related things, copy for the software and the website, and etc. Lately, I've been trying to figure out how to grow BISC that actually grow Bisq. I've been focused on a lot of operations related stuff, like I guess budgeting and what else, the website and stuff that is important but not really, moving the needle. So lately I've been trying to think about ways to actually grow particular markets and perhaps decentralize that effort a little bit, work with people who are experts in those markets and get them to come up with strategies and implement those strategies to actually grow Bisq more. So hopefully we'll see some more of those efforts in the coming weeks.
Yeah, you were really trying to target Japan there for a while too, correct?
Wiz can probably speak a little bit to that now that he's joined.
Oh, hi, I'm Wiz. Yeah, I organized the Tokyo Bitcoin meetup, and we had a big push last year to, basically, Japan is a very peaceful country. There's no like crime or scams or anything, so security is not a huge concern. And a lot of people were using local Bitcoins as like a distributed bulletin board, just to say, hey, I want to buy or I want to sell. And it worked quite well until they added KYC or they removed the cash trades or something like that. And so as the organizer, everyone was kind of coming to me like, hey, what should we do to coordinate on this, Satoshi Square style trading we want to do? And I think I just tweeted out, and someone said like, hey, what about this BitSquare thing? And I'm like, I don't know, man. They got this shitcoin BSQ. It looks like a scam. No, I'm just kidding. Dude, Bisq is awesome for Japan because we have this really cool payment method, which is just like domestic bank transfer, and it's perfect. There's no chargeback risk. The fees are almost zero. It works 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for like a lot of most people. So it works very well with Bisq. But then the other side of the coin is that the centralized exchanges in Japan are even better, even easier to use than Bisq. So there's not like a huge demand to really use it. But that's if people need to, for some reason, they will use Bisq, but a huge, there's maybe only like a few trades per week or so. A few trades per month, actually.
The most important question up front, how many screens do you have?
Well, you got to watch the mempool, you got to watch all the servers and operations, make sure MZ didn't crash the server again, and
That's hilarious.
Yeah, somebody has to.
It's like the meat space version of the Clark Moody dashboard, but just a screen for everything. I love it.
Yeah.
Well, cool.
Yeah,
oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was gonna say like MZ and I and a few other guys run the kind of like the ops team for Bisq, where we run like the block explorers and the price feed service and a few other kind of critical but auxiliary infrastructure for Bisq, like the seed nodes and I guess actually MZ and I also run Bisq Bitcoin DNS seed node and a few other just kind of servers mostly that keep things running smoothly. So that's why we probably have like MZ looks pretty geeky too with his setup. He's probably got a bunch of status dashboard control panel things opened up. If you're like a network operator or like a system, and you always want to see like what's going on with all my
Well, cool. I've actually got like a lot of questions, but I want to kick it off with this one that I haven't heard. Where'd the logo come from? Like the cats. I don't know if it was different before. Like
Pedro.
It was BTC Square.
So actually, when we needed to rebrand, I mean, that's a long story. It was BitSquare before, and then a company called Square came up and said, yeah, that's too similar to Square. And in this time, they didn't have their Cash App application out, so we didn't know why they are so interested in crypto stuff. Now we know better the connection. So they forced us basically to rebrand. then it was a very long process to find a better name and a better logo. And this time, yeah, we had thousands of interesting logos, but I was not convinced. Most looked too similar, like all these crypto companies with some blocks or whatever. And I want to have something a little bit different. And at the end, I hired then a designer from Eastern Europe who had fantastic logo design, and paid him something, and he delivered the earlier version of the cat, which was similar but different. And Pedro, our great designer, extracted then only the head of this old logo and made the new design, which is much better like the previous one. And yeah, he's a fantastic designer, and I'm really super happy that he joined us.
Yeah, I love it. The best ones are simple, one color. Get that just simple picture out of the way. And yeah, but let's just jump into it. Like, what is really we went over a little bit, but the history and the main ethos of Bisq, and getting into anti-shitcoinery and maintaining decentralization, and how you keep that up with the DEX.
Yeah, I think, for me, it's not so much a ideological base, it's more a logical base. When you build when you want to build any exchange or whatever, you can do it in a centralized way, and at the end, you're competing with the banks, and yeah, you're building traditional financial services, and you are doing this. I was never interested in this. And when you want to build something with the cypherpunk idea of Bitcoin, you have to build it completely decentralized and censorship resistant. Otherwise, you only can survive as long as you are not relevant. And once you become bigger and more relevant, they will come after you, as we have seen with Shapeshift and Local Bitcoin and many others. So there is basically no alternative. It's not a choice here because it's so cool to do decentralized. It's just a survival. Otherwise, it would not work in the long run. It can only work in the short run as long you're not relevant, and then it converts to a project where you compete with the banks, and there you always the loser at the end. And all the centralized exchanges will convert to banks, or the banks take over, in my opinion. So I think that for me, the sense of what Bisq about the main goal of Bisq is to have the exchange to the fiat side, to a traditional, for pure altcoin trading or asset trading. It's a much easier problem to solve, and there are since many years enough solutions, and yeah, with atomic swaps and so there are much more. And Bisq is also interested in this and will integrate this more in the future. But I think the big challenge is to integrate with the traditional legacy banking system, which is terrible bad, and which requires some incentive system, because you cannot solve this on a pure technological and cryptographic way, because it would be much easier when the bank would provide signatures and proof of transactions and all this stuff, then all these problems, then the banks would be much more like a digital currency where you can interact with compute as well, but that's not the case. So we had to build the systems with security deposits and basically using the humans as a part of the protocol, and that to ensure that the humans are executing correctly and not buggy or failing, you need to build incentive systems which are touching the economics and other areas. So basically, Bisq and the Bisq DAO also, it's a mix, and like Bitcoin itself, you can't explain Bitcoin only on a technological aspect. You have to take in the game theoretical aspects and the economic aspects and so on. And I think Bisq is similar here on the protocol, and especially on the DAO, that it's a mixture of many different aspects, and they only work because they play in the right way together.
Got it. But what do you think the main component is that keeps it decentralized, and what is it exactly that prevents the downfalls of that centralization and compliance that we recently saw with local Bitcoins and the sort? What's the main thing that really separates y'all? Like, is there a main component you would say?
I think that DAO is really the main. Technologically, of course, it's the peer-to-peer network that you don't rely on centralized servers. But that's the easier problem. The more difficult problems are the conceptual problems. And to not have a company which can get under pressure, and where you have then the choice, to not make any revenue anymore and get shut down, or you apply to compliance. And as we have seen, all the companies went the second way, the second choice. You only can solve these problems to not have any company where they can come after, like Bitcoin. When Bitcoin would be a company, it wouldn't be, it would have been failed already. So, and the DAO, I think, is at the end the base. Otherwise, I think this would not have any future. I mean, in the short run, of course, you can do it like a startup or like with donations and so on. But at the end, it would not work, in my opinion.
Yes,
Definitely.
and I think that DAO is so interesting for multiple aspects, right? Because you said there's the arbitration side happening in BISC, right, with multi-signatures and so on, where we have, in the worst case, some protections. However, we want to build incentives to get the best case, or a good case, a cooperative case in most. So how do you see that the DAO can be used to kind of incentivize and play a little bit with game theory to get this type of outcome?
Yeah, on one side, the DAO is playing basically this, in a way, this kind of central of trusted third party, but it's not one party; it's a body of parties. So, like, in the arbitration system, so when after mediation there is still no solution and you need to go to arbitration, then your trading funds get burned to the BSQ token, and you have to request for reimbursement from the DAO. So you basically need to trust the DAO that they are not scamming you, but I mean, they have no incentive to scam you, but otherwise they would lose all their traders and their revenue from the trading fee. So there's quite a logical construction that the DAO will reimburse honest traders, and it's done over voting. So basically every BSQ stakeholder is a part of this third party body, which, when it would be a single person, would come under regulatory pressure, because that's the classical areas where they put their pressure on when there is any entity which has some and it makes sense, because when you need to trust an entity that they cannot do any kind of scam or exit scam, then in reality, we know that it doesn't work on the long run. It can work when it's a small project, but when it's really, really big, at some point it will become corrupt. And that's why they add regulation to control this, to make it work again. And BISC tried to avoid this by using this concept of the DAO, that the DAO doesn't have any incentive to scam or to make an exit scam, because the investment of their BSQ token holders is much bigger, like what they could gain in a single scam, in an exit scam. So it's all logical. You don't need to trust the BSQ token holder. It's logical. They would be economically irrational when they would act otherwise. And I think that's a model where where regulators don't need to do anything and they don't have a place, and because it's decentralized and anonymous and permissionless, anybody can be a BSQ token holder. They couldn't technically also put their pressure on it. And of course, the DAO, I mean, it has a lot of special features like proof of burn or locking up BSQ. And we have some ideas to use this in future for either adding additional improvements to the trade protocol so that you can add some more security and then you have higher trade limits or whatever, or as a base for a completely new trade protocol, but that requires more time and discussion to get there. But it's a quite powerful tool where when you trade with anonymous people, you basically have always to assume that the other one is a scammer. And you only can build it in the way that from a game theoretical economic point of view, it doesn't make sense that the other is scamming you. So in real life, we have our real life reputation and security. When you are stealing something, the police come after you and you end up in jail. So you're not doing it. That's too much of a price, and everybody has their freedom as given for free. You don't have to pay for this, that you have this freedom which they can take away from you. And that's why economic transactions in real life are very cheap. When you have a cleaning lady who could steal something from your house, you are not asking for a security deposit of $10,000 because, you know, when she will steal, you go to the police and she will get in trouble. In the crypto anarchistic world, we don't have this because we assume basically that everybody is anonymous and doesn't have a freedom what you can take away. So we need to find alternatives like financial bonds, like the security deposit in BISC, or some kind of decentralized reputation, or some linkage to some real life assets, what you have anyway, and what we can piggyback on, like we do with the account, with the bank account. You cannot create millions of bank accounts. So it's not an asset. You can create millions of cryptographic keys. So we couldn't use a cryptographic key for something. But a bank account is something like like a Bitcoin proof of work. So it's difficult to get a bank account. And we're using this for our account age signing concept as a kind of like a distributed or decentralized reputation system where this element is used to build up some trust and some reputation, which helps us to lower the requirement for a security deposit. Otherwise, the friction is too high when you want to trade $1,000 and you always need to lock up minimum $1,000. It's a lot of friction, and many users don't want to do this.
Definitely, and I think one of the main highlights of BISC is, you know, not being KYC AML, and I just wanted to ask the panel what they think the main dangers of KYC AML are, and what to do in the coming years, considering recent events like we've seen with BitMEX recently. Like, I know they they are not decentralized, but just considering the more attention is being paid to just like Bitcoin in general. So, I'd like to hear what y'all think that the main dangers of KYC AML are, and prepping for the future and to best protect people.
I think the main danger of KYC is the risk of someone 6102ing your Bitcoin, right? If they know that you have some Bitcoin, then they can try to attack it and go after you like a nation state government, right? And it kind of goes back to your previous question, like how can BISC stay KYC resistant? And the other BISC dev said a lot of the really great points, but basically BISC is not a company and nobody is operating the exchange, right? The BISC DAO doesn't custody any funds. The users do their own order matching, and the users do their own trade settlement outside of BISC. So BISC is just purely like this bulletin board system, essentially. And it doesn't run on any servers. It's all peer-to-peer and distributed. So if you build all that infrastructure, then you don't really need like KYC is like completely irrelevant, right? And then when your Bitcoin is on your hardware with your private keys and nobody knows about it, then nobody can 6102 your Bitcoin. No government can show up your house and say you have to give us X% for whatever reason. And that's the real reason I think so many people care about privacy of just OPSEC in general, is you never talk about how much Bitcoin you have, but literally everyone out there is using some centralized Bitcoin exchange, doing the ID selfies and saying, yes, this is exactly how much Bitcoin I have. My name is John Smith. I live at 123, Fate Street, whatever their address is. And the governments have, amazing databases of all this information, like perfectly indexed for when they're ready to 6102, Bitcoin again, when that's going to happen. It's not even like if, right? It's when it's going to happen. And BISC is the only exchange that kind of calls out the whole system of KYC. It says, no, KYC is the illicit activity, right? Steve very famously tweeted this a couple of years back, and it's now kind of like our unofficial slogan or something. But it's so true, right, Steve? Like,
and
for sure.
One of those aspects here is that first of all, the name "Know Your Customer" is very misleading, because it's not about knowing your customer. It's about snitching who your customer is to a trusted third party, right? Yeah. This is KYC. And BISC, in BISC, you do know your customer, right? You know the Tor identity and possibly the bank account of your trading partner. However, you're not compelled to snitch that information to a trusted third party, right? That is the big difference that BISC does not have. However, this does not mean that there can never be anyone to snitch on users of BISC, right? So there is a serious potential risk that someone is collecting all of the personal information of BISC users to eventually publish that. This is a concern, right? And this is very difficult to actually defend against, because you will always know something about your counterparty, right? And that's, but reducing that information that you share with your counterparty is great, because then it's much more difficult to snitch on you in any case.
I think the whole concept of AML and KYC is just completely wrong. They are applying it on the wrong base layer. They don't apply it on electricity. They don't say terrorists must not consume electricity, because when you would try to do this, even if it would be possible technically, electricity would cost 10 times more and it wouldn't work half of the time, like the banks. I mean, exactly the reason why the banks are so terrible, inefficient, is because of their requirements for doing all this bullshit. And they don't find the money launderers, because the biggest money launderer sits as president in the White House and now in the hospital, luckily. Anyway. So it's a big lie, and the huge collateral cost is the freedom of everybody, because I mean 99.99% are not money launderers and terrorists and whatever, and they get they are confronted with this mass surveillance and security risk and everything. And for a authoritarian regime, what we have already in many countries like Australia, America, England, countless, it's just a turnkey solution for dictatorial control of population. So it's a terrible cost for our future and our freedom, with not really proved benefits, because as I said, the biggest money launderers sit in the Deutsche Bank and all this, and that's all known, and they never go to jail or anything. So when they catch a small Russian money launderer who are doing washing some money what they earned with prostitutes or whatever, I mean that's not the big problems of the world. And they should do it, of course. They should stop the criminals, but they have to do it with their traditional tools, what they have done all the time, and not try to compromise the technology base layers and make those base layers basically unusable and insecure and inefficient and expensive. And luckily we didn't see this in many other technologies, and on finance they applied it very heavily, and Bitcoin has proven it that it's not needed. It's much more secure, like any bank. And BISC is basically an approach to build this on the exchange or on the exchange side.
Yeah, and I think if you look at money laundering itself, I mean, it wasn't even a crime until the late 80s in the U.S. The foundation of it doesn't even make sense. Like, what does it mean to launder money? I mean, is that even a crime? The crime in most cases, as I understand it, is done before the money is exchanged, and then that money becomes dirty, and then whatever you buy, whether it's a banana or a Bitcoin, that is technically money laundering. But we don't think of it like that, but it really, the concept doesn't make any sense. I used to work in finance, and we would do deals, these big $1 million deals, and then the KYC AML part was the very last step. Everything had been finalized, leadership had been made aware and approved. KYC AML was the very, very last thing that we did, just to check a box, and had almost no significance. Yet it's such a big deal in this space. And as we continue to see over the past several years, I think it was just revealed as a result of the it was some leak that got some publicity lately about the money laundering that banks were doing, that a lot of people were doing transactions. The banks were actually filing these suspicious activity reports, but nothing was being done about them. They were just being let go. So yeah, the whole process just doesn't really have much meaning. It seems like it's being selectively applied for who knows what agenda. So just opt out and don't even deal with it.
I think if you're giving up your private data, then you have to assume that if it's landing on a big pile of other private data, it will get lost, it will get stolen, and it's only a matter of time that the data is out. So in the end, or maybe it's already out, you never know. And so the best is to don't collect that data, simply don't collect it. And I think nobody really, it's going the other way. It's more and more connected, and it's bigger piles, and it's centrally collected and so on. It's getting worse. So I think everything you can do to keep your private data private, don't give it away.
Yeah, an aspect which I never heard in that context is AI. I mean, AI lives from huge amount of data, and those who are owning the data are very powerful. Only those can benefit really from the results of the AI when it gets applied on this data. And they are building a huge gold mine of future. We don't know where it leads and what the results for this. But it's because it's very centralized. There are a few monopolies who are controlling and owning this data. They get a huge power leverage, and another of many aspects why these policies are just super evil and dangerous for the society.
Anyone else? No? Well, yeah, I mean, all that's really important, and I think that's, of course, like one of the main highlights, especially with the theme of this year's HCPP is really maintaining privacy and how to really leverage that. I believe David Friedman says that today's privacy and cryptography is really the 21st century's version of the Second Amendment. But in this case, we're lucky enough to really apply that on a global scale because it is free and open source. So, I think we're all really fortunate to take advantage of that.
That's such a great point, right? Because technology is fundamentally information. Right? This is what we actually learn in Austrian economics when looking at what technology basically is. It's information as a strategy on how to make, how to achieve your process or your goals easier and better, right? And that now means that in cyberspace, where we're literally dealing with information, this is again in that same realms of using technology, of using tools to defend yourself. So very much the right to bear arms, to physically defend yourselves, to use these types of technologies, together with the right to use encryption, right, and to defend yourself in this case, are very, very closely related.
Absolutely. Going back to the money aspect of this, what is BIS doing to maintain liquidity on y'all's network, and what is market activity been like since COVID as well?
Well, I'd say we're doing much of what we've been doing, just trying to be active, accommodate the needs of the community, be in constant communication, put out wiki articles, blog articles, and do talks like this, interviews like this to just to get the message out there of what we're doing. As far as liquidity, lately it's been quite good. I don't think there was, at least I haven't seen any relation to COVID in trading activity. It could be that BISC is at a stage where it's on a growth path anyway, and so events like that don't have much of an effect on it. I don't know, but what I can say is that the trading activity on the network has been just straight organic line up over the past several months, couple years or so that it's been around. It's very encouraging to see especially the primary markets of the US dollar and the euro really just take off in the past couple of years.
Do you think any of that activity is attributed to things going on in Lebanon or Venezuela or Argentina, people that are really actually needing Bitcoin from the day to day?
Are you asking if the current growth trajectory is related to that, or?
Yes.
It very well could be. I mean, there often tweets from people who are from those areas who refer to Bisq as, you know, something that they would like to use and that they see as a solution to their limitations and issues in where they are. I don't know if it's fair to attribute any growth or trading activity directly to them just yet, mainly because those markets are not very strong on Bisq right now. But I think there is an awareness that the work that Bisq is doing and the service that it puts forth is could very well be useful in those situations.
Yeah, and to that, and just the users accessing it, what have you guys done to make Bisq just more flexible in any terms, especially with UI and UX in that case? Because, you know, so some of the FUD that might go around is like, oh, it's too hard because it's decentralized, and, you know, all these comments. But, you know, what have you guys really done to just improve that and overall just make it more flexible and appealing for users?
Yeah, I think I'd probably defer to the devs for a development focused response, but from the I guess community and user side, we've for example made a new getting started guide. We established a new wiki, a lot of articles on use cases on how to tackle common issues. The getting started guide, I think, was key. Gotten great feedback on it so far, and just really breaking things down, making things look easier than they might seem at first. Yeah, people are quite intimidated with Bisq when they first open it up, myself included when I first did way back when. But when you really break it down and make things more clear, it's really not that bad. So I guess just communicating that up front has really helped. And I think, I mean, I see that a lot on Twitter as well, with people who, especially over the past few months, I don't know what exactly caused the change, but people who were, you know, hesitated to use Bisq before, you know, took out the time and tried it finally, and walk away like, oh wow, this was so much easier than I thought it would be. So I think just, yeah, trying to put forth the messaging that it's really not that bad, and, you know, here are the 4 concrete steps that you need to do to go through to use it. It has helped quite a bit.
Yeah, I think a main problem is that most people come from a mindset which is based on their experience from centralized exchanges, which is conceptually very different. And then you come to Bisq, and and you don't understand it because you just want to take, you want to buy Bitcoin, and in a centralized exchange, immediately you're buying it from the exchange directly, more or less, with your custodial money and so on. So it's very different base concept. And when you have this mindset and you're used to this and expect this from Bisq, it's probably confusing, and you have to relearn that it's a different thing. But people who are completely new to Bitcoin probably have less of this problem, because at the end it's much more like a normal barter when you do whatever, on a on eBay, you're selling something and you wait until somebody is taking it. And of course we could improve the UI a lot, and Pedro, our great designer, has already provided a fantastic improvement. We are just lacking on UI devs to implement it soon, but it's high on our priority. And basically, I mean, we have the kind of like unofficial internal project, Bisq 10x, where we believe that we can increase the volume and the value of Bisq tenfold just by low-hanging fruit improvements. Nothing really complicate new trade protocol or whatever. Just making it faster, lighter, more secure, less bugs, better UI. And it's just engineering work, basically, where we are a little bit short on development in general, like most open source projects, a common issue. But we're working hard on this, and assume in a time frame of half a year we can get there. And then there are some to get further, like 10x. I think it requires some conceptual changes On the altcoin side, there are very interesting new technologies out, like especially the Monero atomic swap, which is not based on the time locked hash contract, but on script to script, basically. And I don't understand the crypto. It's pretty advanced, but people are working on this. And once this become more production ready, I think we should look into possibilities how we could integrate this in BISC, and then you can really trustlessly exchange Monero to Bitcoin. That would be a very big goal, and would probably increase Monero volume by 100 or 1,000. And other things are when central banks' digital currencies are coming, and probably it's just a question of time until they come. In China, it's already reality. And then the game for fiat is a different one, and we have to look out how it will be implemented. I mean, they will make it as worse as possible, I'm sure, but at least when they are not fucking it up absolutely, then it will be somehow a little bit better like the current banks, and it can be that we can automate the fiat transfer in a better way, more like an altcoin, that you don't need the user who clicks the button, I receive the money, that you have some APIs where you can request this. So that will be also a big game changer. And others are, maybe there is a solution for a new, also have been an idea for off-chain trade protocol, which got stuck a little bit on the conceptual work, and it's not very clear if it can be made secure. But when it turns out that this can be done, then that's a big game changer, because then it changes completely the technological base, how BISC is working now, and with all the limitation that you have to work to wait one confirmation on the blockchain. Beside that, there's Lightning and Liquid, which are very interesting development that's going on a lot. So that's also on our table to look. On top of this, and you goals, and I think the short-term goal is just to make the BISC experience 10 times better like it is now. And I think that's totally possible.
Yeah, and I feel like people that understand what BISC is, I mean, they know that one of the main highlights is it's KYC, AML free, and they're already on the path of taking self-ownership and self-sovereignty, and they're willing to go through those learning hoops. So like UI is always a great improvement, but you know, I think that your base and just the spread of just organic knowledge of what you guys do, I think that will just speak for itself in a way, because the people understand, you know, why use BISC. So yeah, more improvements that get added are always a bonus, but you know, I think the community is strong enough in their convictions to understand, you know, this is a new world, a new technology, so we have to embrace these tools to best defend ourselves. And so yeah, I definitely believe that we have that going for all of us really in the space too. When it comes to scaling, and you mentioned Lightning as well, have you considered discrete log contracts? I actually spoke with guys from Sherbets yesterday, and I was wondering, of like, once that gets fleshed out, I was thinking that might be a strategic way to increase volume as well, having these decentralized permissionless contracts, and if that's a way that a BISC could utilize that in a way to help with volume.
I hadn't looked closer to it, so I cannot say too much to it, but it's on my table as well to investigate how we could utilize it. But basically, we are still, I mean, the main goal of BISC is the fiat side. On the altcoin side, there will be other projects who are only focused on the altcoin, where we cannot really compete because it's a different technology stack, where they just can make it faster and better. And also Liquid is working on quite a lot of stuff. So we have to focus on that what was built, BISC built around, and that was the fiat. Initially it was only fiat, and then we added altcoin because it was easy. But for doing smart contract trading, also swaps in the pure crypto space, it's a less complicated and difficult problem. And there are several solutions out, atomic swaps and this new script, which is even more interesting, I think, and or more traditional contracts. And of course, we will try to benefit from those as well, and probably have to find like a parallel protocol which doesn't have these requirements like the current trade protocol has for fiat. But I think on the altcoin side, there are many other projects. On the fiat side, I think we are the only one who is doing really the stuff seriously. I mean, of course, there's HODL and others, but they are not on the same level from the decentralization and censorship resistant point of view. So I'm not aware of any other project who is doing basically what BISC is doing there. And I think that's our core strength. Of course, we have to keep in mind that the traditional fiat like we have now might have the data counted probably. And if we like it or not, I mean, central bank digital currencies will not be better like the current fiat. Only on the technology level, we hope it will be a little bit better, but surveillance problems will be even worse than control. But we cannot change this anyway, how they will move in this direction. And when this change, we have to adopt early on and think of ways how we can play our role there as well.
Yeah, what are you expecting from the CBDCs, and what impacts do you think that will have mostly on BISC?
To be honest, I'm not expecting anything really interesting. It will be, probably they're just doing what every modern fintech company is doing. So they are doing a little bit of update to year 2000 technology, I would say. Nothing really interesting at all. But my hope is that at least they provide some standard APIs where you can verify if a transaction was made or not. I fear they will still implement chargeback for the stupid reasons, so that will probably remain a big problem. When it wouldn't be implemented, or at least at a kind of like a core layer, then it would be much better. But I fear I think they will fuck it up to the maximum what they can, and they are pretty good with this. And the only benefit what I really expect is that we get some APIs what they could do already now. And I think there is some work that maybe in 10 years all the banks have a standard API. But we will not wait so long. So when you provide this, life would be already much easier for BISC users and for BISC itself. So I think that's probably realistically the only benefit what can be expected, and the rest I expect the worst. Hopefully I'm wrong, but they have a bad track record, so no reason to not expect this.
Right. So I know a lot of people can get involved, and you've extended this out online, but people can help out with the development and projects. Just going to the GitHub, but can you go into that more, and what kind of your plans for BISC are for the future? I'm sure you covered a lot of them, but what's kind of the short-term goal, the long-term goal, and what can people do to help improve that and get involved and just make BISC as good as it can be?
Yeah, so if anybody is interested in joining, we need people on every area: developers, cryptographers, security experts, people who are experienced with operations, community and communication people. So everybody is welcome, of course, but I think the biggest bottleneck is usually development. And BISC is built in Java, so somebody should have some Java experience, but usually good developers don't care. And when somebody's doing C++, they can do it in Java as well quickly. That's usually not the challenge. And UI development is usually a bottleneck, where it's not so easy to find good UI developers. we have this fantastic designer, Pedro, but we are always lagging back to implement his designs. And as I said, we have a very great redesign of the application, but I think it would take maybe 3 months work, and yeah, we don't have the resources for doing it. The short-term goals, in my opinion, are to just make the existing BISC much better. Also on the payment method area, I think we could improve a lot and customize for there are special payment methods which works very well for BISC in certain countries where you get better privacy or no chargeback risk and so on. And I think we should work on this to get. It's usually not really complicated and difficult. We just need the local people who have the domain knowledge how this payment method really works, and it's very easy to integrate in BISC then. And I think with that we could grow volume, because then we really could become really strong in some countries when we are really providing the best support for the payment methods there. And the mid and long-term goals are, as said, to get some, especially on the Monero markets, that's our #1 market, and from the cypherpunk mentality for sure, also super close. I mean, there are other altcoins which have some serious trading volume, like Zcash and a little bit of Ethereum and some others also. But I think they are like Monero takes 99% and the rest is 1%. So I think we just rolled out the interesting feature that the Monero receipt can be automated with there's this transaction key in Monero. With that you get a cryptographic proof that the transaction was made, and we are utilizing this, so the trade should be faster with that. And I said, this atomic swap project, that's super interesting, but it's cutting edge crypto. Some people are working on it, and I think once that will take, I think they have a roadmap of more or less half a year, and I think it's already funded from the Monero community, so that will happen. And I think we have to wait. We wouldn't have the capacity and knowledge and skills to implement this anyway. And so we have to wait until that's production ready, and then we have to look into ways how we can integrate this in BISC. So that's for sure, I think, on the roadmap. And privacy, security improvements. So everybody who is experienced in that space, always welcome, of course. It's never a binary thing, privacy and security. It's always an area where you can make things better and improve. And we're doing it constantly also, but it's also question of the dev resources and people who are strong with concepts. I think that's there are not too many people who have this kind of like skill sets to think in this combination of cryptography, of game theory, of economics, and who are able to design systems. Also, not pure technological systems, but systems which works more like a society. We are building a small society, a small world. Things which are normal in our society, how people are interacting and communicating and trading together. We are rebuilding this in with a cypherpunk mentality, and trying to do it as secure and as privacy focused as possible. And that's very challenging and has its limitations. You cannot do everything, but it's and I think those are really the hard problems. The technology problems are in many areas, I think, solved, at least to a satisfying extent. But I mean, there are some magic stuff like zero knowledge proof where you can build all kind of incredible stuff, and so I think there we are super far ahead already. But what I'm really see a huge lack, and you see it when you look in the whole crypto space, there are not many projects who are really trying to achieve the same what Bitcoin has achieved, to be really a completely autonomous project. Which project beside Bitcoin is really as autonomous on that level? I don't know another one. Maybe Lightning is pretty good, but Liquid, it's company based at the end. I cannot compare it to what Bitcoin has achieved. Super interesting project, Liquid, but it's federated, it's not permissionless and so on. So there are Lightning probably for me is maybe the only project where I think has really probably achieved a similar level of autonomy. And I hope BISC has achieved it already in some areas, at least to a certain extent, but that there are not more projects, and there are millions of other projects who are just following the centralized paradigm, creating a company, a startup, finding investors, doing some pseudo decentralized stuff for PR, and at the end, when you become big, you get regulated and shut down by the governments. I mean, that's not the interesting part, and that's the 99%, especially on other altcoin sites like Ethereum. So I think that's the biggest lack at the end from the mindset and from the skill set, that's very hard to find people who are creative enough to build such ideas and systems.
I know we only have a few minutes left, but I wanted to ask a quick question for the other BISC guys. What do you feel is the best way for, you know, as we're seeing like the Bitcoin fee market starting to develop and the blocks are full and the fees are getting high, what do you guys think is the best way for BISC to kind of scale into the layer 2? Is it more like Lightning, or is it some kind of federated sidechain like Liquid, or do we just kind of, you know, make our own sidechain, you know, the BISC sidechain? If so, how do we do the custody model? Like, what's the real end solution here?
Yeah, I think as you named it already, I think Liquid and Lightning are the prime candidates. I personally didn't have enough time to look as close to Liquid to develop some ideas how it could work together, also with Lightning not, but at least from the Lightning perspective, I don't see much conceptual problems. On the Liquid side, I see a little bit, I'm questioning if it's censorship resistant enough for BISC. And as you said, it can be, we could run our own federation and so on, and maybe that's a way, but you have to bootstrap it and so on. And why should people then lock in Bitcoin in the BISC federation? I mean, with BISC, we have it in some way. It's so, and we see the problems that people have their friction to get into this. They don't want to give away their Bitcoin for any other tokens easily, understandably. So I'm aware that the current trade protocol based on on-chain transaction doesn't have a long-term future. At some point, the fees will be very high, and then one way could be that you only do really big transaction, like with international bank transfer. People are doing it, but you pay $100 and you're not sending $50 with this. You're doing it for 5,000 euro, then you don't care maybe so much if you lose $100 on transaction fee. So that can work also with BISC. But it has its other challenges with big trade amounts. There's some security issues then. Another option is this off-chain trade protocol, where I don't want to get into this, that's too far away, but when we find a way to be completely off-chain, that you are separating the security aspect and the transfer aspect, and then you can transfer however you want. You can send it by a bottle over the ocean. You're just using the blockchain technology for security. So you are proving that you are not scamming, and then you transfer, and when both agree, everything is fine. And that has a lot of benefits on the privacy, and it's super flexible. Yeah, as I said, you can exchange then anything to anything. Actually, really bananas to Apple. You don't need any crypto part. So that would be kind of like, for me, kind of like a preferred solution, because I think that would be very elegant. But the big challenge is how to build it really secure that it really works. We had some idea where we got pretty close, but it got stuck, and we would need much more time to evaluate it and to see if it has a future or not.
Yeah, I'm not so deep into how BISC in the granular things work, but I think a sidechain could be an option. And we had, I think, 2017 or in the beginning of 2017, the fees were really high on the Bitcoin network, and I think we had Litecoin and the Dogecoin and some coin version of BISC, but separating the liquidity pool into different chains, I think makes no sense. That's bad option. So maybe having a liquid option in the BISC client where I think BISC always will stay on the Bitcoin blockchain, but maybe it's only for a really big transaction, as we heard. And maybe there's an option for small transaction on some side chain. And maybe that's the easiest thing to do it, but maybe put it in one client and have a mark on it. This is a liquid something side chain transaction, and this is on chain or something like that.
Yeah, I think at the moment Liquid doesn't have enough traction. I mean, we have it as trading currency, and it has very low, unfortunately, and pretty low volume. So, and when we would basically run it like we did in the past, I mean, the main reason was in the fork debate, and because we're using Bitcoin J, and Bitcoin J was implemented in a way to follow automatically the longest chain. So when it would have turned out bad, then the BISC users would have been kind of like lost to be on the wrong chain and suddenly have bullshit coin instead of Bitcoin. So that was the main reason why we thought, yeah, when it gets really bad, we need an alternative, and that why we added then Litecoin and the others, and it was technically easy. And on the Dodge side, the their community, or no, not on Dash, they added a lot. Yeah, they implemented themselves basically and added a lot of support. And even then, they couldn't bootstrap a market. That was my main learning. Even if it's not a technology problem in the first place, it's how you bootstrap a market. That's very difficult, and it failed for all three what we had. And even Dash, they put a lot of money in and tried to really push it. I mean, they are more like a startup, like a real crypto project, in my opinion. But anyway, so with Liquid, I assume it would happen the same. When we would run parallel or even integrated, I think it would, maybe in a year, in half a year, it's different, and Liquid is really a big star, and really everybody want to get into Liquid. And I think then we have better chances. At the moment, I think it's still, doesn't have, especially from the BISC user space, I think they're all Bitcoin maximalists, and very few probably use anything else, even not something like Liquid. But sure, it's on the table, and it's one of the very few serious and interesting options. And sure, with the fees, they don't have so high fees because they don't have mining. I'm just a little bit concerned for long term. For short term, sure, no problem. And maybe they have some interesting solutions out, what we don't know. So they're very smart people, and they're cypherpunks par excellence. But currently, when the government wants to shut down Liquid over Blockstream and the included company, they can do it. I mean, it's not censorship resistant, it's not permissionless. You cannot become a member without asking for permission. So it's a different model, like Bitcoin and like this. So that's a little bit a restriction from my side. But I don't say that that's not a valid option where we have to deal with maybe some limitations or so, and maybe have some alternative paths where you can do that, or you can use them the other option, where you save on fee, but maybe you're not as censorship resistant. So that.
Yeah, that's a really good point with the trade-offs. When you use a Liquid federation, you're basically trusting them with the custody of your Bitcoin, that they're going to give it back to you later. And there could be all kinds of issues, like technical or political even, or legal issues. And so that's like why one of the ideas is kind of just using the technology, but not necessarily the federation, right? Like this could fork the Element sidechain project and make its own BISC federation with, a number of trusted people out there. But of course that has its own issues as well. I don't really want to be, MZ, do you want to like custody some obscene amount of Bitcoin? It's like we don't want to be, custodians either, right? Nobody wants to be custodians, but that's pretty much what layer 2 is. Maybe there will be some cool hybrid of both of them. I understand like dynamic federations and all kinds of really cool concepts where you can kind of use the Liquid network or its blockchain but just for the data part, and then you can use a different place to actually custody the Bitcoin. So it would be like LBTC, it could be like BISC BTC, and maybe this is something that develops on the open market. So the free market could have different trust or reputational rates for if you want to custody with MZ, it'll cost you this much, or maybe MZ and Wiz together, this is the rate for that. And there could be an actual like free market economics of
but I think
the
that
security
doesn't solve
trade-off.
it. Sorry to interrupt. I think that doesn't solve it because we have a free market of banks, and look how great it is. They're all doing the same stuff. You can choose the other bank with lower fees and so on, but at the end they're all doing exactly the same because they can be controlled, and that's why they are controlled. You have to build a system that they cannot intercept, and I think that will never work with any entity who is there with their real life or with their company. So we need to build a system which is, and we have it. The DAO could be basically this kind of custodial, and we have it in the BSQ token. We have these features like locking up BSQ or confiscating even BSQ. The DAO can confiscate BSQ of somebody when we can prove that it's a scammer. And the reason why we are not using this and not making an exit scam is because we would kill our investment. So every DAO token holder who has the voting right would think twice to steal quickly money from somebody by killing all his BSQ investment. So it's a working model. It's permissionless. Anybody can be a BSQ token holder, and it's a decentralized body which can play these roles. And maybe I think that might be maybe one solution where we can delegate these centralized elements to the DAO, but it will take much more time to get to some solution, and for sure forking elements and doing, but I have a little bit of feeling it would be what we have built with the DAO is already very similar, and then we would have basically two parallel systems, and technology-wise and privacy-wise they are for sure superior. And when RGB is out, maybe it would, at some point, maybe it makes sense to swap over the BISC token to this new technology because it's just better in every aspect. But that will be a huge effort and a challenge, and I think a little bit too early to think about something like this. But that might be sure an option in the future, that at some point we say, okay, we're basically taking over a more mature and much more advanced technology, and and swapping it over and reusing the same concept at the end, that it's based on a shareholder voting and meritocratic approach. I think that works pretty good, and I think that's sound. And the technology at the end doesn't really matter so much. And when sorry. Yeah, and when it's something like Liquid, where you have much lower miner fees and much better privacy, even better, of course.
Definitely. And us as Bitcoiners and crypto anarchists, we are here for the long haul. It is the long game. We understand low time preference. That's why we're here, because we just have this conviction in this thing that we know that works. And I feel like our passions and dedications are really going to be our own proof of work, and everything's going to work out the way it needs to be, slowly but surely, gradually and suddenly, of course. But gentlemen, thank you so much for joining the panel. This was an awesome discussion. Definitely one I'm going to have to watch back once it's out. But I think we kind of went over everything. I mean, just last note, where's the best place to reach y'all?
Well, there's the BISC network is the main website, and then we have a Keybase group. There's a link to the Keybase group on the website for anyone to reach anyone in the project, whether development or for any other support or anything else you'd like to know.
Awesome.
Yeah, thanks. It was a good talk. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thanks for being here. Dug it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Well, all righty. Max, you back with me? Nope. But I do have Ricardo on. Ricardo, can you hear me? Can we hear you?
Yeah, hi guys, everyone.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Yeah, cool. Thank you. Thank you for the invite.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. before we get going here, I do need to quickly use the Extropians room, but I will be back pronto, and we can get going. If that's cool with everyone. All right, sorry about that. There's a goddamn moving truck outside with his beeper ruining the live stream. So I had to close my door for that. It's what I get for trying to get fresh air, right? All right. Are we all here? Are we all good? Am I being heard? Yes?
Yeah, I think that Max is away. I don't know.
Cool. Well, he'll pop in. He's a busy man keeping everything together on here. But hey, Ricardo, thanks a lot for joining. I'm super stoked to get into this. Let's just kick things off with you. Just give us your background and who you are. I know that you're involved in a lot of great projects. Wasabi, BTC Pay. So we'll definitely be discussing privacy and all that. But, you know, just give us the background of like who you are, your journey, and how you found Bitcoin.
Yeah. Well, basically, I'm a digital marketer with a strong background in security and privacy. And it might seem weird because as one thing goes against the other, but that's exactly what I'm doing because I really want to improve the privacy of users around the world. And I want to improve the way marketers create and implement digital marketing strategies. I think that, yeah, in 2020, it's a real problem because like most of the startups, the companies, the products are collecting huge amount of data. But yeah, for example, in Wasabi and in BTC Pay, we are collecting really like no data at all. But at the same time, we can really create cool and like effective marketing strategies. So yeah, I'm trying to improve the privacy of everyone. It might seem something impossible, but that's my job and that's what I'm doing in my life. And yeah, I discovered Bitcoin a couple of years ago. I don't remember exactly when, but it past a couple of years, let's say. Yeah. And yeah, as soon as possible, I wanted to like teach to people how to secure their wallets, how to improve their privacy with Bitcoin wallets. And after I discovered Wasabi, and I think that was like the first alpha version of it, I really started to create tutorials and like read guides about how to use correctly the software itself. After a couple of months, I started to contribute directly to the code, and yeah, after a couple of weeks, I became a digital marketing strategist for the wallet itself. In the case of BTC Pay Server, it went differently because I was looking for a software, let's say, to manage orders and like to create an e-commerce to accept only Bitcoin. And yeah, BTC Pay was perfect for it, and I started to use it, to implement it. And yeah, after a couple of weeks, I started to contribute to the website and to the documentation. And also because I'm really involved with education in Italy, I always try to tell to people to use BTC Pay, to use Wasabi, because these are, I think, the most two important, I can say, or like I think that Wasabi and BTC Pay are really, really great products, and I try to sponsor them in every event that I go to. And yeah, that's it. Oh, also I actually manage one of the biggest, I think, BTC Pay server public servers. And in this case, I think that I already reached 1,000 users on my BTC Pay servers, and most of them are obviously Italian merchants and users. And that's interesting because, yeah, I know that there are more than 1,000 users in the server, but I don't know how many stores they have, how many invoices they create. So also in this case, I don't know anything about my users, and I'm trying to respect their privacy.
Definitely. And it's a funny thing to really measure those metrics, and you hear about that on Lightning. It's like, oh, there's this many nodes, but which ones are public channels, which ones are private channels. What do you think that's going to change overall with privacy and really measuring the progress of these metrics and how many people are really going to be using them? Because how do we know that it's actually working and being successful?
Well, we don't know. Actually, it's pretty difficult, but I think that it will change. I don't know how, but I hope and I think that it will change in the future.
Yeah.
But as I said before, I think that it's possible right now to create, like for products, to create marketing strategies about a product without like collecting huge amount of data. But in its time, because marketers are used to like collect everything, but we can change.
Yeah, maybe it'll be kind of like how we saw with MicroStrategies and these other companies coming out saying, oh yeah, we have Bitcoin on our treasury. Maybe it will be something similar like, yes, we are using BTC Pay server. And, maybe it'll be more like a badge of honor that they put like on their homepage or something. But I want to get back to digital marketing and kind of compartmentalize these two models that I see in my head, because we have the legacy model of these giant corporations taking people's data and using that as marketing material. And I'm curious how you contrast that and what strategies that you use to ethically market, through, whether it's or not it's data. It's just like, what is the how? Like how do you market and how do you go against that like surveillance corporate
Okay, so
MO?
There's a difference between like collecting directly data and like using data that is already available and it's collected by other companies. For example, Google Analytics is the most used analytics software for websites and application and all that kind of stuff. And obviously it collects a huge amount of data about users, and it can like track every user around the internet. So, like for example, if someone, some marketer wants to collect some data about their users, but without like directly collecting the data from the website itself by adding like, for example, Google Analytics, it might choose to like to register and use Google Search Console, which is basically the dashboard that Google gives to marketers, and it shows to marketers like how many views and how many searches for a particular keyword are every month, how many clicks to the website, how many backlinks and hyperlinks are linking to the website, from the users, from which countries are coming from, which language. So the marketer in this case can like track the effectiveness of a particular campaign or track the growth of a website or a company without directly collecting data, but by using already available data that Google already knows about their users. Because the problem is that right now users are sharing huge amount of data to Google, but I think that as a marketer, if I can like use that already collected data instead of like collecting more data, it's something good for the user itself. But yeah, we should educate more users to like use privacy search engines like DuckDuckGo or Startpage. But at the same time, if I want to like track a marketing campaign, I need some data. So like in this case, Google Search Console might be a solution. Or like for tracking directly in the website, for example, we are not using it in Wasabi Wallet, neither in BTC Pay Server, but I advise like every marketer to use Matomo, which is basically an alternative to Google Analytics. And instead of like collecting a lot of personal identifiable information in Matomo, the administrator or the marketer can like anonymize, for example, IP addresses, can tell to Matomo to not process any personal data or personally identifiable information, can like configure data retention, or can create opt-out buttons to like delete everything about the user itself, can respect do not track settings. So it's an alternative for Google Analytics, and it's privacy oriented, and it at the same time is self-hosted. So every data that the marketer is collecting about the users, it's like in the company, or it's in his own servers instead of like Google servers. So yeah, there are many ways, but as I said, in Wasabi especially, we are not collecting anything about the user, nothing. We don't know nothing about our users, and this is a really big challenge for a marketer like me. So yeah, my job is trying to like figure how to create marketing strategies and like tracking them. Another example might be the Bitcoin is safe and Wasabi is safe campaign that I launched, I think, at the start of 2019 or 2020. And for example, to like track the effectiveness of the campaign, we measured like how many downloads via GitHub we had during that specific time frame, or how many hashtags about that particular campaign users shared on social media, how many followers we got. But yeah, we didn't track our users, we didn't collect any data, but just like we just analyzed the public data that social media had.
Yeah, so it is a tough challenge, definitely, but I guess one of the more ethical approaches, like you had said, is to not collect more data, but really just kind of use what is already there. Because in a way, like, the damage has already been done to some sense. So it's not like you're adding more to the problem.
Yeah, I think that we should educate more like users how to not sharing that amount of data to like big companies as Google or Facebook or all that kind of stuff. And I think that at the same time we should optimize how like the websites are made. For example, let's make another example, and this is not like directly related to marketing, but on how like a developer builds a website. Like, for example, everyone likes to use Google Fonts, but we should know that every time that a user loads a Google Font from Google servers, it shares with Google like IP and all that information that should be private. So also when a web developer wants to build a new website, like it should try to not like add JavaScript, not add like third-party social media share buttons, or it should not add third-party comment integration like Disqus, all the kind of stuff like Google Fonts. So really, I think that the self-hosted fonts and self-hosted analytics software, self-hosted comment integration are the key here, because you can like create something, you can create a website without like trusting all that third parties that are collecting huge amount of data about users. So it's difficult, but you like people can do that, developers can do that, marketers can do that. It's just like I need to explain to them how to do it. So it really starts from the education of final users and also the education of marketers and web developers, because there are two different ways. You can build a website and build a marketing strategy in the easy way, like everyone else is doing, or you can try to create something new and try to create something that respects user privacy. It's difficult. It's more difficult, but you can do it. It just needs time, and it just needs like a lot of research on how you can do it properly.
Yeah. Do you think that is improving, especially, I don't know, with this past year? Do you think people are becoming more aware and are willing to educate themselves more?
No,
Have you seen that?
I don't think so. Like, it depends on the threat model, I think, but most of the people right now are not caring enough about their privacy. I think that you will care about your privacy when someone will fuck up your privacy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like most of the people are not concerned, are not afraid about, like, for example, being victim of identity. Like if an hacker stole identity, right? So, but when they will be victim of such an attack, they will interest and care more about their privacy. So yeah, sadly, right now I think that things are not improving. And that's why people like me should educate more. We need more educators. We need more people teaching final users and non-technical users how to improve their privacy. But it really is the education here. We're missing educators. Because I can build the greatest product, the most privacy oriented product ever, but if like the steps before downloading that product are not like privacy, like are, yeah, you understand it, right? But
yeah,
we should really educate the people how to properly do something about like a search on a search engine, or downloading a privacy software in a website. But we should tell them how to do it properly, step by step, right? So it's really education here.
I agree. In marketing analytics and retargeting and audience aside, I think another great marketing strategy that Wasabi is following, and I listen to every episode, but BTC sessions, and hearing the Wasabi wallet ad right at the top of the podcast is, also a great way. And that's also, I think, a great way to market the people that do care and do understand. But then a show like BTC Sessions, you get kind of like a lot of the newcomers in as well, and they get exposed to products like yours. And that is, in a way, that they go down like by default this this education path. So and advertising and marketing kind of go hand in hand. So that's also a very great strategy, I would say. If you have anything to add to that.
Yeah, influencer strategy is great. It's really great, but I think that it's not enough. Like for me, the search engine optimization is the most important thing in every digital marketing strategy, because there are two different users. The one that already knows about, like, for example, Bitcoin and Bitcoin privacy, so they are like looking for that keywords inside a search engine, and SEO means that you're trying to rank up for that specific keyword, so just attracting users. But at the same time, there are new users that doesn't know about the importance of privacy and doesn't know about Wasabi, and in that case, like social media marketing and influencer marketing is great, because you can go where your product cannot go right now. So yeah, you can reach new people and new audience that doesn't know about Bitcoin privacy or Wasabi wallet in this case. So yeah, there are different strategies based on different users.
I agree. Now, how do you find the happy balance, or the happy medium when it comes to search engine optimization words and keys? Because not every ad will have to have Bitcoin privacy, like you said. What are kind of the methods and strategies that you personally use when you are doing SEO?
Well, in the case of SEO, there's on-page SEO and off-page SEO. On-page means optimizing the code, making the website faster, optimizing images and alt tags and all that kind of technical code part. And then there's the off-page SEO, which means building reputation and trust for example, Google's eyes by being cited in multiple reputable sources. For example, if you're trying to push yourself as a Bitcoin software, then, for example, receiving a link from another reputable source as bitcoin.org helps you in SEO. So yeah, it's basically on page, and I think that on page is the most important thing, and off page, which is building reputation for Google's eyes, in this case for Google. Creating content, being always in social media, it also helps indirectly for SEO. So there are a lot of things to do, but the most important one, I think, that is on-page optimization and content creation. So if you want to rank up for a particular keyword, you should be the top source about that specific topic, right? So creating always new content and, again, educating people on that content.
Right. And why the main, the heavy emphasis on the homepage experience? Is that just because you want it as sleek and nice and user-friendly as possible? Why do you highlight that the most?
Also because of the user friendliness, but also because, for example, in this, I will talk about Google because Google is the most used search engine. You need to talk the same language that Google spiders are talking, right? Because a crawler or a Google spider usually enters a website, analyze it, and try to find the topic about the website, the people behind it, and etc. But if you basically you need to put inside the website and you need to talk the same language that Google spiders are talking. For example, one of the greatest things about SEO is the structured data. and you can implement structured data with like schema.org tags. For example, have you ever noticed that if you look for something in Google or like on also on other search engines, you may like find the answer directly on the result page instead of like clicking in the first result and going into another website?
Yeah.
That's the structured data. So if you put that data in the same language that spiders are talking, then Google will position the website itself in the result number zero, we call. So Google will tell to the user the answer for a specific fashion directly inside the result page. And that's awesome because like the user, in this case, doesn't even have to click to the website to get the answer, but you can like read the answer or like everything about like a recipe or how to download a software or a software link directly inside the result page. This is really important. In this case, yes. So that's why I think that on-page SEO is important, because it really helps you in reaching top 1 or top 3 or even the first or the 0 result.
Yeah, that sounds almost pretty time consuming, because it's always like trial and error. Like you're doing your coding or whatever keywords on the back end, save, refresh, then run to the search engine and see if you're in like the top 3, and you're like, damn it, and then going back and doing it again. Is that pretty much the process?
It's really a long term. Like to see results of a SEO strategy, you really need to wait months or years.
Right, aggregate that data and just have it accumulate.
It's a long-term goal to like rank up for specific keywords with SEO, and I'm really talking about months. If you optimize your website today, you maybe will see the results in 3 or 4 months. You will start seeing the results in 3 or 4 months because it's really a long process and it needs time. And in this case, I think that the most important thing is really to be and to create reputation and trust about a person, in this case, because Google also knows like authors of articles and like authors of programs and software and etc. And also in the market. Okay.
Yeah, it's been doing this a little bit, kind of froze, but now it's coming back in. But I think to that point, that's kind of where that off-page marketing comes in. So where you kind of like plant the seeds of your ideas on the most reputable sites like Bitcoin.org and whatever. And so that's why that's such a great pairing with your homepage.
Yeah, basically you should try to like being mentioned in the most reputable sources around the web, because if someone with reputation talks about you, it means that you're also or you can be a reputable source. So it's kind of creating trust in the eyes of Google in this case, or another search engine.
Yeah, I agree. So let's talk a little bit about BTC Pay and maybe the differences in, because I feel like we talked a lot about Wasabi more so. So is the marketing strategy really any different with BTC Pay server?
Well, these are 2 different products, so yes. But I'm working right now more on Wasabi instead of BTC Pay. I'm a long-term like contributor also in BTC Pay, and we are looking for like creating new strategies around it. But yeah, these are 2 different products, I think, because in the case of Wasabi, it's more like a business to consumer model. Instead of BTC Pay, it's like something different, like a business to business model. So in BTC Pay, I think that we should look for companies, merchants instead of final users, right? So you have to implement different strategies. For me, for example, like doing a social media marketing for a product like BTC Pay is not the right thing, because most of the actual users are single users like you and me. But in the future, I think that BTC Pay should focus on businesses, right? Because merchants and companies are the one that need software like BTC Pay. And it's great because, like, for example, a couple of weeks ago, Namecheap, which is a domain provider, added BTC
my
Pay.
favorite.
Yes, and that's really great, really. That's awesome. So, and that's the future, I think, that merchants and like digital, but also like local companies will provide, and will have a BTC Pay server.
Yeah, and it really stands testament to people understanding the value and need in accepting Bitcoin, and hopefully Bitcoin kind of overtakes that market, because I know that there are other competitors out there that are just not strictly only Bitcoin. How do you just what are your thoughts on that and asserting Bitcoin's
about
dominance?
What, sorry?
Pardon?
Yeah, my thoughts about what specifically?
Specifically, what are your thoughts on BTC Pay server and maintaining like Bitcoin only, and then that in going up against the other competitors that accept crypto payments? Because of course, like liquidity, and it'll kind of be a slow development where people understand, oh, we should really just be accepting Bitcoin. But I'm just, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, let's start by saying that I'm Bitcoin maxi. So yeah, I don't like the idea of accepting other cryptocurrencies that other than Bitcoin. But at the same time, if a user or a potential user wants to spend, like for example, Monero or I don't know, Ethereum or something like that, maybe the company should accept those currencies. But it's a personal, I think. I want, right? Personally, I don't like the idea, but if like a company understands that, like for example, the 30% of its users are using Ethereum, why not? So
yeah, because I mean, at the end of the day, it all settles in fiat for them.
Yeah, so it's not a problem, right? But I'm trying to push Bitcoin only. I would love to see also other companies pushing Bitcoin only, but again, I think that we just need time, right? If you look for like the coin market cap on page year by year, you will see that every coin behind Bitcoin change, but the number one will be Bitcoin. So
of course,
Bitcoin is always the number one. So it's the most accepted one. Is the one with more volume, liquidity. So yeah, and I think that this won't change in the future. So let's see.
Yeah. So I also wanted to talk about the recent integration with Shopify.
Well, yeah, it's cool, but I think we can improve it. I think that the greatest thing behind BTC Pay right now is the BTC transmuter, which is basically an integration to automatically accept multiple cryptocurrencies and exchange them for fiat, for example, via Kraken or via another others exchanges APIs. So yeah, I like it, but at the same time, I don't like centralized companies. So I really hope to decentralize everything. It's hard, but we can do it. It just needs time.
Yeah, and there's also that aspect of having to add those little components of centralization just to appease the end user, not the merchant, but the customer, of course. And in a way that hopefully leads them closer to like understanding the true value of Bitcoin. I mean, even if it's a fiat payment processor kind of settling things at the end of the day. They're still going through like Bitcoin, like adjacently. And I think that's just another way to, extend the arm out, like of us Bitcoiners to like non-Bitcoiners, or it's just another great way to educate. Or
Yeah,
what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I agree with you, really. Yeah, because right now I think that most of the people are like using BTC Pay server without like knowing what is BTC Pay server. They just see a QR code. But yeah, I would love to see more educators explaining why users should prefer like a merchant or a company or a website that is using BTC Pay server instead of like another competitor product, because it's really privacy oriented.
Not BitPay.
Yeah, okay. I wasn't talking about BitPay, but okay, let's talk about BitPay. Yeah, because right now, like Bitcoiners are caring about their privacy, but we should teach also to non-Bitcoiners or to no-coiners or future Bitcoiners to like improve their privacy since the creation of a wallet or since the first buy of Bitcoin, and it just needs like educators here. I hope that this will change in the future. I was an educator. I am an educator right now.
Yeah.
But I just realized a couple of years ago, 2 years ago, more or less, that it's better for me to create products and to improve products instead of teaching them, because I have the skills to do that. But I would really love to see more people around the globe educating on how to use properly those products, because we need them. And yeah, let's see. I will try. I will continue again in the future to educate people. But yeah, we need more people in that.
Yeah, and I think to some extent too, if the product is right, it's a good product. It's going to be intuitive, and in a way, using the product, you're educating yourself just because of the ease of use too.
Yeah, well, I think that's exactly how I started to educating about like Wasabi on BTC Pay, because I was the first one trying to use it for the first time, and like you study the program, and after a while you understand how to use properly the program, and then you can help also other people and teach them how to use it without like doing the same issues that you did. Yeah, that's the key. I think that everyone should like teach how to use a program while they are using it. Like you understand a part of a particular program or a particular dashboard software, and then you can like teach other people how to use that particular part of the software or of the program. And it's still like a long process, because I think that especially in Bitcoin, in the Bitcoin ecosystem, everything is going really, really fast. And yeah, really, I think that you should try, and you should like people should find something that they really care of and they really love, and improve it and educate people on how to use it. In my case, I choose like Wasabi and BTC Pay, so yeah, I found that.
Which I use both of those, and the thing that's cool about BTC Pay is that there's layers of complexity in just the ease of use and how far you want to take it, because you have those templates to choose from that require a little more coding and command line. But in my case, I wrote a song and I was going to do a fundraiser for it, and I just used BTC Pay Jungle, and just like one nice line, copy and paste HTML, slap it on the web page, and it's just like one button and it's theirs, one and done kind of deal. So I do really admire how they kind of kept that in mind, with like layers of complexity and simplicity and how far you want to take it. So that's very cool that they kind of thought they had the developers and the pleb developers like myself in mind to just give that optionality.
Yeah, but in the case of using another third-party BTC Pay host, you need to trust the host itself because you don't know if he modified and tweaked the code. So here, if you want to use a third-party BTC Pay host, you really need to trust him. And everything here is based on reputation and trust. But I think that we are really simplifying things with the BTC Pay. Just think about the Luna node integration. You can have like your BTC Pay with just one click. So yes, it's true. But I really want to have like people with their own BTC Pay server instead of using like another person BTC Pay server. And I'm telling you this because as I said to you, I've got over 1,000 users in my BTC Pay, but I would really love to see those people running their own BTC Pay. And we need like time, they need time, and they need teachers, and they need people how to explain them how to do it properly. And yeah, let's see if it will change in the future. I think that it will, but again, we need time.
Yeah, well, that's all we really have, right? And thankfully, we understand it's not going to happen overnight. So we all have that Bitcoin low time preference mindset, and just the open source community in itself is a beautiful thing. Everyone is trying to provide everything that they can and dedicate their talent. And I don't know, I can only be super bullish and expect good things from that personally.
Yeah, me too. But I think one important thing that I didn't mention about like how I got involved in Wasabi in this case is because like for example, Wasabi is great because it tries to incentivize like developers and also like random contributors to contribute to the code or to the project itself, thanks to monthly games and like review testing games or education games. So I think that Bitcoin startups and also like whales and I don't know, no-profit organizations should incentivize more the development and the contribution for Bitcoin-related projects, because right now most of the users and Bitcoiners are contributing for free to the code or by donations. But I think that if you really want to improve and to speed up things, we need more bakers, we need more sponsorships, we need more grants. And for example, I love what is going on with the GitHub sponsor. I love what is going on with the Square Crypto, and this is really great, really. This will change everything. And who knows, maybe MicroStrategy in the future will do the same. Let's see. And again, for example, here, this is a really great marketing strategy for a brand, because if you show to the Bitcoin ecosystem and to Bitcoin users that you're really trying to improve everything by, for example, donating a sum in Bitcoin to the developers or to particular contributors, then it's great because like everyone will love your product and your brand because you are really trying to improve the overall ecosystem of Bitcoin and Bitcoin developers. So I think that we will see more and more startups and products doing that kind of stuff, like sponsorships and grants, because it really helps for the branding side.
Awesome. I love it. Well, hey man, I thought this was an amazing chat. Definitely learned a lot. And just tell the people where they can find you and how they can help you out, and whatever projects you're working on, and what they can really expect from either Wasabi or BTC Pay or anything else that you might be working on.
Yeah, well, you can find me on riccardomasutti.com. There you will find every social media profile, and on GitHub, github.com/riccardomasutti. Yeah, as I said, I'm actively involved in Wasabi and BTC Pay. I recently made, I think 2 months ago, my first Bitcoin Core contribution, but it's not like something too technical, just a couple of edits. And yeah, and that's it. We'll see. I've got a couple of projects in mind, and I will probably show them to the people in the next month. And they are really great. About the education, I really want to create something really, really cool for the education in Italian in this case, because I think that there's a lot of like tutorials and guides and books in English, but one giant step is like creating that content and translating that content also in other languages, because not everyone can read and talk in English. So we need to translate and to create content also in different languages, and that's what I'm trying to do, and that's what I'm doing since many, many years.
I like it. That just helps with the decentralization.
Yeah, yeah, it really helps.
Awesome. Well, cool, man. Max, are you back with me? I know someone's in that room. Can't tell. I don't know. Well, cool, man. I don't want to keep you much longer. If you want to just hang out on YouTube and see what goes on next, I believe I'll be speaking with Mr. David Friedman here in a sec. But other than that, man, thank you so much for the time and the info, and we look forward to hearing more from you.
Thank you, Phil, and thank you everyone here. And let's see what will happen in the next month.
Yeah.
About Bitcoin and about the BTC and what's up.
Love it, brother. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Alrighty, dudes and dudettes who are still watching, gonna make another run to the Extropians room, and we'll commence with the next interview. Mr. David Friedman should be joining us shortly, so stand by.
Good morning.
Good morning. I think I'm a couple of minutes early. I was just checking on this.
Oh no, it's good to give it a test run, but we're good to go whenever you are.
At this very moment, I'm taking my blood pressure, which I'm supposed to do on a regular basis, and that should be finished in about a minute.
All right, we can wait a minute.
Wait a minute. You can tell me what sort of things you want to talk about, if anything in particular.
Well, sure. I do have a good list of questions. Looking forward to getting into. But if you want to give like a high level discussion of your presentation, and there were some questions I wanted to ask about Well, in preparation for this, I listened to your appearance on the Bob Murphy show. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and wanted to cover how China was able to crawl out of communism. It's interesting how they sort of copy and pasted ideas from Russian socialists, but also they eventually kind of copy and pasted the American strategy of just inflation as well. So I kind of wanted to talk about how they came out of communism and then look at them today,
The best
because they've been in the media.
The best source on that is Ronald Coase's book. There's a book by Ronald Coase and Ning Wang. Ronald Coase was a very important economist. This is his final work. He was, I think, about 100 by the time it was published. He's no longer alive, unfortunately. And the book is called How China, I think it's How China Went Capitalist, or a title close to that.
Right.
And part of his story, as I understand it, is that they did not copy and paste from anybody. That, well, we can talk. I think I finished with this. Let me record. Let me put down on my.
Didn't mean to put words in your mouth. Apologies.
I will be ready to be officially here in just one moment.
Sure, take your time.
20 seconds. Voila. I am now at your.
Voila. All right. Well, we are live. We are rolling. And Mr. David Friedman, thank you so much for joining us. I'm very excited to get into this conversation.
Here, it's a good deal easier than going to Prague usually is.
Isn't it? Well, you haven't always been writing about cryptography. So everyone, I'm sure, is already kind of familiar with your work, but how did cryptography kind of find you, in a sense? What were you mainly focusing on prior, and how'd that bring us up to cryptography 30 or so years ago?
I'm not sure there's really anything that I've mainly focused on. I've been interested in a range of things, but I wrote a book almost 50 years ago now called The Machinery of Freedom.
Yes.
In which part of what I did was to sketch out what a society with private property and trade without government might look like. And there was a group of people doing encryption stuff who referred to themselves as cypherpunks, one of whom, Tim May, had read my stuff. And I ended up interacting with them a little bit. I wouldn't say I was really a part of the group, but I was at least reading some of the email, and I met them in real space once, and I corresponded with Tim. And
Right.
Tim had taken some of my ideas, added his understanding of cryptography, and looked at what the possible implications online would be. And of course, I thought that was very interesting. So I followed up on that. I'm not sure if my interest in this stuff started. That's an interesting question, because I also had some connections with the Foresight Institute people who were interested in nanotechnology and related stuff early on. And I remember giving a talk, I think at MIT a very long time ago, on what a nanotech economy would look like and its similarity to a software economy, where your cost is all in the design, all in writing the program, and almost none of it in copying it. So I've been interested in sort of futuristic things for a long time, but I think it was really Tim May and the cypherpunks that got me into this stuff. And also I read a science fiction story by Werner Vinge called True Names, in which he was exploring the implications of online anonymity. That it's quite a neat story, because it feels to you like it's a fantasy story, but it's in fact hard science fiction, in which the people who are interacting online, and it's not nearly as advanced as the internet, but the critical point is the importance of protecting your true name. That a common theme in fantasy is the idea that in order to do magic on somebody, you need to know his name, and therefore that a sorcerer protects himself by keeping his true name secret. And Vinge was picking up on that, but the true name in this case is your real space identity. And these people can interact safely as long as nobody knows anybody's real space identity. And once they know that, someone can arrest you or assassinate you or do various other things to you. And I thought that was a very interesting set of ideas. So somehow these things, some combination of Vinja's point about anonymity and my interaction with Tim May got me interested in thinking about this stuff. And so I wrote an article, I don't remember exactly when, but something like 30 years ago, or a little less than that, maybe sometime in the 90s, for a journal on what I called a world of strong privacy, where I was trying to take these ideas and see what it would look like. And I haven't done much since then, as I've thought about it occasionally. My general view on intellectual matters is fire and forget, which is a term from military technology. But I think it's a mistake to write an article and spend the rest of your life defending it. And I'm thinking of one friend of mine who I think to some extent has done that in a different area. So I wrote Machinery of Freedom, and many years later I had some more stuff. So I wrote a second edition, and 40 years after I wrote the first book, I suppose, I had enough stuff for a third edition. But mostly I thought about other things. And my main piece of academic work, I guess, in recent years came out as a book on legal systems very different from ours. But it usually turns out that everything is connected, because in legal systems very different from ours, I was looking at a range of different legal systems, historical and in some cases present. I included, for example, the Amish legal system was one of the ones still around. And for that matter, so is Islamic law, though not very much. And one of the things I concluded from that was that when I was thinking up what a stateless society would look like in the modern world back in about 1970, I was really reinventing the wheel, because societies that were primitive versions of that had existed in Somalia, among the Bedouin, to some extent in Iceland, and a variety of interesting societies. So in that sense, everything ends up tying together in sort of odd ways. Which is part of the fun of being an academic, I guess, and studying things for fun. But the basic ideas I was talking about in my talk yesterday were ideas that I think I came up with well over 20 years ago. And the only significant addition to that is cryptocurrency, which didn't exist at the time. That when I was thinking about it, I was thinking in terms of Chaumian digital currency. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but David Chow was He's a Dutch cryptographer. He came up with these very clever ideas. I actually, in my book Future Imperfect, I have my low-tech version, in which I describe how, without all the encryption, you could, in principle, have an anonymous currency analogous to his, using no advanced mathematics at all, because the idea seemed sort of implausible that you could do it, and I wanted to show you could, but his is a whole lot more workable than mine would be. But the trouble with Xiaomi and digital currency is it requires an issuer. It requires a bank.
Right.
And in his system, there's a bank that's actually holding the money, and then there's a way in which you can transfer claims against the money in that bank anonymously, that you don't have to know the person you're transferring it to, you just have to know how to get him a message. He doesn't have to know who you are, he just has to get a message from you, and the bank never knows who either of you is. So the bank only identifies a person at the very end of a chain of 1,000 people when someone finally comes in and claims the money. It's a very neat set of ideas, but it requires a bank. And a bank has got to be in some secure country, in someplace like Switzerland or maybe the US or maybe England. And those countries don't really want anonymous currency to exist, because if you have an anonymous digital currency, money laundering laws become unenforceable. That's partly a good and partly a bad thing, that some of the things you could do with an anonymous digital currency, such as ransomware, are things that shouldn't be done. And others are things that should be done, like making anonymous donations to political candidates when, if they lose, their opponents might want to punish you. So the result, I think the reason that the Chaumian system never came into existence, there was a partial version that was an experiment for a little while at one point in the US. But I think the basic problem was that you couldn't get permission to do it in the kind of country you would want to do it in. And the lovely thing about Bitcoin is it requires no issuer. And Bitcoin has lots of other limitations, but people are still working on this. They're coming up with additional cryptocurrencies, and presumably, I think it's pretty clear that there are ones that are much more anonymous than Bitcoin, although I was at least told by people involved with 2 of these projects that they couldn't make it truly anonymous, in the sense they couldn't make it such that it took an infinite cost of effort to find out who you were, but they could make it expensive enough so the odds were pretty good that nobody would, which I think is the current practical limit.
Right, and being anonymous aside, the main downfall, what I find, is that the element of decentralization, because that's really the main thing. And when you have these legacy financial systems, that is basically what makes us victim of privacy violations and that element of trust that is involved. And Bitcoin was really the one, solving the Byzantine generals problem and everything. But that decentralization is what enables us to use this permissionlessly. And so that in case is the main reason why, there are other great projects innovating, but, that is the main takeaway of one of the main takeaways, other than the 21 million hard cap, is why Bitcoin is so valuable, because it's truly decentralized. There's no king or queen or president of it.
That's correct, and that's what markets are like generally. But Bitcoin is also the least anonymous currency that has ever existed. Since every transaction is public knowledge to everybody who's using Bitcoin. Now, it's true what's public knowledge is the transaction from account A to account B, not from person A to person B. But that means that since if you just use it in a straightforward fashion where you always have the same account, anybody who wants to link the account to your identity just makes a Bitcoin payment to you and sees where it goes.
Yes.
Right? To your real, knowing he's paying it to your real space identity. So that means that to make Bitcoin an anonymous currency, you have to go to a good deal of trouble with scrambled pools and stuff you probably know more about than I do. And then other people have other schemes for doing it. But no, I think that on the whole, cryptocurrencies are a much better hope than the Chaumian was, because the Chaumian one was centralized. It did have a single issuer. You could have more than one company doing it, of course, but each one of those would be a single issuer.
And I think too, because everything is so not anonymous, this is like the very first time that the verification is just there. Anyone can go and basically audit the Federal Reserve of Bitcoin, and you can't do that today. Not to conflate Bitcoin with the Federal Reserve. No one send me any hate tweets or hate mail, but I mean, I think that's also one of the most empowering, self-sovereign things that humanity hasn't been able to do, other than from the Yapstones.
No, Bitcoin was a very neat idea, and I'm as far as I know, I don't know the person who did it, since nobody else does, though he conceivably.
It was Max Soderbrand. He's right there.
What?
How did you know it was me?
Right. So it's not impossible, given that he presumably, I suspect, was a libertarian from what I know about Bitcoin, as well as a programmer, and I knew various libertarian programmers, but my guess is that none of them were the one responsible for it.
Actually, I have a question, or I would like to articulate something and hear your feedback, because as you said, Bitcoin is very, very not private, or at least many aspects of it are. But for me, it has been a question of priorities, right? Because privacy is not the ultimate end goal for me; it's a means to an end, and that end for me is individual property right defense, and therefore for me that was the end goal. And privacy is a means to achieve these ends. It's a technology to use to increase the cost of attack while keeping the cost of defense pretty low. Now, the issue with eCash was always that trusted third party, which could increase the money supply and inflate, and therefore steal from the token holders.
But the reason I think you're wrong about the central issue, because if all you're using your money for is money, if it's just the equivalent of what's in your wallet, that represents a very small fraction of your assets. Consequently, the total amount that can be stolen is not very large. So it seems to me that really that large inflation is a nuisance, because it makes it hard to keep track of prices and such. But inflation doesn't destroy very large assets unless you choose to hold your assets in currency, which most sensible people don't. If your assets are stocks or land or bars of gold, then when inflation happens, the value, the assets keep their real value. So I would have said that it's nice, but then in fact, one of the Bitcoin's disadvantages is that its price is quite unstable given its present situation, which means that if you hold large assets in Bitcoin, you're really engaging in a gamble which you probably are not paying much attention to, and unless you're a serious enthusiast, have no particular reason to doing. The ordinary person doesn't particularly want to hold an asset whose price goes up and down 20%, every year or whatever, randomly. So from that standpoint, it seems to me that you want your money to be a small part of your assets, and that the problem with ordinary bank with Visa and the equivalent is that everything is where a government can find it, or other opponents can find it. So I really do see the anonymous eCash characteristic that cryptocurrencies can give you as more important than the potential stability. If you want stability, you can buy Swiss francs. They're pretty stable. Bars of gold. They even go up at the moment.
For now, at least. Fingers crossed. I do want to draw it back to going back to anarcho-capitalist societies. And you had mentioned Somalia, and there have been others. And I feel like the main reason, or maybe the only reason, arguably, why they failed is because another larger nation state next door just came over and plowed on through. And cryptography totally changes that, because as I think that you termed or coined or came up with, that in the 21st century, cryptography, the power of cryptography is really the 21st century's Second Amendment, right?
That was my line. I had a debate, which is, I think at least the text is online somewhere, with a conservative Ed Meese, who was presumably in favor of, sort of had some libertarian instincts and some conservative instincts, and I was trying to use a conservative argument. Yeah, no,
I think golden.
What?
I said that was golden. I loved it.
Yeah, no, I thought it was a good line. I like my good lines. Right? but the basic point. But you can't exaggerate that, because being able to control information is going to make it harder for my government to oppress me. But the fact that I can control information wouldn't make it much harder for Russia to invade one of the Baltic republics, that they don't depend on persuading the population. So it seems to me that you still have the problem, in both the first and the third edition of my original book, Machinery, I described national defense as the hard problem. And how hard a problem is going to depend a lot on your environment. That I think I was writing in America, and I didn't think America had, even then, all that threatening enemies, and much less now, because the Soviet Union isn't around anymore. China is not really, as far as they can tell, territorially aggressive, even if we get upset about the fact they sell us stuff, which is sort of silly. But on the other hand, there are countries where that isn't true. And if I were in Estonia, I'd be seriously worried about how I could defend if Russia decides to get a little bit more aggressive, or any of those small countries. So no, it's a real issue. And that's why at the moment, what I'm thinking is the most plausible version is a world that's anarcho-capitalist online and still has governments in real space, because I think it is at least possible. I'm not sure it'll happen. I discussed reasons that might not happen in my talk yesterday, but there is the potential, I think, for a situation where the usefulness to everybody of the online is high enough so that governments are going to be very reluctant to do things that really seriously cripple it. Maybe China is willing to, I'm not sure. I don't think the US is so far. And if they don't do that, then you could have a world where your online world was essentially anarcho-capitalist, using reputation to enforce things rather than actual force, and where the government still existed in real space. But then one of the points I made, and it's really quite an old point, is that the more mobile taxpayers are, the less power governments have. Because if taxpayers are mobile, then governments are competing with each other. And what I like to quote on that, was a British academic by the name of Parkinson, who's mostly remembered for Parkinson's law, which is that work expands to fill the time available. And he was somebody who made serious arguments in humorous essays, is that one. And one of his other essays, he's discussing government spending. And the line I remember, which was unfortunately too optimistic, but it was still a good line, was that the productive people of the world have discovered by long and bitter experience that they will usually have to pay about 10% of their income to some gangster, feudal lord or Department of Revenue. It matters little what you call it. When the rates get higher than that, the Israelites start looking at the atlas. There are probably better places to be than Egypt. And his 10% turns out to be optimistic, but although that's a little tricky, because you really ought to ask what's the net that government's taking you. If the government takes $20 and gives you $10 back, that's really a $10 tax in effect. But in any case, but the basic point seems to me was right, and that one of the things, I'm by nature an optimist, but in terms of my opinion of the future, it is that things are usually going in every direction at once. They're getting better in some ways and worse in others. And if you end up in a world where online is free and private, and where, see, the privacy matters because as long as the state controls real space, if they can observe everything online, then in a sense they can control cyberspace as well. They can punish you for giving speeches they don't like. Whereas if you have strong privacy, then the state can control real space. But if you want to be a revolutionary orator, you do it under something other than your own name, and they never find out with luck. They probably never find out. So anyway, going back, that if you have the world I'm describing, and if one of the things that I think is happening is that more human activity is moving into cyberspace. And the current pandemic is an extreme example of that for sort of external reasons, because now my grandson is taking his classes online, which probably is a mistake, but that's what's happening. I'm giving my talks online, and the further you move to that world, the more you're in a world where it doesn't matter much what country you're in, and therefore where countries will find that if they tax their citizens and don't give those citizens something they value in return, they're going to have people leave. At which point, as I like to put it, governments are down to just being landlords. And there's an awful lot of land in the world. So I think that if all the government is a landlord, it's going to be hard for it to charge a very high price.
But that aspect of mobility, I very much agree that it's a very useful and vitally important strategy. But nevertheless, it's so easy to censor it, right? And we've seen that recently. So where do you see applied strategies on how to defend against a large censorship of meat-based traveling, as we've seen it recently?
Yeah, I think maybe I'm wrong, but I think that's going to be hard to do. That the only people who seriously tried it were the Soviet Union. I'm not sure if China under Mao, to what extent it was. That's interesting. I guess the answer is that China under Mao, they tried to keep people from leaving. And that one of the things that Coase mentions in his book about China going capitalist is at a stage after Mao died, when what was it, Deng, the person who was actually running things for basically for the next 20 years or so. And when there was a report that there was a problem with people fleeing to Hong Kong. And he concluded that or at least his response was, it isn't practical to prevent that, The real question is, why are they going? And that we have to give some equivalent to them instead. So I think it's not impossible, but it's very expensive to put up walls, because then people can't travel. Less expensive now, I guess, because they can travel online. But still, there are an awful lot of things people want to do where they want to move. So I agree. It is possible that governments will do that, but I think a government that does what the Soviet Union didn't work very well, and what they did, which for presumably Czechia as well as East Germany and a variety of other places, they tried to keep people from leaving. But that's an interesting question. Back when Czechia was communist, in practice, if somebody wanted to flee, how hard was it? Do you know? You probably
it was very, very hard, and it was very much attacked against, also on a generational level. So, for example, if your uncle tried to flee, then even the cousin is going to be part of that censorship, and he's going to have to carry consequences. So this was the strategy used by communists to stop that immigration, was to punish those who are left behind. And that's quite an evil strategy.
Yeah.
But it works very well.
Yeah. Yes. No, I guess I was thinking about partly. I recently came across a critical review of my first book that was published about 40 years ago. I happened to be reading some old libertarian forums as part of looking up some stuff for an article, for a chapter I was writing. And I came across this old review, and I said, here's the mistake the guy is making in his criticism. I ought to write him and point it out to him. Unfortunately, it turned out he died a few years ago. Timur McCann, he was a libertarian philosopher. But I was looking up stuff on him, and he's Hungarian. He was smuggled out of Hungary when he was 14. I think his uncle arranged it, if I remember correctly. So it clearly was happening, and I agree. But it's also a very serious limitation, because it means that if you want to send people abroad to learn things, to sell your goods, to do all sorts of interaction outside of your border, they've got to be people you either are really sure are loyal, or are really sure they care a whole lot about the wife and children they've got left behind who you're still holding. And it's not undoable, but I would be mildly surprised if, when this whole pandemic is over, if it's really the case that there are any governments other than North Korea that make a serious effort to prevent their citizens from leaving. We'll see. But it's costly. No, one of my first published article in economics actually was a theory of the size and shape of nations. And that was an attempt to understand the map of Europe from the fall of the Roman Empire to the present, in terms of I started out with a very simple puzzle that nobody else seemed to ask. And that was, when the Roman Empire fell, why did it break? Why was the successor to the Roman Empire not something else of similar size, but a feudal Europe, which was a patchwork of microstates, in effect? That even France wasn't really a state. Maybe when Charlemagne was running it, it was a little bit. But mostly, I remember seeing the figure well after Charlemagne, but probably around the 12th century, 11th century or something, that the levy of Normandy was larger than the levy of France. That in that sense, that the Duke of Normandy had more knights who would fight for him than the King of France, even though the Duke of Normandy theoretically was part of the Kingdom of France. So that was a puzzle, why you went to tiny states. And I came up with an explanation. It was an explanation in which I assumed that governments were trying to control territory in order to tax it. And then the question was, why, under some circumstances, would a small government pay more for the territory than an adjacent big government, and sometimes the other way around? And one of the things that came out of that was an explanation of linguistic nationalism in the 19th century. Because the argument was that as the thing to be taxed shifted from land to people as a result of real incomes going up in the 18th and 19th century, what's the limitation on taxing people for a government? And the answer is mobility. And there are three solutions to that problem if you're a government that wants to exploit your people. And one solution is have a really big country so that the border is far away from most of your people. But that's costly in other ways. One solution is the Soviet solution to build a wall, and that's costly. The elegant solution is to draw your national boundary along cultural and linguistic boundaries, because now all the places that your people want to live are inside your country. After all, what Frenchman would want to live someplace where they spoke German? And that, I argued, was the reason that you shift in about the 19th century towards countries that are defined as on linguistic and cultural grounds. So anyway, so that was a case where it seemed to me that you could do it in the way you're describing by building a wall around, but that's an expensive solution. There are better solutions.
Very, very good points. I would ask for some additional solution potentially, and that is not to close the borders for your own citizens to not leave, but rather to close the borders so that other citizens cannot enter. Right?
Why would you want to do other citizens there? You can tax them.
No, but I agree. But if this is done in a coordinated state, as it has been done during this COVID pandemic, when everyone restricts the immigration, right, then you cannot go out. If all country borders are closed because you cannot leave them, where are you going to leave? You cannot.
Yes.
So is that a potential more successful strategy?
Very unlikely, because that's a cartel, and cartel agreements become harder the larger the number of companies in the cartel agreement. And if you do that, some clever country will say, well, yes, we go along with it too. We just aren't bothering to check very carefully. And they get all the talented people who want to get out of wherever they are and go someplace else. So I may be wrong, but and I am a sort of a natural optimist, so perhaps I'm being too optimistic. But no, I can see the world going bad in a bunch of ways. I think we've got problems at the moment with a fundamentalist religion called wokeism, or it should be called wokeism, and that's being a bit of a nuisance in the US. And there have been lots of things wrong with the world, which I don't think I have to go into. But my guess is that we're not going to get back to the Soviet put a wall around your country situation. And I think maybe I'm wrong, but I'm not sure whether the net effect of COVID is going to be good or bad politically, whether the net effect is to make people more willing to tolerate governments pushing them around or more irritated at governments pushing them around. And I think I'm seeing, at least in the US, both patterns happening. We've actually had a couple of cases now of courts in the US ruling that the governor can't do what he's doing. It happened recently in Michigan. Now, in that case, it was only the governor versus the legislature. That was a case where the governor was making rules under sort of for an emergency. But of course, you can't really call it an emergency 3 months later. And so his claim, where in that particular state, the governor was a Democrat and the legislature was majority Republican. And so the legislature not unreasonably said, sorry, urgent stuff is over. We get to make these decisions, not you. And the court apparently ruled in their favor. And there was a different state where I think the court just ruled that the government didn't have the power to lock people in their houses, if I understand it correctly. I think that was Pennsylvania, if I remember correctly. So we will see what's happening. But as I say, the world is always moving in all directions at once. And it's even this wokeism business, it's a pain, but I'm not sure that they haven't offended enough people at this point by deciding that all sorts of sort of respectable left-wing intellectuals are really evil people because they said something wrong 20 years ago, that there may be a counter-reformation, so to speak, against them. We'll see. Now I'm tied down because I planted a lot of fruit trees over the last 20-some years, and I don't really want to abandon them. So even though there are other places that would be fun to live, and in particular, I happen to live in a very high-tax state, not a high-tax country as it happens, but California is an expensive place to live, and the state government does all sorts of stupid things that make life harder, but I'm still not very mobile, except online. But a lot of other people are, which is hopefully a sufficient constraint. Anyway, so other things people want to talk about?
I'm curious what your strategy around wokeism may be.
My strategy is to ignore it. I don't think I'm at any serious risk as far as I can tell, because I don't have a job I can be fired for. I have an adequate income to support myself. I suppose conceivably I could get kicked off Facebook, which would be a minor nuisance, but it's not very likely.
That's rather a feature, not a bug.
No, I can always kick myself off Facebook if I feel like it. I don't do Facebook mostly for political purposes. Actually, Facebook did block my webpage for a month or two, and they never told me why. And I interpret that not as political censorship, but as incompetent algorithms. And I have some sympathy for Facebook in the sense that given the scale they're operating on, actually making sure that the verdict from their stupid algorithms is true would take an awful lot of people. But for some reason, they thought there was something wrong with my webpage. I never found out what, but they wouldn't let anybody link to it. So what did that mean? It meant that you had to write dot instead of dot period when you gave the URL, and everybody could figure that out. So it wasn't a very effective censorship. Eventually they stopped. But that was only a minor nuisance. Now, I don't feel personally particularly at risk. Maybe I should. My wife worried for many, many years because I've been very active arguing with people on, just a minute, that's a phone. Hello, I'm on something online, so if you want to talk to me, call back in an hour.
That's exactly how to do it. Very well done.
I was going to say, back in the use, I don't know if you're young, so you may not know what Usenet was or is, but Usenet was long before Facebook was a decentralized system on which people argued with each other and talked with each other and did all sorts of other things. And I was active in a bunch of places. One of the ones I was very active on was humanities philosophy objectivism, which was Ayn Rand people who I enjoyed arguing with. And the best of them, the one I had the most, the one who actually made some effort to understand my ideas and respond to them, was Jimbo Wales, who went on to create Wikipedia. So he was a fairly successful and productive person. I don't know if he's still an objectivist, but at least he was an Ayn Rand follower at the time. But I had lots of arguments with people. And my wife worried that someday somebody would throw a brick through our window, that I wasn't anonymous. I've never used anonymity online. But it never happened. People can be very hostile online, and still most of them are not willing to do anything in real space. So I can't say that personally I'm worried, but it clearly is a nuisance for a bunch of people, where people are attacked for something perfectly harmless, and it's messing up the universities, but the universities are in a mess anyway. Even before what I think of at least as the serious rise of wokeism, which was largely online, my daughter's observation of Oberlin, which is a top liberal arts college, which she spent 2 years at, was that it was a political monoculture in which everybody believed the then conventional left-wing things, and if you didn't believe those, that meant you were either evil or stupid. And that's not a good environment for learning things. And so I think that's been true, at least in elite universities, for quite a long time. But at the same time, we've got the internet, we've got libraries full of books. So if you really want to learn things other than the conventional orthodoxy, you have plenty of ways of doing it. You can even listen to your television.
David, I do have a question that I think is interesting to ask, because you have very early on done prolific writing and articulation on these consequences of having privacy tools and these tools in cyberspace. But it's, as you said, right, you don't really use the tools yourself.
I don't.
Neither PGP nor the anonymization other anonymization.
I have never encrypted an email. I do not have a public key, private key pair. If this is one of the points I made in the talk, is that one of the reasons it may not happen is the chicken and the egg problem. And I didn't go into all of the detail, but start out in a world where nobody's using these techniques. One reason not to use them is they're a nuisance. And since other people aren't using them, you'd have to explain to everybody you corresponded with what was going on, give them your public key, get them to roll up a public key private pair and so forth. They're going to heap over whom it's worth doing, that those are people who are doing something illegal or very unpopular, and therefore have strong reasons for wanting to keep things secret. I guess a few legal ones as well. You could certainly imagine if you're if you're corresponding with your friends about investment, and if in fact the group of you are much better at figuring out what to invest in than anybody else, you'd like to keep your conversation secret, at least until after you buy. So there are a variety of there are legal and legitimate reasons as well, but most people, most of the time, it is not worth going to a lot of trouble to keep other people from reading their mail. On the other hand, it would be worth a good deal if everybody would, or if most people, if you had the sort of world I'm describing. But in a sense, it's even worse, because if almost nobody is doing it, then if you do it, and if people are spying, you're signaling the fact that I'm somebody to watch. So it's a hard thing to get started. And I never saw any particular reason to. I like arguing with people, and it would be, if everything was online, it wouldn't matter. I could have an online identity and identify as that and argue as that. But given that everything is not online, I find the fact that people can find me and tell me I'm wrong and ask me questions and things of that sort to be quite convenient. So no, I don't find it useful, but I find it interesting. There are lots of things that I'm interested in but don't do myself. The world is full of such things. I believe in division of labor.
Hey, I mean, I told Max I was the worst cypherpunk, and I feel guilty for not having a PGP key, but I mean, baby steps, and that's the coolest thing, because I would never have been interested in cryptography or really understanding how the internet worked and like what's in my computer, and it wouldn't have like dawned on me if I didn't like try to figure out how the hell Bitcoin worked. And if, like, I was already an anarcho-capitalist like prior, but it was really this cool thing that just made me challenge my curiosity. And I gotta say, I'm not the same person I was a year ago. But
but similarly, computer programming is very neat, and I did some of it a long, long time ago. But I had other things to do, and if I was locked in a room for a year with nothing to do, I might very well want to download some of the current tools and try writing some interesting code. But I'm not, and I have other things that are easier to do. No, I've got a bunch of ideas. I actually had a bunch of ideas for computer programs to teach economics, and I wrote a few of them. And I had a project which ended up dying to write a computer game that was going to be a game in which you were building a trade network. And the basic point is that we've got lots of games in which the way you create a large human structure is by conquering people, conquer the world games of various sorts. The other way of doing it is mutual advantage. And I wanted a game where the expansion of your empire, so to speak, was driven by mutual advantage rather than by conquest.
Game theory.
It's not exactly.
Actually, Dave.
Economics. The game was called Hansa, and a friend of mine did an early version of it. We never really got finished. And a day or two ago, somebody got in touch with me who was interested in it. It's conceivable he'll pick it up. I wanted to make it. I decided much later to make all of this into an open source project, because that way I can get volunteer programmers, but I never have. Maybe I've got one now. We'll see. But that's something that interests me. One of the things that I think ought to be done with software, but I'm never going to do it, is there ought to be an easy way of learning languages. And I've got a scheme for an easy way of learning languages. And you use World of Warcraft or the equivalent. You have some interesting computer game that people will play for the fun of it. And when you're a first level player, if you want to learn French, the NPCs in the game, the non-player characters, occasionally throw in some French words. And they do it in a context which makes it obvious what those words mean. So you get used to those. And as you go through the game, more and more of the game is in French instead of in English. So that you're learning it the way somebody learns a language when he's living in a country and people around him are talking that language. And that would be a really neat thing to do, but I'm not going to do it. The world is full of neat things to do, and I do a small subset of them.
That's very interesting. Actually, I have a question. Did you ever play Risk with Murray Rothbard? Because I know that he was a huge fan of that game.
I have played Risk. I have never played it with Murray Rothbard, but actually, my current writing project, I sort of ran out of ideas of things to write a couple of years ago. And it then occurred to me that I had a blog which had been running for 15 years and which had an awful lot of essays on it. So I've now gone through that blog, and I'm in the process of trying to create one or more books out of my blog posts, expanded and revised and so forth. And the particular chunk I've been working on is various posts that had to do with libertarianism, and one of the chapters is on Murray Rothbard. And so it's funny you should mention him, and I just discovered something neat with regard to Rothbard yesterday. And that was that in that chapter, I mentioned an exchange I had had with him when he gave a talk in which he made an argument which seemed to me was clearly dishonest. And I called him on it, and he offered a defense, which seemed to me a very odd defense. But my comment when I wrote the chapter was, the evidence of this only survives in my memory. And I then went on to discuss some of his written work, where I thought he was being demonstrably dishonest in order to reach the conclusion. He was trying to reach conclusions he thought was right, but was giving what he had to know were bad arguments for those conclusions. I discovered yesterday, there was a journal he edited called the Libertarian Forum. And it turns out that the Mises Institute, which is not particularly friendly to me, but which has done a very good job of putting a whole lot of useful stuff online, has the volumes of the Libertarian Forum where you can download them for free. So I did yesterday. And it turned out that after my exchange with him, he wrote an article on the Libertarian Forum about it. His article in the Libertarian Forum made exactly the same bad argument he made in the talk. He then mentioned that several people, including me, had objected for the reason I objected to. And he then offered a defense, which it seems to me was as unconvincing in print as it was in word. If you're curious what the argument was.
Actually.
Sure.
Yeah.
He was arguing that Reagan had not really cut the budget, which is probably true, I should say. But his evidence in the article, and probably in the talk as well, was to compare the last full year of Carter with the first full year of Reagan for expenditures. And he said that if you look at how much was spent in the last year of Carter and you compare it to how much was projected for the first full year of Reagan, that Reagan's expenditure was about 20% higher than Carter's. So therefore, government was growing a whole lot. The problem is that this was at a time when there was a high inflation rate. And I looked up the numbers. And between those two dates, prices went up by 21%. So in fact, if you compared the two numbers he was comparing, Reagan had cut the budget by about 1% in real terms. He was giving nominal terms instead of real terms. Now, I should say, Rothbard in the article goes on to point out that although that was the projected value had gone up by now. And in fact, if you do the arithmetic on his second figure for the value over the 2-year period, real expenditures have gone up by about 6 or 7%. But he never gave that because he was putting everything in nominal terms. And then his defense, when I called him on it when he gave the talk, was to say, well, Reagan was responsible for the inflation, and therefore you shouldn't let him use the inflation to make him look better. But of course, that's saying it's all right to lie to my libertarian audience as long as what I'm lying about is something that was Reagan's fault and I'm using it to blame Reagan. All right, that's fraud. And he makes the argument in the written one at greater length. And sort of my response to it is if I take him seriously, then he should say, well, it is true that Reagan, to his discredit, increased government expenditures by 27%. But to his credit, he increased the national economy by more than 21%. Because after all, if you're going to calculate everything in nominal terms, then in nominal. So he wants to say, well, we should blame and not credit Reagan for the inflation, which is just fine. but you blame him for the inflation, not using the inflation to blame him for something he didn't do, namely increasing the expenditure of government by 27% or whatever the number was. Anyway, that was what it was about. But what I thought was amusing was discovered, and interesting for Rothbard, is why I can understand Rothbard if as I'm correct, he's not very honest. He wants to reach true conclusions, but he's willing to give bad arguments to true conclusions. So I call him on it, and he tries to think up some quick excuse. But he then puts it in print, which has got to mean he wanted to say it. And I do not know whether that means that in his mind he really was right, or whether he only believed that the people who was reading his journal were sufficiently under his spell so that if he made passionate oratory, they would believe it. And what that then gets me to, which I was thinking about was actually going to do a blog post on, is Murray Rothbard and Ayn Rand. Because they were very strongly opposed to each other, and yet they were in many ways very similar. What?
It's one of my questions too. You're going to go into natural rights, right?
A bunch of ways. That is my basic point is that if you ignore what they thought of each other, Murray Rothbard and Ayn Rand are very close. They both consider themselves Aristotelian. They are both arrogant. They both believe that their followers are supposed to believe whatever they say. And if you look at Rothbard switching from one position to another, the reason I was reading the Libertarian Forum to begin with was that I'm writing a different chapter, which is about a piece in Reason, which was attacking implicitly Rothbard, though it mostly didn't name him, for wanting to ally with the left. And the piece I was reading in Libertarian Forum was a piece by Rothbard on why allying the left was a mistake now. It was basically, he had attempted to do things with the left for about 5 years. And then when SDS collapsed in 1969, I think, he decided that there was nobody on the left worth working with, essentially, that the left was now evil. And he wrote this piece. It was a funny piece because at the same time he was making this argument 5 years before about how there were lots of good people in SDS and such, he was now talking about how horrible the left was in the same kind of terms that the people he didn't like would use. Anyway, all of this, most of this is probably irrelevant to your audience, but may be interesting to you. But in any case, my basic point is that somebody ought to write a book, not me, comparing and contrasting Rothbard and Rand, because each of them had sort of a cult around him of a different sort. Rand's claims were a little bit stronger than Rothbard's, even, but not much stronger. Rothbard really thought you could deduce natural rights somehow by philosophy, and Rand thought you could deduce rights, though I should call them natural rights by philosophy. And they had sort of similar movements. And in a certain sense, they were direct competitors, which may explain why they didn't like each other very much. Anyway, but that intrigued me, and I think that's a book somebody ought to write, because they were both interesting people, and they were both bright and charismatic, and could be very pleasant, could be very unpleasant. But no, I was never really a part of the Rothbard circle. You know, I met him and interacted with him occasionally, and I don't think I'm not sure how much attention he paid to me, because he certainly knew I existed, but it's not clear. I would have said that our most interesting disagreement, which was on anarcho-capitalism, was on the question of where the legal system of anarcho-capitalism comes from. Because as far as I can tell, Rothbard thought it came from philosophy. That what Rothbard imagined happening was that the libertarian legal philosophers all get together and they think about it for a while, and they say, all right, this is what the law should be. There's just one answer to the question. And now, of course, all of the courts will, in an anarcho-capitalist system, will follow that law. And then when you ask Rothbard, well, why will they do that? Why will they choose to do that? For the courts are private, profit-making organizations. Why will they be persuaded by philosophy? And the only answer Rothbard has is, oh, if they don't do that, it's not anarchy. That's an argument.
Doesn't his main philosophy stem from the non-aggression principle?
Yeah, but
because
why should courts enforce the non-aggression principle? Why is it in their interest to rule that way?
Well, if they're all anarchists and they
What do you mean
have
all
that
anarchists?
philosophy,
They're
statement-
businessmen. Are
Well,
you
true, but
Are you assuming a society where everybody is ideologically committed? The new anarchist man?
no, I just think just the notion of not hurting people, not taking their stuff is sort of intuitive, and markets are based off of reputation, and that might be one of the highest things to strive for.
My answer, which as far as I can tell, Rothbard never understood, at least the only things, comments of his I can find on it seem to have missed it, is that if you have a competitive market for law, which is what in my system you have, and in his system you really don't have, that he is assuming that there will be a single legal code and then lots of separate private courts enforcing it. Whereas what I'm assuming is that you will have private courts. The private courts contract with rights enforcement agencies. Each pair of rights enforcement agencies agrees on a court to settle disputes between their customers. And then what do the rights enforcement agencies want? They want a court whose legal rules their customers want to live under. What do the courts want? They want to have legal rules that the rights enforcement agencies will want to buy. Hence, the courts are trying to design the legal rules people most want to live under in an environment where it's a market, so people to some extent have their choice because they're choosing which rights enforcement agency, and that will to some extent affect the bundle of laws they have. And then my claim is that the result then will tend to be an economically efficient body of laws. That is a law which maximizes net benefits for the customers for the reasons similar, though not identical, to the reasons that markets normally give efficient outcomes. And the libertarians generally believe that libertarian law is efficient, although they may not put it in that language. That is, libertarians generally believe that, as I put it, the value to me of violating your rights is almost less than the value to you of not having your rights violated. And if that's the case, then a rule that doesn't let me violate your rights produces net benefits and therefore will come out of the market. That's a very brief sketch of an argument. I make it much more detailed in the third edition of Machinery and briefly in the first edition. So my view is that you get libertarian law as a market outcome. And Rothbard's, as far as I can tell, is that you get it because you persuade everybody of it. And
yes, and that's the thing again, it's persuasion, and inherently because of individual preferences and subjective valuation, there will be some individuals who are not going to be persuaded. And if there are multiple individuals consensually agreeing to socialism, basically, and according to Rothbard, very strictly enforced natural, like that might be a large point of conflict, where this is actually not needed.
Yeah. In any case, my point is only that it seems to me that the interesting theoretical difference is whether what gives you libertarian law in the anarchist society, and as far as I know, Rothbard only has two answers to why is the law of the anarchist society libertarian. Why does it more or less enforce the non-initiation of coercion rule? And one of his answers is because that's the philosophically right answer, and so everybody interested in law will reach it. And his other answer is, if they don't do that, I won't call it anarchist. And the second, it seems to me, is a silly answer. I've seen that same argument in other contexts by other people, that you can't prove a conclusion by a definition. So, you set up your anarchist system, and you discover, oddly enough, the courts are allowing some coercion, and you say, aha, it's not really an anarchist system. The courts say, well, that's very nice. Why do we care whether, Rothbard is not going to be the dictator? And that's a problem in a sense, not just with Rothbard. An awful lot of political argument implicitly assumes the person who's doing the arguing is the dictator. That is, the person says, set up the following government, following political arrangements, and have them work in the following way. And the hard question is, if you set up those arrangements, how will they work? So that you can have somebody who says sort of very convincingly, wouldn't it be a good thing if rich people had a little less money and poor people had a little more money? And the answer is, yeah, it would probably be a good thing. Probably the last $100 to Bill Gates is not worth very much to him. It could be worth quite a lot to somebody in Africa or India. You then say, well, how do you get it? Well, so that's easy. We'll have a government that taxes the rich and supports the poor. You say, well, you have a government with the power to do that, And it will probably do some of that because it wants votes from the poor. And it'll do some of taxing the poor in order to provide benefits for the rich because it wants campaign contributions from the rich. And it'll do some of taxing the middle class in order, and so forth and so on. And you then have to think about the logic of that political system rather than assuming that you can specify in what you're arguing for both the institutions and the outcome. And I think that's sort of a very fundamental mistake in a lot of political argument, and not just by anarchists, obviously, mostly not by anarchists, because there aren't that many of us.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately, yeah. Well, we're working.
Hey, I don't think it's too late to write that book, though.
The Rothbard and Rand, it isn't too late. It's just not. It's not a book that I want to write.
Oh, but you should.
Nope, somebody should. I'll put up a blog post and see if I can get anybody else to write it. I believe in division of labor.
Open source.
What? Yeah, right.
Just open source it.
Yeah, hard to actually produce an open source because a single book usually requires a single author, maybe two authors at most. But
you know, actually, this is something that I would also love to talk to you about because I was in the process of writing something similar to a book, the Wasabi Wallet documentation. So a documentation for how to use a Bitcoin wallet. And here specifically, we use the free and open source approach in the writing already. So there were by now 30 contributors actually to that piece
well, but of course,
knowledge.
Jimmy, Wales beat you. Wikipedia is open source writing, and they have more than 30 contributors.
Well, that's very much true. But my argument, yes, true. But no, my argument here is specifically for that aspect of early peer review, and conceptual feedback and criticism. And how do you incorporate that in your early stages of writing a book? Like, how do you reach out to others for that peer review?
Well, to begin with, most of my nonfiction books after the first one were books that came out of courses I was teaching. So I'm teaching a course for years. I have my lecture notes. In the course of teaching the course, I'm interacting with my students, so I'm getting responses from them. So that's part of the answer. Another part of the answer is I published the first edition of Machinery of Freedom. It actually got one good review, where my definition of a good review is a review that makes the author think. None of the reviews, there were several in the Libertarian Forum I looked at, and none of them were worth anything as far as I'm concerned. The good review was by Jim Buchanan, and that he was later a colleague of mine, but this was, I think, before that. And he pointed out a hole in my argument, and he was right. And I spent a chapter in the third edition responding to that. And it was a point that had not occurred to me and should have, and it did occur to him. So that's part of how you do it. You have second editions. And, you know, I say I believe in fire and forget. Sometimes somebody says something about your work that's actually interesting, and then that's a reason to respond. So that in the case, again, of Machinery, Tyler Cohen, I think, long after the book was published, wrote an article which was arguing that the system I had set up was one in which the rights enforcement agencies would be able to coordinate in order not to compete. And that was an interesting argument, and I thought it was wrong, and so I wrote a response to that. And I thought it was sort of neat that he was publishing a journal article responding to the stuff I had in my book. So, but I then left it, and I think I came across something later, and it looks like there were some other responses by other people who continued that particular argument. But I only sort of get involved when somebody says something that I find interesting, basically. That's not literally true. If I had noticed Tibor's review when he wrote it, which I don't think I did, I might have responded to it. And my initial reaction when I did come across it yesterday was I should write Tibor and point out what the mistake was in his argument. But I then discovered that Tibor had died a few years ago. So I think it's very, very unkind of people who I want to argue with to die. It makes it much harder. And not just, I mean, some of them died much earlier. I mean, G.K. Chesterton, I've got some arguments I'd like to have with him. And he unfortunately died, I think, before I was born. Probably George Orwell as well. Orwell was still alive when I was born, but not much after that. So there are a variety of people out there I would like to be able to argue with. And unfortunately, there's no way of arranging it. Or I can argue, but I can't get the responses. I don't really like mortality. It seems to be very inconvenient. I hope people are going to do something about it, but so far they haven't succeeded.
Yes. Well, both Phil and David Friedman, this was a great conversation. Thank you very much both for coming on. I've really enjoyed that more background and this more casual conversation alongside to your talk yesterday. So thank you very much both.
Right. Well, use as much of it as you think is useful. I think some of it probably got onto things that a general audience may not find interesting, but that's up to you.
I thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Will it end up in some form on the web? Because if so, I will link to it.
It is already
the full stream.
What?
Go ahead, Max.
It is already live and recorded on YouTube. We will most certainly, though I cannot commit to a time, edit it and re-upload it as a dedicated video because right now we are in just finishing the 34th hour of this non-stop live stream. So it's a bit of a lot of content and it deserves some more indexing and
Email
editing.
me a link when you do that.
For sure, I will do.
Bye-bye. Have a good
Thank you
time.
very much,
Enjoy
Dave.
your continued live stream.
Take care. Thank you.
30-some hours is more than I could manage.
Division of labor. That's a beautiful thing. I was barely on
It is. Bye-bye.
So, and guys, this finished up again so much. Well, no, actually, we have the next amazing host on with a very incredible guest. We have Shinobi from the Black Digest. How are you, my friend?
He just went AFK for a second.
Oh, he went AFK. Well, perfect. Just
yeah,
when
he will
I-
be here in a second. Don't worry.
Well, then let's introduce the guest in the meantime, Jay Stark, who has done some incredible work of sharing the knowledge and for individuals to defend themselves, specifically with this beauty right there, the FGC9 fuck gun control millimeter. I mean, name couldn't be better chosen. What an epic profile. So Jay Stark, how are you? You're muted.
You're muted. Need to unmute yourself on the thingy.
Wonderful evening, guys. How are you feeling today?
Free, as it should be.
Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yep, you're loud and clear.
Perfect.
So we're joined by Shinobi as well. Are you back on the keyboard? Or did the crazy monkey still disappear? Okay, he's still not there, but in the meantime, we're joined by the next incredible guest, the person walking right in. He has a mask on, so I'm not sure who he actually is.
You know who I am.
Yes, this is Frank Brown. So I think we have a all-star panel, actually. And
Hey, Frank.
really looking forward to it. So is Shinobi here yet? If not, I would say continue or just get going with, I think, a first important question. Why is individual defense actually important? As just a guiding principle. Jay Stark, what do you think?
To protect all your other rights, you need something to protect it with. So what is freedom of speech really worth? Or whatever human right if you're not able to enforce that right? So if there's anybody out there who wants to put his tyrannic will over you and take your rights away, you need something like this to be able to have a deterrence, to be able to make sure that your rights stay in place.
Yes, very well put. Caro, what is it?
That's quite cool. Somebody has to do the hard job, in order to push forward, our rights that they took away from us.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with me was nobody out there was willing to put all the effort in to be able to deliver an easy to build, practical, reliable 9mm semi-automatic firearm. There were things like the Liberator, which was basically useless, one shot, blows up if you shoot it a couple of shots. It's only 380 ECP. And then was the Shoddy AP9, but which still you needed the Glock barrel, which you cannot buy in Europe, for example. And the Shoddy AP9 had no real instructions. The parts that are all used are an inch pattern, impossible to get in most countries around the world. But with this here, or rather this before it, initially, the FGC9 Mark I, the initial version, with this firearm, everybody is able to just follow the instructions that I wrote. No worries. The magazine is empty, as well as the chamber. So it's not a problem if I flag myself. Anyways, with this firearm, the instructions that I wrote, 110 pages, a PDF, where it shows how to build the firearm. I put in a PDF there, how to use the 3D printer to be able to print all the parts. There's a guide in among the files from Ivan the Troll, who wrote that guide to make your own barrel by ordering this pipe from China, and then you can use electrochemical rifling to put the rifling in, and also chamber it. And then there's also the files how to 3D print your own magazine, which the 3D printed magazine Ivan designed in general for Glock magazines. But since I'm relying on Glock magazines, this issue is also solved then. And with the ammo, Ivan released a guide recently how to make your own 9mm ammo in Europe with components that you can buy online. So everybody in Europe is able to build this firearm, make their own barrel, 3D print their own magazine, and now recently use stuff that you can order online to make the ammo for your firearm. And now with the Mark II, now you've got a firearm which you can truly defend yourself with, or take down tyranny if it arises.
Frank, what do you think about that aspect? First of individual defense, and then second about manufacturing your own tools of defense.
Well, I think it's a really good idea to be able to build your own weapons. Sure.
But why is that? What are some of the attack vectors that are reduced when we become self-sufficient in that process?
Well, I mean, you basically you cut out a lot of middle layers where you don't have to smuggle any weapons or have to go from large manufacturing and to the end consumer, but you can just build it yourself. So I really like that movement.
Yes, and I mean, of course, the 3D gun printing scene is not a new concept of home manufacturing weapons, and it's quite an ancient one. But it's interesting that with 3D printing, or rather 3D sculpturing, right? Both 3D printing and I would say CNC mills are included here. We can actually do very localized manufacturing of niche tools. So, Jason, a question for you: where do you see that the recent developments in 3D printing and how that space has improved over the last couple of years? How much that has contributed to the aspect of it becoming easier to manufacture?
And so the thing was, you mentioned the previous 3D print firearms, like the FGC9 is not the first. It's not going to be the last. But the Liberator, for example, in 2013, which was presented by Cody Wilson, the one-shot thing. That one was produced with an industrial 3D printer that cost multiple thousands of dollars, and that was in 2013. Now we've got 2020, and to get a 3D printer to be able to build this, or to build this, it's not longer multiple thousands of dollars, but 170 euros, for example, 180 bucks or something. And that's all you need nowadays. And so the cost of manufacturing with 3D printing comes down so rapidly. I mean, it's only a question, a matter of time until you have the same capability as the industry in your little home, And I mean, with the FGC9, that's already the case. I mean, other than the welding of the two steel pieces, which are for the bolt, like that you can do on your balcony maybe, or in your basement and having a window open. Everything else you can do in your fucking bedroom. You can assemble the ammo and make the rest of the firearm, apart from the welding of the steel pieces, you can make in your fucking bedroom, man.
How do you think like this innovation gonna keep going on, and then 3D printed arms gonna keep advancing? Like how fast?
I mean, the thing was, after the Liberator, there was kind of like a dark age. There was not much innovation, and then around 2017, the Shoddy AP9 came out, and there was a little bit of innovation again. But between 2000 and after 2017, really, there was no innovation at all. So during that time when DevCat was temporarily online, when Cody Wilson was able to fight against the State Department and was able to have the DevCat platform online for a couple of days, I posted Discord links. And people at first laughed at me. Why are you posting a Discord link on that firearm, 3D firearm site? Like, what the fuck, man? It's ridiculous. The Defense Distributed Fan Club. Anyways, people made fun of me. And then I ran this little group. And then we continued, and we eventually became Deterrence Dispensed. Or we are known as that because our first release, the release I worked on with Ivan together, the AR-15 CAD assembly, that really put our name out there. And that basically started the renaissance. And from that moment on, now we've got over 10,000 of people on our Keybase, and we are continuing developing new firearms. Now we've got even a bounty system in place where somebody wants a firearm happening, like a semi-automatic 9mm pistol, like a compact one or a 22 caliber. People donate Bitcoin into like a pot of money, and then if you're able to design the firearm and prove that it works, you get that money from the pot that everybody puts their money in. And so the innovation is going to keep accelerating. I mean, there's no stopping us.
It's really interesting, yeah. Like I've been looking into this more specifically, like how this been going on much more faster, and looks like ever since we got into this more totalitarian phase with the theme of this whole conference here, is that as the more freedom people start wanting, the more these other things start becoming larger.
Exactly. Every action has its equal and opposite reaction.
Yeah, basically, and Bitcoin basically also contributes to this because Bitcoin also introduces the next aspect of protecting private property, and this somehow just brings back the whole ownership of firearms and right to self-defense, basically.
By the way, if you are like, I don't know, still not convinced of something, just Google FGC9, just type in Deterrence Dispensed into Google, and soon there'll be a documentary out there, a little documentary that should be around 20 minutes or 15 minutes, and it will show in a very visual way how this firearm shoots, how it looks like during shooting, and how this process kind of works, how I work in CAD. I'll show that really quickly. And actually, before this, I had a presentation, a remote presentation for HCPP, and yeah, and I presented how I do that. So hopefully they were able to record the stream at the presentation, and then you should be able to really get all the information that you need. And like I said, the documentary that's going to come out soon hopefully will make things like very visually appealing, and hopefully it'll create the same kind of hype like as with Liberator in 2013 with Cody Wilson as the figurehead. But I think the issue is COVID, and so it might just go under the radar. Who knows? We'll see.
I mean, J Stark, a lot of those videos are really starting to creep into kind of more mainstream gun people's attention. You know what I mean? Like more and more these days, I start to see things like 3D printed Glocks or things like the FGC9 covered on actual just mainstream gun channels. So like, I mean, I get your kind of skepticism, but I really find it hard to believe that this stuff just keeps kind of flying under the radar. Like everywhere I look, it's bubbling up.
But the issue is that it's kind of like a taboo attached to the whole thing that you're doing. The traditional gun community on YouTube really is hesitant to be in contact with us. The only really major YouTuber, for example, who has been presenting about us is Brandon Herrera, and he like only showed off the plastic cuff and actually showed it off in a negative light. But other than that, really major YouTubers, gun YouTubers haven't really done the justice to the significance of our work. Like, dude, the idea of ECM rifling the barrel, actually having it be so easy that you have a shopping list where you can order stuff from AliExpress and have a rifle barrel, the 3D printed Glock magazines. Like, think about it. The 3D printed Glock magazine costs the material $1, basically, like because of the magazine spring that you order from China, and the 3D printed materials might levy a couple of cents. And so you've got a 25 round high capacity magazine that is 3D printed, and that's extremely cheap. Like even in the US, that should be popular. And I think major YouTubers should actually talk about that, but nobody is willing to. And I think the issue is just YouTube is very like opposing to our cause. And if you upload anything that has to do with 3D printed guns, DIY guns, usually it gets taken down. So it seems like there's a coordinated effort by the social media platforms to suppress our voice. And at the same time, the media kind of is not really interested because of COVID. And so everything comes together to basically cause things not to be as popular as they ought to be. But like you said, it probably will pick up pace slowly but surely.
Well, I mean, I think like you're definitely on point with a lot of the platforms. I'm actually kind of shocked every day at how much of this stuff Twitter allows to be posted without just purging all of it. But I think at least, you know, as an American, I think another aspect of it is that there is so much that we have accessible through other channels, you know, regulated channels. And there's so much uncertainty about what is or isn't legal that I think a lot of Americans are just hesitant to get involved when it's like, why muddle into this regulatory uncertainty when I can just go to a gun shop? You know, like today, I was reading a little bit about the rifling process for the FGC 9 barrel, and I was not even aware.
Really quickly, because this gets confused a lot of times. You do not need to use ECM rifling to make the barrel for the FGC 9. Any 16 millimeter outer diameter barrel that is chambered to a depth of 15.95 millimeter can be used. So it doesn't have to be ECM rifled. You can make it by traditional methods, like with a lathe and rifled barrel blanks, just to make it clear. You can go to your local gunsmith in the US and actually give him the measurements, and he'll be able to take like a rifled barrel blank order from Brownells and actually machine you the barrel on the lathe. So it's possible to make the barrel with multiple methods. So ECM rifling is just
how easy like the ECM method makes it. Because I found out reading through this, and I didn't know this, but if I were to make a FGC 9 without rifling the barrel, I'm violating US law.
Exactly.
I didn't even know that before. I was kind of doing a little reading before this interview.
That's true, yeah. Like issue exactly like that's kind of like a situation where you've got a smooth bore firearm, things get problematic. I'm not sure how it exactly is regulated, but I'm not American.
Well, from my understanding, I'd pretty much have to go like apply and pay a tax stamp and get permission before I even started manufacturing.
Yeah.
And so like I think at least in America, like there's a lot of hesitance to really get involved and start building things because there's just so much red tape. And if you don't do everything perfectly, you just gave the ATF an excuse to knock on the door.
But what you really have to take in mind, or what I really find sad or disappointing, is look, imagine where I live and look at this, look at the length in the US that would be absolutely illegal because the barrel is not 16-inch long. Look at everything. Look at the ammo, how I acquired, how I build it, just everything. I don't give a fuck about the laws because I'm fed up with shit. And I think more and more Americans should be the same, because if you just stand by and take it up the ass and just follow the laws that the ATF enforces, you slowly but surely you're gonna use your gun rights like away. I mean, you're gonna lose them and they'll go away. But at the same time, I still understand people that they don't want to risk getting persecuted. But it is what it is. You either disregard the laws and just take the risks, or you just try to play it safe and see how your rights are slowly whittled away.
Yeah. I mean, you know, people love pointing to the roof Koreans as far as real Americans. And I mean, like Jay Stark, you're more of a real American than most Americans I know.
Thank you, man.
But like, you know, it's really what kind of interests me though is like how this is kind of picking up in terms of optimizing and like design refining. You know, I think while I was still having some audio troubles, you kind of made the comparison of the Liberator. You know, it's literally blows the barrel off half the time when you shoot it, and then the jump to the FGC 9. Like, where are your thoughts on like where this can really go in the long term?
So the thing is, right now we have semi-automatic pistol caliber carbines or submachine guns. Like this would be easily modified to be open bolt and then fully automatic. It's just a matter of putting in the hours of you doing the CAD work and testing things out and thinking about concepts. So 9mm, semi or full auto, pistol caliber carbine, submachine guns, no problem. Shotguns are not an issue as well. For example, Jot is working on the like a revolver cylinder kind of 12 gauge pump action shotgun. I'm working on a pump action shotgun as well, a 3D printed one. And Professor Parabellum actually has talked about making a partially 3D printed pump action shotgun in heaven as well. So shotguns and 9mm semi-autos that are kind of big are possible. But the issues are pistols, like handguns, like a Glock 17, Glock 19 kind of thing. That is still a huge issue because of the way the locking mechanism works. Because the slide has to be a certain weight with blowback. If you rely on blowback, the slide needs to be really heavy, and so it's difficult to make that complex geometry happen. And so the other way would to do the proper way, which is a Browning tilt action. But the Browning tilt action needs complicated geometry, where the barrel basically locks into that little recess which you've got in the low receiver. Like you've got these locking lugs basically, and to machine them it's really difficult with easy tools. Like with traditional methods you use CNC machining, but with DIY tools we're not there yet. So like compact pistols, which are use 9mm or whatever, use tilt action Browning design, those are not possible yet. And then what's not possible is also rifles, meaning not pistol caliber but actual rifle caliber, which has way more pressure, and where blowback, meaning where the cartridge goes in, it explodes, the case wants to come back on its own, gets pushed, a new cartridge gets put in. That is not possible with rifles because you need something that actually locks into place as the cartridge is shot. Like to just push against the cartridge, and then when the cartridge explodes, it pushes back. That is not an option with rifle. With the rifle calibers, you need to actually have something locking, and to create that locking mechanism, you need complex geometry, and to machine it is really difficult. So we've got no rifles, like no AR-15s, no bolt action rifles, like really rifles, and we've got no compact pistols. And I think that's the next goal. That's the next target, to be able to build those. And to be able to build those, I think what you can do is do more development in ECM. Like we use ECM rifling to rifle the barrel, or we have at least the option to. Like Ivan showed the option to use ECM rifling to make a 9mm barrel, which is compatible, for example, with the HGC9. But the issue is, well, the idea is to use the same principle of ECM rifling to machine complex metal parts, which can then act as the elements that lock the mechanism for a rifle that you would DIY design. Or for example, with a tilt action Browning design, where you use ECM machining to machine the little lugs. So you could go that way. And the other thing would be to pursue the idea of metal 3D printing, but that's still really way off. I mean, metal 3D printing is so fucking difficult to pull off in a DIY setting. We've debated it really a long time amongst each other, with Ivan and everyone. And so I think the next big thing is to utilize ECM machining to be able to make complex shapes, so that we are able to have semi-automatic pistols that are compact, and then rifles eventually. And I think that's what we're gonna try to debate on.
How about just CNC mills? What is the big
No. Look, a mill where you want to remove material from steel, like you want to remove material from steel, right? And to remove material from steel, a lot of forces are involved. And so since a lot of forces are involved, that thing that holds the milling head needs to be really, really heavy. And so CNC mills are really big and fucking heavy, and they are expensive. And so there are no cheap, light, compact milling options out there. For example, though, there is the Ghost Gunner. Like it's a special desktop milling machine that is like shoe carton box size, or two shoe carton box size, which you can mill aluminum, which is what you use for if you want to make an AR-15. The lower receiver is out of aluminum, and then it can machine aluminum or plastic for Glock lowers, but it cannot machine steel. What we need is steel, and the Ghost Gunner does not have the rigidity and the weight to be able to machine steel, and we need to machine steel. And to machine steel, you need big, huge ass CNC mills, and those are heavy as fuck, expensive as fuck, and you need to be proficient enough to operate them. They're complicated to operate, so they're not for average Joe, at least not with the traditional methods that are out there at the moment. So I'm sorry, but CNC mills are not an option. Like the only option would maybe to build a huge ass router table, meaning there are the option of having like it's so-called a router. It's basically a CNC mill, but it's for wood, and it's made with aluminum extrusions, and it's kind of big, like with a table. And with that, you can kind of machine mild steel if you're really like slow with it and really easier way trying to remove the material. But that is not an option for every show. We need something that is cheap, that can be set up in your bedroom, and where you can order the parts of China. And we need something like that. And the only promising solution would be something where you basically have something like a 3D printer, but instead of printing and instead of skirting out filament that is melted, you kind of set up a milling head, like an ECM milling head, where you've got contacts on there, and this kind of 3D printing machine, which doesn't 3D print, is inside of like an aquarium, like a fish tank. And you put that thing in there, and then you make sure that the electronics are moved out of this area, and then you'd be able to, for example, ECM mill, and then it would automatically move around and ECM machine the complex geometry. But that's the kind of vision that we have, and that we hopefully see stuff happening, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it really sounds like, you know, it's just the engineering of this, like, really is absolutely fucking amazing to me. Like, you know, I don't know if you're really too familiar with me, but I'm more of a Bitcoiner and kind of obsessed with like the technical side of those things.
Yeah.
But it's like every time I look at what's going on in the 3D printed gun space, it's like the perfect synergy and meat space representation with Bitcoin. Like you have all of this work going into having this monetary system and network set up that can't be shut down. And then the synergy in facilitating the design of this information, you know, in terms of gun designs that actually instantiates itself in the real world. Like it really is like these are the two parts of Cryptonomicon actually coming true in reality.
Yeah, it's really wonderful what Bitcoin and 3D guns can do. Chamber is empty, just for the audience. That way, actually, yep, chamber is empty. So the wonderful thing is the synergy of, like you said, like cryptocurrency, which is decentralized, and what we're doing. We're basically a decentralized group of individuals who work on this kind of stuff. And we basically use the internet as a main tool to learn skills, to facilitate designs and dissipate them all over the world. And yeah, it's wonderful how Bitcoin and the internet and new printing technology comes together to really make sure that we are independent financially and in terms of protecting our rights and our lives and our what we own, you know. And the wonderful thing about cryptocurrency is that people can anonymously donate. And since this is a kind of an issue in terms of what we are doing and working on is kind of like an issue in the eyes of the authorities, to be able to have people support you without them revealing their identities or me revealing my identity. That's a good thing. And I really appreciate the few donations that come my way. For example, I've set up a BTC pay server where you can go on tinyurl/jstack1809 and donate, so that I'm able to buy all the stuff that I need to be able to develop these firearms. And some of our other developers, for example, are on Keybase. And if you go on their Keybase profiles, for example, there they also have donation pages. And the wonderful thing is we are using Keybase, right? And I think Keybase is partially, or if not fully, based on cryptocurrency technology or similar technology, and it enables us to be able to communicate in a sort of encrypted way and a decentralized way. And the technologies really are coming together to bring our independence in terms of finances and protecting our rights.
If you don't mind, you know, a little bit before we wrap this down, get into some economics like of this. Like, you know, everybody looks at what is being produced in this space as like the hardline ideological, like defend my freedoms, like these have been taken from me, I'm going to do it anyway. Like, I think an underlooked aspect of this is just also the cost and how much that acts as a filter for something. I mean, like in America, a decent pistol, that's like a couple weeks of paychecks.
Yeah, you know, let me break it down. To be able to illegally buy ammo in Europe, basically impossible. Like, and even if you're able to buy ammo, it's gonna be so fucking expensive. I mean, just to able to buy a firearm, you know how expensive it is? How actually expensive it is to buy a Glock pistol, an illegal one, even if you get the connections, and that's so difficult and dangerous. You need to pay like 4,000 euros or 5,000 euros to buy a Glock, and that is
that's like 4 or 5 times the U.S. retail price.
Exactly. So let's say you're a lawful citizen. You just want something to protect your family with, you know, just something that you can protect your life and the life of your family if the issue comes that there are criminals that want to rob you or something, or that you're vulnerable in a certain way. Even just to protect yourself, you'd need to have 5,000 euros just to buy a firearm, you know, and that's a huge hurdle, you know. And by developing this, you can construct, you can assemble, you can build this firearm with, I'd say, 100 euros of materials. And if you've got no tools at all at home already, maybe like 300 euros of tools. So for 300 euros of tools, you can make multiple FGC9s. For each FGC9 costs maybe between 70 and 100 euros. I mean, that's nothing. I mean, a comparable firearm of this kind of capability costs at least, even on the legal market, costs at least 1,500 euros. And in the illegal market, forget it. Yeah, so it's not only something in terms of trying to circumvent law, but actually to lower the prices, you know, because you are putting the work hours in yourself and are lowering prices that way.
Yeah, I mean, like, wasn't the High Point kit and manufacturing, like ignoring the printer and everything, like $30 or something before everybody started buying out all the kits for that?
Yeah, the thing is, it depends really. With the idea of trying to use those kits and then printing the frames, you can make the costs lower, but for the most part, it's end up gonna, like, if you want to make your own Glock, like print a Glock frame and buy the upper and get a lower parts kit, I mean, it's gonna cost around the same as a Glock that you would buy commercially. Like I said, I think in the US, it's more about having a firearm that is not traceable, like not at all traceable, like by relying on ordering the parts off of the internet and then making the lower yourself. You don't need to go to an FFL. But in terms of cost, like I said, it really depends on what kind of a DIY firearm you're planning to build.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing shit, man. Like, I'm not gonna lie, the only reason I am not holding one of those in my hand as well is a little bit of a chicken shit syndrome and wanting to go through all the red tape properly.
Yeah, it is what it is. You're living a comfortable life. You were fortunate to be born in the United States of America, and you're enjoying the rights that your forefathers have fought for you. And yeah, you have a comfortable life, and you are reaping the fruits of the hard labor that your forefathers put in. And also, you're fortunate to just have been born in the United States. So I cannot blame you for just enjoying what you have and just trying to play it safe. But for me, there is no option. I have no options. I live or I live free. Like, I want to live free or I want to die. There's nothing else for me. Like, it's not an option for me to be on my knees. I'd rather die while I'm standing on my feet.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know, Jay Stark. You got any last comments or anything you want to make before we shift over to Frank here and talk about a little me more? And you're welcome to stay for that too if you want.
Thanks for having me. It was wonderful to talk with you guys. And just look out for our developments that we publish on library, and join our Keybase, and also just look out on Twitter and just type into the search box the Terrence Suspense or FGC9, and you'll eventually find an account to follow our content. And watch out also for a documentary that's going to come out, which I was part of, and we worked with a journalist basically. And yeah, thank you for having me. Have a wonderful evening. And yeah, again, thank you, and have a wonderful evening.
Like I said, Jay Stark, you are a true American, man. Keep doing what you're doing.
Right
Stay
on.
safe.
Thank you, guys. See ya.
Excuse me, guys. Let's change the stream key in just.
We didn't do that before.
Sorry?
We didn't do it before.
No, we forgot it.
Oopa.
Just a second.
Let's do. You do and send me the link. I change WordPress.